Return of the Heavenly Demon by AzumiBear on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1. He had lost. The moment his god thread had been broken, Donquixote Doflamingo knew that he had been defeated. His only hope now was to survive the full brunt of Monkey D. Luffy's King Kong gun, a task that was beginning to prove very difficult. Bringing his haki to its utmost limit, Doffy was able to bear the initial pain and impact of Luffy's attack, at least at first. After what seemed like an eternity, Doffy's body had finally reached Dressrosa, and proceeded to tear straight through the small kingdom. He could feel the stone and dirt below him crumble and fold around him, driving him deeper into the earth and closer to the secret underground facilities beneath Dressrosa. Even though he could feel his former kingdom split apart from his impact, his momentum showed no signs of slowing down. Eventually, his back met steel as it reached his underground operations and the steel tore like paper. The pain at this point was excruciating and it took all he had to maintain consciousness and keep his haki up to protect him from the debris. He could feel his focus waning as his body was assailed by torn metal, and, for just a moment, his focus broke, his haki fell, a piercing pain formed in his chest and everything turned to black. Doffy's eyes began to open ever so slightly. As he awoke, he slowly starts to notice the several Marines around him, scurrying with medical supplies. Wondering why, Doffy looks around until he remembers what had happened moments ago, finally noticing a steel support beam lodged into his chest. His body felt numb. He tried desperately to use his devil fruit to try and repair some of the major damage, but it was impossible, the damage was too great. The Marines were trying their hardest to keep him alive to bring him into custody, but he already knew his life was escaping him. The captain of the Donquixote pirates began to chuckle lightly. For 30 years, he had dedicated his life to destroying everything the celestial dragons cared about. For 30 years, he and his family had grown and thrived to be where they stood up until this day. 30 years of his life, and it was ended by an idiot in a straw hat that couldn't find his way out of a wet paper bag. He would cry if it wasn't so funny or even possible at this point. He could feel his vision fading, his limbs losing even the numbness they once held and now felt as if they were disappearing. He was about to die. Treble, Diamante, Pica, Virgo, he thought, picturing them in his mind, the people who had come to raise him, the person who was his childhood friend, the ones who had become his family and the ones that he had failed. I'm sorry, he thought, darkness taking over his vision, until he decided to finally close his eyes, a small smile replacing his usual manic grin. It was then that Donquixote Doflamingo, the heavenly demon and captain of the Donquixote pirates, had died. Donquixote Doflamingo did not think much of the afterlife when he was alive, but even he had thought of what waited for him at the end of his days. Whatever he had expected, be it fire and brimstone or an endless existence in purgatory, this was not something that he imagined. Doffy found himself surrounded by darkness, yes, but there was more. It was like he was in some form of cocoon, a barrier of warmth that wrapped around him protectively. He found it almost impossible to move his body and, speaking of his body, it felt off, disproportioned and more importantly incredibly weak. Where was he? He took a moment to relax his mind and concentrate, to listen. He could feel and hear his own heartbeat. A good sign but also confusing. Did I survive, he thought. Were the Marines' medics able to somehow save him? No, that was impossible, the amount of damage he sustained was too severe and the one who bore the heal fruit would never try and save his life. Putting that issue aside, he continued to concentrate, listening past his own heartbeat. After a moment he began to hear another, one separate from his own. This was odd, especially because the heartbeat sounded like it came from all around him. Not bothering with trying to solve this mystery quite yet, he decided to use his haki to sense his surroundings. As soon as he attempted this he had felt a wave of exhaustion hit him, only letting him use it for a moment, but it had worked. He had felt a few auras around him, but what he had found confused him. One aura, he could sense several feet away from him, and it was powerful, clearly belonging to a seasoned warrior. There was another aura, not as strong but still fierce. This one, along with another, confused him. This aura was all around him, it was large and surrounded him completely as if he were inside its owner. Now, Doffy was not a fool. He had many years of experience dealing with the most cunning minds in all the New World, so it should not be surprising that he had an idea of what had happened to him and where he currently was. I'm an infant. This revelation was one of both shock and slight amusement. First that straw hat boy kills me and now I'm an infant, well, a fetus really, but still, the very thought made him laugh hollowly in his mind. But there was one more mystery to solve, one more aura that his haki could sense. Its nature and location confused him, however. It was unlike anything he had ever encountered, powerful, overwhelmingly powerful, and evil, sickeningly so. It felt like it was right next to him, yet, at the same time, locked away in a place he could never reach. Now that he felt it for the first time, its presence was just there. Whatever it was, he could feel it, just behind that incomprehensible barrier. And now that he could feel it, now that he could sense its rage, he knew that it was watching him, that it knew he was watching it, and it did not like being watched. However, the mind of Donquixote Doflamingo, the heavenly demon, simply grinned. Life within the womb, Daffy had learned, was very boring and disorienting. There was little to do while trapped there and time seemed almost non-existent. But he knew that time was passing, his body had continued to grow, growing stronger if only marginally so, and soon he would be free. The thoughts of freedom brought other thoughts as well. Where and when would he be in his new life? Would he find himself flung into the far future? Would he still have the opportunity to get his revenge on the celestial dragons? These thoughts had plagued Daffy for most of his time in his new home. There was also what he began to call the entity that lived with him in his new mother. He would continue to watch and observe it and found something interesting. The entity was releasing some form of energy into his mother's body, this energy was thus flowing into him as well. When he felt it, it seemed wild, almost primal in a sense, with that same feeling of maliciousness that the entity exuded if watered down. As far as he could tell, it was not harmful and he had no way of stopping it either way. He continued to examine this energy as time went on and discovered that his mother also had something similar. Unlike the entities, hers was warmer, calmer almost, and somewhat soothing if he had to admit it. When he felt it, it seemed wild, almost primal in a sense, with that same feeling of maliciousness that the entity exuded if watered down. As far as he could tell, it was not harmful and he had no way of stopping it either way. He continued to examine this energy as time went on and discovered that his mother also had something similar. Unlike the entities, hers was warmer, calmer almost, and somewhat soothing if he had to admit it. What was really interesting was how they interacted. With the help of his hockey, that would still take up a lot of his stamina, he found that his mother's energy seemed to be almost shackling the others, controlling and mitigating it. After discovering this, he looked into himself, so to speak, and discovered that he contained his own energy as well, separate from the one supplied to him by the entity and his mother. Not that he could really do anything with it though. He mostly spent his time examining these various energies, trying to kill his utter boredom. As time passed, he began to feel it. His body had been growing and his prison was growing smaller and smaller. His limbs were now capable of small movements and he knew now that it wouldn't be long. While in this near timeless place, he had time to think. Before, he relied on his family to do many things for him, though they did it happily, of course. He was stronger than the rest of his family, yes, that was true, but that was not because of any considerable effort. Daffy, after coming out of his childhood, had been stronger than most around him. He rarely trained his body and hardly ever practiced his techniques, there was no need to. He had his family to do most things for him and he was superior to most of the scum of the world anyways. That was how he had always thought, and then Straw Hat Luffy had proved him wrong in both the worst and best way possible. In this new life, there would be a new Doflamingo. One who would fight to get everything he would ever need with his own two hands, one who would not know, who could not rely on his family to do things for him. The cage around him had suddenly tightened around him. It was time. A brand new Donquixote Doflamingo would emerge in this new world, and usher in a new age. He hated this. This entire process was uncomfortable, humiliating, and if he didn't have so much pride, he would say a little scary. Daffy was completely helpless as his 9-month prison tightened and squeezed him, pushing him further to his exit. He didn't know long his torture lasted, but eventually he could finally see it, light. Just a moment later a wave of frigid air assaulted him, but he didn't care, he was free. The light and chilly air disoriented him for a moment, but eventually he felt himself wrapped in what was presumably a blanket. He opened his eyes but could only make out the outlines of shapes and various colors. There was no definition and the world was a blurry mess. He felt himself being carried and eventually placed in front of who he assumed to be his mother's face. He strained his senses, trying to make out anything familiar around him. His ears could hear what sounded like speech, but it sounded almost garbled, he just couldn't make out the words. His eyesight was also still limited, he looked up to view his new mother's face but could barely make anything out except the distinct color of red. He really hoped it was just her hair. His first mother died rather early on in his life and it would be rather saddening to lose another so quickly. A moment later he was carried a bit further away from his mother. Suddenly, he heard what he easily recognizes as a scream come from the nurse currently carrying him, another pair of arms quickly grabbing him as the nurse fell. Startled, he saw a hand raised threateningly above him through his blurry vision. He tried to see who it belonged to but couldn't. He could hear his new retainer speaking to someone, his mother or father perhaps, when they suddenly flung him into the air. The world swayed around him as he was disoriented, then he felt someone catch him. He activated his hockey, attempting to identify the aura of his attacker, but something very odd happened just before he did. The various colors around him changed in an instant, and he could now feel a slight breeze where before the air was still. His haki, short-lived that it was, could now only sense the person carrying him, who he had recognized as his father during his time in his mother's womb, with no trace of his attacker. His use of haki had quickly drained his stamina and he could feel sleep already approaching his small body. Once again, his surroundings had suddenly changed, and he could feel his father place him down onto a soft surface, a bed. He tried desperately to stay awake and was successful for a few minutes. Soon after he felt someone else, someone much larger than him, being placed in his bed, the distinct color of red returning. His mother, laid next to him, cradling him in his arms, and a moment later sleep had finally took him. He awoke again, his eyes revealing a still blurry world, but it was clearer than before. He was laying in some sort of crib and there were two others standing over him. He looked at them, seeing that distinct color of red, his mother, and a brilliant gold, most likely his father. There was something else, the entity, he could feel it just behind his parents. Looking past them, he saw a mountain of reddish-orange, in a form he wasn't able to make out. It was filled with a hate he was now very familiar with. It was then that he noticed it, a nail, or more accurately a single claw piercing through both his parents' bodies, inching closer and closer to him. He could hear his parents speaking but his ears refused to translate the cacophony of noise aside from the entity's roars of anger. Then, suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach, and energy being poured into him that he easily recognized to belong to the monster that had just killed his new parents. Its power flowed into him and when it stopped his eyes began to close and he welcomed some much-needed rest. It had been quite some time since the date of his birth. In that time, he was able to learn his new name, Naruto Uzumaki. It was rather pitiful compared to Donquixote Doflamingo, but it would have to do. He found himself now being raised in an orphanage, having never seen his parents after his first day in this new world. He was still under the age of 1 year old or, so he thought. Time was still quite hard to keep track of but at least now he knew when it was night or daytime. He estimated he was at around 6 months now. His sight and hearing were now significantly better, and he was capable of standing on his own if he had something to lean on. He was able to crawl as well when his caregivers gave him the opportunity. Speaking of his caregivers, he found them quite odd. There were 3 different women working at the orphanage. They took care of him as well as any other child but with a strange sense of detachment, like it was just a job to be done. Now, while that is technically true, they only had this quirk when it came to him. The other children they treated as if they were their own. The looks they gave him were reminiscent of a different past he was never able to forget. Despite these issues, Daffy, or rather Naruto now, quickly began a routine to further himself as quickly as he could. He would crawl and perform small exercises to help develop his body and practice talking when no one was around. It wouldn't do to have adults hear a 6-month-old speaking words it shouldn't yet know. He was able to use his observation haki much more efficiently now as well, though he never tried using the other 2 types. Sadly, it seemed that his devil fruit was now lost to him as no matter how hard he tried he was never able to conjure his beloved strings. Furthermore, he had continued to investigate the energy that he discovered early on in his new life. He could feel the entity's energy still, but it seemed almost muted, trickling into him from somewhere he couldn't identify. The beast itself seemed to be almost asleep, no longer aware and watching him as it did when he first arrived in this new world. His own energy, separate from the beast's, was now much larger than before. If he concentrated he could control it to some degree, moving it around through bizarre channels in his body, but he didn't know what it was or what he was doing. He continued to manipulate it regardless, trying to piece together its purpose but still hasn't discovered it yet. Looking around, Daffy/Naruto found that the room he was in, a rather large nursery with other cribs and infants, was currently missing any caretaker, with the other children currently asleep or content on their own. He used this opportunity to sit his small and still pudgy body up. He stood on wobbly legs and, using the sides of the crib as support, practiced walking around the edge of the crib. Using his haki, he made sure to watch anyone approaching the room. He had been practicing for a few minutes, when he suddenly felt 2 large auras in the other room approaching the nursery. As quickly as he was able, he laid down and stared at the ceiling, making small movements and sounds to give the impression that he was just a normal 6-month-old baby. The door opened a moment later and the 2 powerful auras walked into the room. With his ears now in much better condition he was able to make out what they were saying. "Which one is he?" a voice, deep and slightly rough, asked its counterpart. "He's just over there, in the corner of the room," another voice, this one sounding older and belonging to what would seem to be a rather heavy smoker. The 2 strangers walked to the right side of his crib, looking over him allowing Daffy to see who was interrupting his training session. The man on the right had bright white hair, it was long, tied in a ponytail behind him with two large bangs framing his face. He had a strange headband on with the kanji 4 oil upon. His face looked somewhat young with but a small wart on his nose, but his white hair made it hard to discern his age. The other was considerably shorter than the white-haired man, and older as well, with gaunt skin and liver spots dotting his face. He was wearing white robes and strange diamond-shaped hat. The two looked down upon him until one finally spoke up. "So Jiraiya, care to explain why it took you 6 months to respond to my summons?" The older one spoke, his face seemingly calm but clearly, he was irritated. The taller man, Jiraiya, hesitated for a moment, his face set in stone, then he responded. "When I got news that Minato and Kushina were dead, I immediately set my spy network to ensure that no news was spread about their child." The old man's face flashed a hint of irritation before calming, then speaking again. "And it took you 6 months to accomplish this? Without any contact with your home that had just lost their 4th Hokage?" At the mention of this 4th Hokage, Jiraiya visibly flinched. He was silent for a moment, his eyes taking on a hint of sadness. His reply was quiet, with a tone of defeat, "Yeah." The two stood there for a moment, silent, continuing to look down on Daffy/Naruto as he continued his charade. The old man let out a small sigh. "Very well, what are you going to do now then? The boy has no other family and you are his godfather, Jiraiya." The white-haired man took in a large breath of air, held it for a moment and then released a large sigh. "Well, I can't imagine myself taking him in, I'm just not father material honestly, even if it's just as a godfather," he said, an arm reaching behind him to scratch the nape of his neck. "Honestly, he'd probably have a better childhood here, in the Leaf Village." The older man glanced at Jiraiya, who did not meet his gaze. "You're sure about this then? If he finds this out he may not forgive you." Jiraiya continued to look down, not even truly looking at Naruto anymore. "Yeah, I'm sure." Jiraiya's voice was quiet and the older man closed his eyes for a moment. "Very well," he said, opening his eyes to look at Naruto, "he'll be raised through the Leaf's orphanage services then. I'll look after him as best I can, Jiraiya, but I am Hokage again, and I am not as young as I once was." Jiraiya quickly responded, "I understand, Sarutobi-sensei," almost interrupting the older man. The two stood there a little more before Jiraiya vanished in a small puff of smoke. Sarutobi sighed. He could at least leave the building normally, he grumbled, taking one last look at Naruto before walking out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Daffy, sensing that the old man was gone with his haki, stopped his small charade and thought about the conversation he had witnessed. "So, it would seem one of my parents, Minato and Kushina, was rather important, this 4th Hokage. I know where I am now too, the Leaf Village, quite a strange name." Daffy continued to parse through the conversation. "I have one more family member as well, a godfather, Jiraiya." Daffy mouthed the name of the godfather that abandoned him, then said the name aloud. With that name firmly in his mind, Daffy stood back up and continued his training, with a smile that did not belong on a child's face. 2 years, Naruto Uzumaki, or rather Donquixote Doflamingo, was finally 2 years old. Last year, he was finally moved out of the nursery and was given his own room to sleep in. It was rather small, more like a closet than anything else, but unlike everyone else in the orphanage he did not have to share the room, giving him the privacy needed to continue his training. He also was finally able to go outside as well, to the small playground just outside the orphanage and see just what kind of village he lived in. When Jiraiya had called his new home the Leaf Village, he was expecting just that, a village. Instead, he was greeted by a large city, with oddly shaped buildings and various pipes and wires traveling across them. This village was unlike any other he had ever seen, which was saying something. He also took notice to the large mountain with 4 large stone faces engraved onto them, overlooking the village. He recognized the Hokage, Sarutobi, from his encounter with him, meaning the last face on the right must be the 4th Hokage, his father Minato. An important man indeed, to have something like that dedicated to you. Daffy had also made an effort to try and socialize with the other children. Needless to say, that ended in disaster. For one thing, their vocabulary was extremely limited compared to his own, making conversation utterly meaningless. Their games were far too simple and trivial for him to take part in. Also, he got the feeling that the other children didn't like him much. He didn't know why though. He made sure to have his best smile on his face as much as he could, almost always. Oh well, it didn't really matter. These children were just orphans after all, no one important. There was no need to start building any relationships with the rabble after all. He had his eyes on much bigger prizes. This village was ruled by those with the title of Hokage. The current Hokage, who he learned was named Hiruzen Sarutobi, would visit the orphanage now and again. Though he made it seem he was just visiting the unfortunate children without parents, Daffy knew that he was really checking up on him. Sarutobi would also come to deliver a sales pitch about being ninja, this village's military force, of which the strongest was elected as Hokage. He explained to the orphanage that children can go and attend an academy where they would learn how to become the heroes that protected their home, ninja. It did not take Daffy long to decide that the Ninja Academy would be his first stepping stone in his new life, telling the Hokage to sign him up. But there was something else that was bothering him as well. Small things about his new home that had puzzled and slightly worried him. For one, he had heard no mention of either the world government or the Marines in the past 2 years. The naming conventions here were also different. The style of names were different than what he was used to, usually more complex than simply Treble or Baby 5. Everyone here also would introduce their given names first and surnames last if they had one, the opposite of what he was used to. He had no way to confirm it, but he didn't think he was in Kansas anymore. Regardless, Naruto Uzumaki continued his life in the orphanage, a grin on his face and a diamond-shaped hat in mind. Aniko Hamade did not like Naruto Uzumaki. She had run this orphanage for almost 20 years now and, while there was the occasional bad apple, never in her life would she say that she did not like any one of the children living in her orphanage. Naruto Uzumaki changed that. She knew that young Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. That was really an open secret at this point, but that wasn't why she did not like him. No, there was something else, something off about the child. When he had first arrived at the orphanage, she was wary of him, knowing his status as the fox's container. She did her job, took care of him, and that was it, end of story. After a while, she began to notice strange things about him. His eyes seemingly holding an awareness that didn't belong in such a young child. Some days, she could have sworn that she had seen the young boy in his crib, practicing to walk a couple months ahead of others his age, but lay right back down as soon as she had walked in. That wasn't what had disturbed her the most though. When he was young, the boy would almost never cry. It was only when he needed to be changed or feed, never anything else. Eventually, even that stopped altogether. When the boy would fall and scrap his knee or when the older kids would try and pick on and bully him, never would he cry. No, instead there was just a smile, a grin if you could even call it that. It looked normal to most, yes, but after seeing that smile every day for over a year, Aniko knew better. There was something wrong with that smile, with that boy. The other children knew it as well. They would hardly ever interact with him anymore, and when they did it would not go well. That boy would simply smile at them, brushing them off and almost ignoring them completely, as if he were looking down on them. It wasn't just his social skills that were off either. The boy moved with grace, an elegance and control that a 5-year-old should not possess. He walked with confidence wherever he went, with that damned smile never going away. He was stronger than others around him as well. She had seen him beat children that were almost twice his age and had training in the Ninja Academy, though he never instigated the fights. Yes, Aniko Hamade truly did not like Naruto Uzumaki. He had shown an interest in becoming a ninja as well, a terrifying thought. And with that thought in mind, she signed the letter she had written to the Hokage, his official guardian, calling for his immediate removal from the premises. Normally, she would feel bad for sending a child out all alone into the world, but Naruto Uzumaki was not a child, this she was certain of. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not having a good day. It, like almost every other, was filled with monotonous paperwork and political strife that he was well and truly sick of at this point. He remembered a time when he enjoyed these things, but now he was missing the retirement that Minato was so kind to bring him. He grabbed the next obstacle in his path to the day's end, what looked to be a letter addressed to him, and filled his pipe with another round of tobacco. He read the letter as he did so, stopped for a moment to put his pipe down and reread the letter, hoping that he had misread it. After, he sighed and, with weary hands, set the letter down and picked up his pipe. He sat there for a few minutes, enjoying the downtime that he honestly felt he deserved. When his pipe ran dry, he quickly scribbled a reply to the letter he had received, signed it and signaled for one of his ANBU. Yes, Lord Hokage, a tiger-masked ANBU had appeared kneeling in front of his desk. Hiruzen handed the folded-up letter to the agent. "Take this letter to Akino Hamade at the Southern Orphanage," he ordered, his voice firm and calm to hide the frustration he was currently feeling. Without another word, the ANBU agent disappeared to fulfill his orders. Hiruzen got up from his chair, stretching his back that sore from constantly sitting down for the past few hours. As sad as it was, Hiruzen had anticipated this happening and had already rented an apartment in advance in case this situation ever occurred. He walked out of the room, entering the hallway and greeting his secretary. "I'm going out for the rest of the day. Push any appointments I have to tomorrow." Not stopping to hear her answer, the Hokage continued to walk out the tower and made his way to Naruto's soon-to-be former home. His pace was slow as he greeted the various villagers around him. He was not looking forward to this. While he enjoyed visiting and speaking with Naruto, telling him that he was going to be living alone from now on was not something he was eager to do. The villagers were quite wary, afraid even, of the young boy. That fear spread to their children as well, ostracizing Naruto and making it very difficult for him to make any friends. He knew this, it was something he was keenly aware of. His decision to reveal Naruto's status as the nine-tailed fox's Jinchuriki was a hard one. There were many ninja that night, watching the sealing happen. Who knew what kind of rumors would be spread if left alone? To mitigate this, he had decided to reveal Naruto's status, making it clear that he was just a normal child and that he was a hero. That decision clearly went well. Still, Naruto himself did not seem to be bothered by this if he was aware of it, which he undoubtedly was. He was a smart kid, advancing well beyond his peers in pretty much all things. When the two of them would get a chance to speak, he didn't feel like he was talking to a child. Honestly, Naruto reminded him of Itachi, with eyes too old for such a young soul. Like Itachi, Naruto was talented as well. Hiruzen had already suspected that the boy was a censor, never being surprised when the Hokage would drop by, almost knowing that he was on his way. His physical abilities were quite impressive as well if Aniko's letter is to be believed. Defeating multiple academy students that were almost twice his age with no formal training was quite a feat. Hiruzen continued his steady pace toward the orphanage. No doubt by now Tiger would have delivered the letter and Naruto would be almost done packing his things, what little he had anyways. Hiruzen's thoughts eventually strayed to his now wayward student, Jiraiya. All those years ago, when he had come with him to visit Naruto, Jiraiya had disappointed him. Was that unfair? Perhaps, he knew that Jiraiya was in a lot of pain after Minato's death. He had spent most of life searching for his child of prophecy, and finally he had thought he had found him in Minato. Minato and Kushina treated him like family, something Jiraiya never had. And in the end, he lost everything in a single night. Naruto was a reminder of that pain, of everything he lost. Yet Hiruzen couldn't help but see it as a Jiraiya running from his responsibilities. The two still kept in touch via letters, though only for official leaf business. Still, Hiruzen would mention the boy in his letters, encrypted of course, and mention his hardships and struggles, hoping to convince him to change his mind and return. He never even bothered to acknowledge them. Yes, in Hiruzen's eyes, Jiraiya was just running from his responsibilities. Finally, Hiruzen had reached the orphanage and approached the front. Already, he could hear the sounds of children playing and laughter. He waited for a couple moments until the door finally opened, Akino there to greet him. A short, brown-haired and rather heavy-set woman, but one that he had known to be a mother hen through and through. This thought only made him more disappointed in her, an emotion he was beginning to be feeling far too often. Hello Lord Hokage, her voice trembling slightly. There was a small look of shame in her eyes that could barely stand to meet his own. What stood out most though, was the look of determination in the rest of her features. He didn't have to do this. As Hokage, he could force her to continue keeping Naruto in her care, but that look meant that she was adamant about getting him out of here. If Naruto did stay, his life would only go downhill from here as the caretakers began to neglect him more and more till he was already independent. It was best to get it over with now instead. Take me to him, his replied with his voice demanding and possessing an air of authority. Akino startled slightly, wide-eyed, and nodded, turning around to guide him to Naruto's room. The two went through the building, with Hiruzen smiling at all the children running up to greet him. Soon, they made it Naruto's room, and not even bothering to knock, Akino opened his door and walked in. "Hey old man, what took you so long huh?" rung out a young voice, full of amusement and mischief. Looking inside, Hiruzen spotted young Naruto. He was leaning up against the far wall, his arms crossed and a small backpack sat down in front of him. The short blonde-haired boy was wearing his ever-famous grin, a bright pink shirt on with equally bright white shorts and black shoes. He had on a pair of oddly shaped sunglasses, with a silver frame and red lenses. Naruto had asked for them during last year's Rinne festival that they spent together and wore them every day. In fact, Hiruzen couldn't remember seeing him without them on since then. Yes, without a doubt, Naruto had quite the flair for the dramatic. It didn't bother Hiruzen though, he had seen stranger things, and stranger people. Hiruzen smiled lightly, then chuckled a bit. "Well, when you get as old as me it takes a bit longer to get around," he said, humoring the boy. "Heh, sure old man. Whatever you say," Naruto replied, seemingly laughing at some inside joke. Naruto pushed off the wall, kicking his backpack up and looping one of the straps around his shoulder in one smooth motion. Now come on old man, let's go see this new place you got for little ol' me, he said, walking past him and Akino and toward the front door. Yeah, quite the flair for the dramatic indeed. The Hokage followed him to the front door, amused by Naruto's antics. Now Naruto, shouldn't I be leading the way? After all, I doubt you'll know where to go after we walk out that door. Naruto, finally at the front door, opened it and bowed dramatically, gesturing for Hiruzen to step out. Of course Lord Hokage, I was getting the door for you. One should be respectful to their elders. Hehehe. Naruto, with that grin still plastered on his face, laughing at the barb about his age. The two walked out of the orphanage, now side by side, they began to walk closer to Naruto's new apartment. It was located closer to the Hokage monument and thus the academy as well, which Hiruzen signed Naruto up to begin attending next year. As they walked through the village, the various villagers would often stop to look at the two, and not in greeting like they did when he was alone. They would often move to the other side of the street to avoid being close to them. Seeing this, Hiruzen looked down at Naruto. Naruto seemed to be ignoring this, grinning like always and his eyes hidden behind his stylish sunglasses. Hiruzen sighed a little, looking at him. Naruto had a bad habit of walking a little strangely. His hands would be in his pockets and his legs would move at an almost exaggerated pace, lifting up far too high when he walked. But he was mostly concerned about the way Naruto would hunch his head, as if he were too tall and trying to duck under something. They passed by and stopped by a few places, getting Naruto food, clothes and various supplies like utensils and dish soap. The apartment was already fully furnished and Hiruzen would leave further decoration up to Naruto. Continuing away from the market, Naruto stops and turns, standing still for a moment. Hey old man, what's the building for? The child looked up at Hiruzen pointing at a building to their left. Hiruzen looked over at the building Naruto had pointed out. It was a fairly large building, 2 stories and with a red shingles making up the roof. The beige walls showed obvious signs of wear, spider web cracks running all along them. He knew this building quite well, watched both its construction and the need for its use. Built during and after the First Great Shinobi War, it housed all of the war orphans that the war had brought and has done so for the second and third as well. It was a building that symbolized the pain and hardship that the Leaf had gone through, and a prison for the children whose parents were sacrificed in her name. Hiruzen looked down at the boy. Naruto looking towards the building, his usual smile missing from his face. That's the first orphanage that was built in the Hidden Leaf Village. Why is there something the matter? He asked, curious. The boy stares at the building for a moment longer, eventually looking away and continuing. Nothing, let's keep going, as he called back to him. They continue towards where Naruto will be staying. They finally walk up to a beige building with maroon-colored shingles. Standing about 4 stories tall, it was a plain apartment building. As they proceed to follow up the stairs to the top floor and stop at the 3rd door on their right, at room 4C. This will be the building you will be staying at. Opening the door, he revealed a single, small, plain room with dim green-colored walls and a wooden floor. In it was a bed with a small nightstand and alarm clock, a small desk and chair with a small radio on it and a single dresser. And this will be your new room? Naruto, after adopting his smile again on their way to the apartment complex, entered his new room, looking around. The two walked through a small doorway leading to the kitchen, where a small refrigerator, stove top and a small table with 4 chairs served as Naruto's new dining room. There was another door in the kitchen leading to the bathroom. Hiruzen put the bags of groceries on the dining table. So, what do you think, Naruto? Hiruzen asked, eager and slightly nervous to hear the boy's response. Naruto looked around the apartment for a moment, his smile dropping for a moment. Then his smile returned and he looked up at the old man. It looks like shit, old man. Hehehe, Naruto said, laughing. Rather disappointed but not very surprised the 3rd Hokage sighed. Language, Naruto, Hiruzen reprimanded him, handed him a spare key and then continued, I'm afraid you'll have to live with it for now, at least until you become a powerful shinobi and earn some more money. Speaking of, the Hokage reached into his robes and pulled out a small bundle of money, handing it to Naruto. As of this moment you'll be receiving a fixed income every 30 days from the Hidden Leaf in order to help take care of yourself. This is all you'll be getting, so be sure to spend it wisely. The Hokage moved out of the kitchen and into the main room, with Naruto following him. Also, I have enrolled you into the Ninja Academy for next year. As long as you'll be attending you won't have to worry about paying any rent or utility bills. Naruto flung his backpack off his shoulder and onto the bed, his grin widening as he flipped through the bills that Hiruzen just handed him. After flipping through the last bill, Naruto spoke up. Anything else I need to know, Naruto asked, still gleefully looking at the money in his hands. Hiruzen shook his head at the young boy's greed, and replied, no, that's everything for now. I'll be visiting in a few days to check up on you, and if you need anything I'm usually at the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen opened the door, ready to head home and relax for the rest of the day. Yeah, see you later old man. Naruto waved him off and closed the door behind him. With that, Hiruzen made his way home, this time traveling by the rooftops. There are many thoughts about Naruto on his way home. What Naruto was thinking and what his future was. As much as Hiruzen hated it, there were many things that rested on the boy's shoulders, too many. He would do all he could to make sure Naruto went down the right path. Hopefully he wouldn't be the only one for much longer. Daffy closed the door behind the old man, the smile on face dropping for a moment. Ever since they passed that building, the other orphanage, what his Haki had sensed had been bothering him, distracting him. Looking out the window in his new apartment, the sun was beginning to set. He would investigate it tomorrow. For now he would settle into his new home. He put the things that the third had bought him away into its new designated areas, made some dinner for himself and, after he was done eating, laid in bed. He lay there for a while, trying to sleep, but the orphanage situation still bugged him. It took a while, but eventually sleep took him. Daffy woke again at the crack of dawn, like always. He got out of his new bed and decided to enjoy his new freedoms. He used his own shower and bathroom, no longer having to share it with various other orphans. He cooked his own breakfast, something he was slightly out of practice of but was more than capable of. Changing clothes, Daffy grabbed something, a gift, out of his backpack and exited his new apartment, locking the door behind him with an objective in mind. Slowly, Daffy made his way over to the orphanage that he and the old man had passed yesterday. It took quite a bit, as Daffy had a bit of trouble remembering exactly where it was, but he found it again eventually. It was just before noon now, and just like at previous home, there was various children playing at a nearby playground. It was like clockwork. As soon as he was in range that Aura was back, calling out to him through his Haki. Daffy with his signature smile walked onto the playground and spotted two benches sitting back to back in the middle of the park. He walked toward it, slowly, tracking that Aura through his Haki, and sat down on one of the benches. Then he waited, his eyes staring straight ahead of him and his smile dropping. There, a boy was a few meters ahead of him. He was quite odd-looking, a bowl-shaped haircut, thick eyebrows and large, round eyes with rather prominent eyelashes. A small frown adorned the boy's stone-set face, a perfect example of seriousness. The boy walked forward at a steady pace, his hands neatly folded behind him. He continued to approach him, eventually reaching the bench Daffy sat at. Rather than sit next to him, the mysterious boy circled around, sitting at the bench just behind him. The two sat there a moment, back to back, the sound of the other children playing around them. Daffy reached into his pocket and pulled out the gift, a pair of sunglasses. Taking them, he reached over his shoulder, offering it to the other boy, who smoothly reciprocated the action, taking them from him. Daffy could hear the boy unfold them and place them on his face. They sat there for a moment, until finally, the other boy greeted an old friend. Daffy. Donquixote Doflamingo grinned. Verg. Chapter 2. The two sat there, at Daffy's dining room table, somewhat awkwardly, both of them eating the lunch, some sandwiches, Daffy had made a few minutes ago. Not really sure what to say to each other, they ate in silence for a few minutes until one of them finally broke the silence. So, I see you brought back the bowl cut, Daffy said, his usual smile slightly twitching, desperately trying to think of something to converse about. Virgo was not helping in the slightest, just sitting there stoically with a slice of ham stuck to the side of his face. Virgo sat there for a moment, chewing his food, then swallowed. Yes, it seemed appropriate. He returned to his meal. The awkwardness came back. Daffy sat there for a moment, slightly stunned and at a loss for words. Yeah, Daffy somewhat replied. He then pointed to the side of his face. By the way, you got something dashed off. Daffy, Virgo interrupted. Daffy's smile fell from his face. This wasn't good, Virgo never interrupted him. In all the years the two had known each other, the two always respected each other. No, Daffy knew, Virgo was livid. What happened? Virgo continued, looking directly at him now, that stern expression on his face. Daffy paused for a moment. He knew what he was asking. Virgo was well aware by now how he himself arrived in this strange new place, and now they were both here. Daffy's smile returned as he looked up at the blank ceiling of his apartment. Then, suddenly, he began to laugh. He laughed and laughed, not able to contain himself, and Virgo watched all the while, his expression never changing. His laughter stopped as quickly as it came, his smile turning into a frown. He sat there, still looking at the ceiling. I lost. The two sat there, Virgo watching, and Daffy waiting for his response. He didn't have to wait long. I see, Virgo replied, his voice calm. Virgo scooted back in his chair and stood up, walking toward the exit. Daffy looked down watching him leave, slightly confused. Then Virgo looked behind him, grabbing the slice of ham that was stuck to his face. "Follow me," he said, popping the leftover ham into his mouth, and with that the two of them left the apartment. After leaving the apartment, Daffy continued to follow Virgo, a frown replacing his usual smile as he contemplated what was going through Virgo's mind. They walked for quite a while, almost an hour if he had to guess, reaching what looked to be a forested area in the village. "This is one of the training grounds located inside of the village," Virgo said as they walked through the forest. "It's used by various ninja, this village's military force, as a location to spar and practice dangerous techniques." Doflamingo was silent for a moment as they reached a clearing in the forest. Walking toward the center of the clearing, he replied, "I see, and what are we going to be doing here then?" The two walked toward the center of the field, Virgo still not answering his question. When they finally reached it, Virgo stopped, with Daffy forced to stare at the young boy's back. He asked. Virgo turned around, looking back at Daffy, his hands still neatly folded behind his back. "We are not going to be doing anything. You, however, he said, as his hands slowly emerged from behind his back. "Are going to try and survive?" With that said, Virgo's form rushed toward him, his hands curled into fists. Daffy, surprised and taken aback from the unexpected attack, quickly tried to call on his haki and lashed out with a mid-high kick at Virgo's midsection. As soon as he delivered it, he realized his mistake. His legs, now much shorter than his older bodies, never reached him as he sent the kick far too early. Virgo advanced closer to him, ignoring the wayward kick, and threw a right punch straight at his chest. Daffy's haki failed him, too startled by the situation of his longest friend suddenly attacking him and his attack failing. He brought his arms up in an attempt to block the attack, another mistake. One does not simply block an attack from Virgo. Just before Virgo's fist made contact with his arms, it took in a black metallic sheen, and crashed into Daffy's defense. Armament hack dash, he didn't even have the chance to finish the thought, as his defense was torn apart by the enhanced attack. His body was launched from his now previous position, not stopping until he had finally crashed into one of the trees in the forest behind him. He could feel the bark of the tree crack and splinter as he collided with it. His new body screamed as it felt the greatest amount of pain it had ever known. Falling to the ground, Daffy lay there for a moment, gasping for breath and looking up at Virgo. Virgo stood there, his stern expression giving way to show grief and pain. His hands were folded behind his back now, but Daffy could tell they were shaking. "Daffy," Virgo said, his voice trembling, something that Daffy thought he would never hear. "For over 30 years, you were my king. Over 30 years ago I dedicated myself to serving you, protecting you, my only friend. All of us did." He stopped for a moment, looking down at him, then continued. "But now, we know that isn't enough. You must become more than a king. You must become a warrior, a leader, someone who does more than rule his people, or else we will meet the same fate. I won't allow that. I will not let you lose again," Virgo said, raising his voice, almost screaming near the end, again, something Daffy thought he would never hear from him. "Now, stand up." Resolving himself, Daffy stood up. The sun was setting by the time they were done, and the two boys began their long trek home for a much-needed rest. Daffy, his smile now back on his face, had his arm wrapped around Virgo's shoulder, who was helping him walk back home. He was an utter mess. Virgo, even in a much younger body, hadn't lost his touch. He beat him into the ground over and over again, but Daffy, knowing why he was doing it, didn't really mind. Until the fourth beating anyway. Virgo had just a few scuffs and scrapes on him comparatively. Having a body a year older than his own gave a distinct advantage. That's what he tried to convince himself of at least. Overall, Daffy was rather happy to have his friend back, and the two limped their way back to the apartment complex. After a little more than an hour and the sun beginning to disappear over the horizon, they finally made it to his front door. Stumbling into the apartment, Daffy threw himself onto the bed and relaxed. Resting for a moment, he sat up and looked at Virgo, who was opening the door again, preparing to leave. Hey, Virgo. Where you going?" Daffy cried out, a bit alarmed that he was leaving so soon. Virgo stopped and turned toward him. "I have to return to the orphanage, it is almost past curfew and it would not do for me to suddenly go missing. My new name is Lee, by the way." Daffy rubbed the back of his neck, frustrated. "Yeah, you're probably right. Next time I see him I'm gonna ask the old man to get you a place here too." Virgo paused for a moment in confusion. "Old man?" he asked. Daffy grinned in amusement, sitting up further on the bed. "So, get this. Apparently this boy," he said, pointing at himself, Naruto Uzumaki, is related to some pretty important people. That includes the old man, the third Hokage. He's been watching over me for quite a while and he has a hard time saying no to the poor orphan boy of the late fourth Hokage. Heh heh heh, Daffy said, laughing at the end of his explanation. Virgo was silent as he took in Daffy's words, then he nodded. Very well, I will return tomorrow and we will resume our training. Inform me if there are any updates in living arrangements. With that said, Virgo stepped out of the apartment, closing the door behind him. Daffy laid back onto the bed, his smile fading as he started to once again feel the bruises and soreness in his muscles. He kept replaying the events of the day in his mind, convincing himself that it wasn't all a dream. After a few minutes he made and ate dinner and laid back down for some much-needed rest. The third Hokage was having a pretty good day. It was well past midday and after having his half-day off when he took Naruto to his new home last week, he felt refreshed and was able to catch up on his paperwork. Smoking his pipe while enjoying being able to actually see the surface of his desk, he decided that he was going to go visit Naruto today. Standing up and stretching his aching back, he decided to be rather adventurous today, exiting out the nearby window like so many of his other ninja decided to do far too often. He chuckled to himself as he sensed his ANBU scramble to catch up to him, not expecting his dramatic exit. He jumped from rooftop to rooftop, the wind rushing past his face, reminding him of his younger days. On the way there, he thought about Naruto and the plans he had for the boy. He was already planning to grab Kakashi from ANBU soon, preparing him to eventually lead Naruto's team and become his teacher. He thought about letting Naruto graduate early. He knew Naruto could pull it off if he wanted to, but he decided against it. He saw what was becoming of Itachi, the latest young prodigy, and he refused to let the same happen to Naruto. He already had enough on his shoulders, even if he didn't know it yet. As he continued to make his way over to Naruto, he looked over the village. The villagers on the streets, smiles on their faces and some children playing ninja down the street. Seeing it made him happy, but a little sad as well, knowing that no one saw this as he did. That this was only still possible thanks to Naruto. That thought made him think of Minato, and the night of the Nine Tails attack. That night filled him with regret. He was known as the Professor, the master of 1,000 techniques, and yet he didn't know the one technique that would have saved Naruto's family, and the village's fourth Hokage. He knew it now, of course. Knowing that if the nine-tailed fox was ever released, the Reaper Death Seal was likely their only hope, and he made sure to memorize every aspect of Minato's notes about the now legendary technique. Putting those thoughts aside, he finally made it to Naruto's front door. Taking out his spare key, he unlocked the door and walked in, knocking at the same time. Naruto? Are you Hiruzen stopped talking. When he walked inside he saw a peculiar sight. Naruto was home, yes, with his signature smile and bright clothes, but there was another boy with him. He had a bowl-cut hairstyle and, like Naruto, had a pair of sunglasses on. His were silver with black frames, unlike Naruto's silver and red. He recognized them as another pair that Naruto had owned. He must have given them to the boy. He wore a plain green t-shirt and blue pants with black dress shoes, with a rather calm, almost stern expression on his face. The two of them seemed to be exercising or playing some kind of game. Both of them doing a one-armed handstand, trying to see who would fall over first. Hello Naruto, who's your friend and what are you doing? Hiruzen asked, a little confused but eager to meet his new friend. Naruto's smile widened and he sprung off the ground, flipping backward and landing in a crouch with his arms spread out, making a small pose. A second later, the boy stood up, chuckling slightly. Heh, we got tired of waiting for ya, so we decided to play a game, see who could stand on one arm the longest. Hiruzen smiled, thinking, so he really is a sensory type, and a gifted one as well. Being able to sense me for that long at the speed I was going means he could tell where I was from pretty far away. Impressive. And your friend? Hiruzen asked, curious to see what kind of person would make friends with a boy like Naruto. The other boy smoothly rolled to his feet, folding his hands behind his back. Walking up to the Hokage, he formally bowed at the waist. Greetings, Lord Hokage. My name is Rock Lee. Thank you for all of your help, the now named Rock Lee said, confusing Hiruzen. Thank you for what? The third asked, a pit forming in his stomach. This was, apparently, Naruto's cue as right after he spoke, Naruto made to answer his question. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. I'm adopting this kid, old man, so I'm gonna need you to do the paperwork and get me some more money. Heh. Yes, the third Hokage was having a pretty good day. He really hoped he could retire soon. He was too old for this shit. Sasuke Uchiha was a very proud boy. He was proud of his family, proud of his brother and proud to say that he was the strongest there was in his generation. These 3 points remained true throughout his childhood, all until he entered the academy, that is. He remembered the time he first saw him, the brightly colored boy with a grin too wide, too persistent to be natural. Other than that, Sasuke never thought much of the boy, thinking he was just some weirdo. But that changed quickly. On the last day of the first week of school, the instructors held a small sparring tournament for all the new students. A way to test how far along all the children were and what they would need to learn the most in their first year at the academy. Needless to say, Sasuke was confident. He was an Uchiha, a member of an elite clan, and had trained hard to gain the skill he had today. He had sparred with older students in the academy already, fellow Uchiha, so he knew he was skilled. Being the only one in his class only further increased his confidence. He watched the other students spar, waiting eagerly for his turn, his chance to represent his clan and show the others just what Sasuke Uchiha was capable of. Finally, it took a while, but the instructor, Iruka-sensei, called his name. With the female portion of the class cheering and chanting his name, he strutted up to the ring, waiting for his opponent to be called. Naruto Uzumaki. With his opponent's name announced, he looked out toward the group of students, waiting for the poor soul to step up. The way he walked was wrong. Everything about him was just wrong. His legs, rising too high, exaggerating his every step. The way he kept his hands in his pockets, as if they were something that he didn't want to waste on something so insignificant. He was hunched over, as if he were looking down on him despite them being the same height. And that grin, it told him everything his eyes should have held but couldn't be seen behind those glasses. There was hate in that smile of his. Sasuke shook those thoughts from his head though. He had a fight to win. He had a father to make proud. Naruto finally reached the ring and stood a foot across from him. The two made the seal of confrontation at Iruka's request, something they had learned yesterday in class, and at his mark, the spar began. The two stood there for a moment, waiting for the other to make the first move. Getting tired of waiting though, Sasuke started the engagement. Jumping slightly into the air, he performed a picture-perfect whirlwind kick aimed at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked at the knees, his hands still in his pockets and that grin never leaving his face as Sasuke's leg passed right over him. Growling slightly, Sasuke completed his midair turn and, still suspended in the air, aimed a drop kick onto Naruto's crouching form, a variation of the leaf whirlwind he was taught by his family. His leg rocketed down toward Naruto, intent on slamming into the back of his head when, suddenly, just before impact, Naruto disappeared. His attack missing, Sasuke landed on the ground confused on what had happened. Ha ha ha. He didn't just hear it, he felt it. The laugh from behind sending chills down his spine, causing dread to form in his stomach. He quickly turned around, raising his arms to block any sudden attacks, but there were none. He just stood there, his hands still in his pockets, that damn grin still on his face. Sasuke's heart was racing, his breathing speeding up until he was almost panting. That smile, that damn smile. Was he mocking him? These thoughts took over his mind, clearing away the dread and nervousness that filled him before. Instead, he saw red. He charged at the boy, intent on ending this clown that dared to make a fool of Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke didn't even see it coming. A strong force impacting into his chin, launching him back and forcing him to stare at the light blue sky. He landed on his back, dazed. Arching his head, he looked at his opponent, desperately trying to piece together whatever the hell just happened to him. It didn't take long. He was still standing there, with just one difference. One of his legs, still extended in a full front kick at chin level. A kick, he thought. I was beaten, by a single kick? By then, Iruka had already announced Naruto as the winner, who lowered his leg and walked back to stand with the other students. Sasuke got up, shaking the dizziness from his head, brushed himself off and did the same. Iruka asked if he was alright, but he ignored him. No one was cheering anymore, no one was chanting his name. The spars continued, but Sasuke wasn't watching anymore. All he could see was that damn grin. Fujiwara Terada had been an academy teacher for almost 40 years, yet never had he seen a student quite like Rock Lee. The boy was like a machine, he learned and adapted quickly, never being surprised or fazed by anything, even when Fujiwara made an honest effort to do just that, and he always had a stern expression on his face. Honestly, if he had never seen the boy eat and drink, he wouldn't believe he was human. Speaking of, the boy was an absolute slob, always coming into class with the remains of his breakfast or lunch all over his face. He didn't know how he never noticed either. It wasn't like it was just a couple crumbs or anything. At one point there was half a hamburger just kinda glued to his face, waiting for someone to point it out to the oblivious boy. He remembered watching one day just to figure out if he was doing it on purpose. He promised never to do that again. A slice of salami in a sandwich he was eating just sort of slipped out of his sandwich and floated onto the side of his face, with Lee never even noticing. He vowed to never figure out that mystery. That made the boy weird and eccentric, yes, but that wasn't why Fujiwara thought Lee was quite special. No, the reason he was so unique in his eyes was because the boy was a monster. Fujiwara was quite fond of using spars in order to drill his lessons into his young pupils' impressionable minds. That was what made Lee stand out so much. The boy could fight. He was fast and efficient, easily able to predict his opponent's moves and react to them in just the right way. He was tough, remarkably so. Fujiwara once asked Lee to help him demonstrate a judo throw. With the boy's skill, he thought Lee would be able to land on his feet and recover from the throw. But when Fujiwara grabbed the boy's arm and threw him over his shoulder and toward the ground, he did nothing of the sort. Lee smashed into the ground, taking the full brunt of the attack. Worried for his student, and also his job, Fujiwara quickly knelt next to him, trying to assess the damage. Lee's face was as stern as ever, and without a moment's hesitation, stood up and dusted himself off. Folding his hands behind his back, he joined the other students, leaving an imprint of his body in the ground. These things made Rock Lee a talented young ninja, yes, but what made him a monster was his brutality. The boy was cruel, he could see that. In his spars he went out of his way to deal the most damage possible to his opponents, and often toyed with them, dragging out the bouts for as long as he could when he could easily end it. What was worse, was the way he accomplished this, as if he had done it before, as if he had experience. Now, when he thought of Rock Lee, he didn't think of a young talented academy student aspiring to be the very best he could. No, now he thought of a ruthless machine that wouldn't hesitate to put his enemies 6 feet in the ground. So, why didn't Fujiwara report this to the Hokage? Because, when he thought back to the wars he fought and the friends he lost, he couldn't help but think that he could have used a man like Rock Lee at his side. Writing 100% on the piece of paper, Fujiwara put the paper into the stack on his left, and began grading the next test. Kakashi Hatake was rather antsy today, something he was not used to feeling. Most of the time he was lazing about, relaxed and reading his book. When he wasn't, he was focused and determined, ready to complete his mission and protect his comrades. Antsy was not something he was used to feeling, but when the third Hokage asked to meet with him in his regular guise rather than his ANBU uniform, the ANBU captain couldn't help but become restless. Traveling over the rooftops of the Leaf Village, he quickly arrived at the window in the Hokage's office, and let himself in. "You wanted to see me, Lord Hokage," he drawled out, standing in front of his desk and an orange book in his face, sounding completely disinterested. The Hokage looked up from the document he was examining, looking annoyed with him. "Yes, in fact, I wanted to speak with you about 3 hours ago." Giving the god of shinobi his traditional ice smile, he stayed silent waiting for the Hokage to speak. The aging god took a drag of his pipe before speaking up. "I'm pulling you out of the ANBU." "Why?" Kakashi immediately interjected, curious as to the Hokage's reasoning. They both knew he was one of the strongest shinobi in the ANBU Black Ops at the moment. His departure would mean a drop in mission success rate and, more importantly in Kakashi's eyes, a rise in friendly casualties. The Hokage stood up from his chair, turning around to look out the window and look upon his village. "Naruto is 9 years old now," he said, the mentioning of Naruto startling Kakashi for a moment. The Hokage continued a moment later. "He will be graduating in a few years and he will need a Jonin sensei," said the Hokage, taking a long drag from his pipe. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Still, I don't see why I have to dash. You have been a part of the ANBU for many years now, Kakashi. You have been used to working with the best of the best, but if you are to teach a group of genin, you will need to lower your expectations. Besides," the Hokage said, sighing slightly, "after seeing what had happened to Itachi, I would have released you from the ANBU anyways." The two stood there silently, thinking about the words each had said to the other. "Very well, Lord Hokage," Kakashi spoke first. "Good." The Hokage turned around, reached into his robes and pulled out a small book, tossing it over to him. Kakashi caught the book, opening it up. "What's this?" he asked, flipping through to the marked pages. "The latest graduates," replied the Hokage. "It'll be a while until Naruto graduates. Until that time, you can join the rest of the elite Jonin, and start testing potential genin." "Of course, Lord Hokage. Is there anything else?" Kakashi asked, desperately hoping the answer was no. "No, you're free to go." The Hokage returned to his chair and picked up the previous document. Kakashi leaped through the window, completely eager to read about his potential new students. The conversation brought back bad memories, memories of the child he was hesitant to meet. Naruto. With that thought, Kakashi returned home, steeling himself for the new challenges his shinobi life would bring him. He wasn't worried though, after all, shinobi endure. Shikamaru Nara liked to think of himself as a rather intelligent 9-year-old boy, as much of a drag that intelligence often was. Still, that same intelligence and the perception it offered made him very curious about the boy named Naruto Uzumaki. To be short, Naruto was an enigma. At first, he thought the boy was just another class clown, with his wide grin and strange choice in clothes. It did not take long for Shikamaru to reassess that previous conclusion. The strange boy had shown, through his class ranking, that he was very intelligent, holding the position of top student with almost no competition. He did it almost effortlessly, constantly slacking off and skipping class. Shikamaru found him to be, for lack of better words, somewhat creepy as well. The way he would simply smile at you, his eyes hidden behind those glasses of his. His laugh being a curious thing, as if he were laughing at a joke only he could understand. One day, after school, Shikamaru took it upon himself to challenge the talented boy to a game of shogi at the park, a board game that his father had taught him, a game only his father could beat him at. Naruto agreed and, after explaining the rules to him, the two began. It was the most grating experience Shikamaru ever had. At first, Naruto only looked at the board to make his move, the rest of the time dedicated to directing that sickening grin straight at him. He would chuckle now and then, as Shikamaru would contemplate his next move, further unnerving him, and the two would never speak. About 5 minutes later, well into the game by now, Naruto wouldn't even look at the board anymore, his hands moving almost autonomously to shift the pieces around the board. The pressure at this point was crippling. Shikamaru was being outplayed at every turn and all the while he refused to look up from the board. He refused to look up at him. It didn't take long after that. Another 5 minutes and he was swiftly defeated, his nerves breaking his concentration. Honestly, he wasn't very confident he could win even if he had held it together. Now, Shikamaru couldn't say he disliked the other boy. No, he had no animosity for Naruto Uzumaki, but he knew someone who did. There was no doubt in Shikamaru's mind that Sasuke Uchiha loathed Naruto Uzumaki. He would see it very often, Sasuke constantly trying to one-up the blonde-haired boy and every time he would fail. Every interaction between the two would instantly become a competition to Sasuke, Shikamaru knew that. Yet to Naruto it was just a game, with him laughing at Sasuke's attempts. Shikamaru would laugh if it wasn't so sad. He knew their situation, everyone who paid attention did. 1. The orphan boy who never had any parents yet always had a smile on his face. The other, a boy whose parents were taken from him, by his own brother no less. Shikamaru couldn't help but feel pity for them, ashamed at how happy he was to not know either pain. Shikamaru rose his head from his desk, escaping from his thoughts and looking at Irika, still drawling on about something or other. He took a look around the room from his seat, the highest seat in the right corner of the room. Sure enough, there they were. Naruto was sitting at the front row, leaning back in his chair with his feet on his desk. He was chewing some gum, blowing rather impressive bubbles until the gum popped, rinse and repeat. A couple rows behind him was Sasuke. His elbows were leaning on the desk in front of him with his hands folded in front of his face. Even from here, he could tell Sasuke was aiming a murderous glare straight at Naruto. He got the feeling Naruto knew it too, and was enjoying every bit of it. Thankfully, the bell began to ring, and the students packed their things and hurried out the door, ignoring Irika's words to remember to do tonight's homework. Once the majority of the students left the room, Shikamaru followed behind them, heading outside. Seeing the group of students in front of him, he spotted Naruto in the crowd, something that was fairly easy. Naruto broke from the group of students, taking a different path home than the one that Shikamaru usually saw him take. He thought about following him, seeing what he was up to and maybe getting to know him a bit better, but decided against it. It was too much of a drag. After leaving the academy, Doflamingo started to make his way down to the training grounds that he and Virgo began using 4 years ago. He was by himself today, with Virgo deciding to go shopping and grab groceries for the both of them. It had been surprisingly difficult for him to convince the old man to give Virgo a place of his own, especially considering the old man spent most of the time trying to explain that, 1, he was too young to adopt a child and 2, said child was older than him anyways. He did not respond to "you worry too much, old man" very well either. Still, 3 hours later, Virgo got his own key to an apartment just across from his own. Yeah, Daffy was a manipulative bastard, alright. Picking up his pace, Daffy took to the rooftops and sped along to the training grounds, making records time. Sitting down in a random area of the forest to avoid any interruptions, Daffy got to work. He had a small list of objectives to accomplish today. He was already capable of using the 3 basic techniques the academy taught. He had something else in mind for today's training session. First, was meeting with the 9-tailed fox. Yes, it did not take him long to figure out that the entity was in fact the 9 tails. He figured it out the first time it was covered in his first year at the academy. Sitting down in his small area of the forest, Daffy closed his eyes and concentrated. He sat there for quite a while, his usual smile absent as he stared at the back of his eyelids. A half hour passed and he was starting to get sore. Frustrated, he sat up quickly and opened his eyes. He was greeted by a dark damp sewer, water serving as the floor. Daffy looked around slightly confused, concentrating his senses to figure out where he was. He was at an intersection in the sewer, tunnels in 4 different directions revealing nothing but darkness. Then, to his left, he heard it. Breathing. Slow and steady but easily identifiable. Hesitating for only a moment, Daffy placed his hands in his pockets and traveled closer to the sound. He didn't know how long he spent walking. Time felt almost skewed here, warped in a way. He wasn't sure how to explain it. Eventually though, he reached it. A very large room with an even larger gate, 2 metal frames with massive metal bars separating him from what lay inside. The gate was closed and near center of the gate was a single piece of paper, the seal. The inside of the gate was shrouded in darkness, hiding whatever it imprisoned, not that it was much of a mystery. A grin appearing on his face, Daffy walked up to the gate, stopping a few meters in front of it. As soon as he stopped, a claw emerged from the gate, rushing toward him and stopping a couple inches from his still grinning face, the gate stopping it from coming any further. Daffy expected as much, and he knew the claw wouldn't reach him from here. After all, he had seen it before. Seeing his attack miss, the fox pulled his hand back, the darkness that once shrouded the cage disappearing, revealing an enormous orange fox with 9 tails. Daffy looked up at the beast and heard a loud, deep voice come from him. "Well, if it isn't my little warden. I should kill you where you stand. But this seal." The fox stopped for a moment glaring at Daffy, who was still looking up at him, as confident as ever. "Why are you here?" Doflamingo tilted his head for a moment, then began to laugh. "Heh heh heh heh. What's the matter, huh? Can't a guy come and visit an old friend?" Daffy mused, eager to hear the beast's response. The fox intensified his glare, baring his teeth and growling at him now. "I do not have friends. Now, answer me, why are you here?" The fox roared at the end, making Daffy plug his ears with his pinkies to withstand the volume. "That's pretty rude, you know. Maybe I should come back later, when you're in a better mood." "I know. I'll bring some chocolate with me next time. You like chocolate, right?" "Heh heh heh," Daffy said, bursting out in laughter at his own joke. This sent the fox over the top. He roared, sending Daffy flying back the way he came, with him laughing all the while. Soon enough, he was gone, and the fox huffed, laying his head back down for another nap, trying to get that smile out of his mind. Daffy, back at the forest fell back world, suddenly laughing. A few seconds later he sat up, wiping a tear from his eye. My, he really is a rude one, heh heh heh. Chuckling slightly, Daffy decided to visit the rude little fox on a later date. For now, there was one more objective on his list. He had been trying to recreate his strings for many years now, being unsuccessful every time. But, he had realized something a few weeks ago. Before, he had been trying to will his strings to appear, letting his devil fruit do the hard work. He had never tried to use the new energy in his body, his chakra. He had started as soon as he had that revelation and he was somewhat successful. He was able to create chakra strings, light blue strings that were apparently used in the Hidden Sand Village's puppet techniques. It was close, but it wasn't what he wanted. He could feel that there was more, that he could create a true string. He extended his arm, concentrating his chakra at his middle finger. Instantly, a blue chakra string was there, waving in the slight breeze. He didn't stop there. He focused more and more chakra, the effort beginning to make Daffy sweat a bit, and closed his eyes in concentration. He sat there focusing all the chakra he could, and when he met his limit, he opened his eyes and grinned. A white string was there, waving in the slight breeze. The Hokage sat back in his chair, thinking about the events he just saw through his crystal ball. He had some free time today, and decided to use it to check up on various ninja, including Naruto. When he first saw Naruto sitting there in the forest, he wasn't sure what to think. Curious, he kept observing and was very surprised when the 9-year-old boy suddenly fell back, bursting into laughter. Slightly bewildered, the aging ninja looked on, curious to see what he would do next. He was not disappointed. He was very well aware of the ability to create chakra strings, and of how most simply wrote them off as a puppeteer technique. Using chakra strings in battle was a subtle art, one that Hiruzen could see Naruto use very proficiently. That wasn't what shocked him though. It was what happened next. The boy continued to pour more and more chakra into the blue chakra string until, finally, something happened. It was slow at first, but, starting at the boy's fingertip, the thin blue string gained solidity, becoming a stark white. He had seen something similar to this before. Another Uzumaki who was also Naruto's mother. Her chakra chains were a powerful weapon that could restrain even-tailed beasts. Just what these strings were capable of, Hiruzen didn't know, but the professor in him couldn't wait to see them in action. Kakashi was antsy. The last time he felt antsy was 3 years ago, when the Hokage booted him from ANBU. It was finally time, Naruto was graduating and he was going to lead his team. If he passed his test anyways. Getting dressed and exiting his apartment, Kakashi took out his book, began reading, and made his way over to the Academy building. He wasn't actually reading though, he had too much on his mind. That night 12 years ago still replaying in his mind. He remembered sitting there, forced to watch and pray that his sensei, the fourth Hokage, would be alright. But he wouldn't be alright. He remembered everything after that too. Throwing himself into ANBU, serving Danzo for a time until the third had put him back on the right track. All that time and not once did he think of him, Naruto. He hated it, his past self that made mistake after mistake. He wondered what it would be like if things went differently. Those thoughts never lasted long. Shinobi didn't have time for regrets. So here he was, entering the academy and preparing to meet his team 3 whole hours behind schedule. He approached the classroom, opened the door and let himself in. Looking inside, and surprised to not hear any of the usual yelling at his tardiness, he saw his new cute little students, and quickly came up with something witty to say. How to put this, you guys, are a little boring. The pink one frowned. The raven-haired one scowled. And the blonde one? He simply grinned. Chapter 3. Sakura Haruno made her way to the academy, her head down, deep in thought. Today was the day. It was graduation day, where she would finally become a proper ninja and attain the rank of genin. The Sakura of the past, the one who had first joined the academy with her best friend, Ino Yamanaka, had always dreamed of this day. Now though, she didn't know what to think. Sakura was not cut out to be a ninja, she knew this. She spent all her time studying, learning as much as she could so she could slide by on her academics alone. While she did succeed in the end, it wasn't something she was proud of. Her grades allowed her to stay at the top of the aspiring kunoichi rankings, Irika's class being heavily graded on academics as opposed to physical ability. Probably a way to help the non-clan children keep up with the clan heirs that seemed to take up half her class. But she knew that she wasn't the best kunoichi there. She may even be one of the worst. She constantly dreaded any of the spars the academy would hold, losing to almost any opponent in one-on-one combat. Test her in anything else, and she would shine. Whether it was creating elaborate traps or casting ninjutsu with almost perfect efficiency, that's where she was at her best. But put her in front of an opponent and it would all fall apart. These were not the only thoughts going through her head. She thought back to the time her best friend convinced her to go to the academy with her, instead of the civilian school her parents wanted to send her. All the hours spent convincing her parents and look where it led her. Ino Yamanaka, the one who helped her come out of her shell and her only friend, now her bitter rival. Arguing over the smallest things, always trying to get a leg up on the other. She hated it. She used to look up to her, wanted to be like her. Ino was popular, beautiful, confident, and Sakura envied it. She wanted to rise and become her equal. Now, she just wished things could go back to the way they were before, but the both of them were just too stubborn. She thought back to the one who started that downward spiral, Sasuke Uchiha. When she first saw him, she was enchanted. Sasuke was perfect in her eyes, popular, beautiful, and confident. The mysterious aura of the boy had only helped to draw her further in. She remembered talking about him to Ino, not yet having learned his name, and just trying to describe the boy. Her descriptions weren't very effective though, with Sakura always squealing slightly in embarrassment during them. Ino would do the same, also telling her about a boy she had developed a crush on. Yes, the day it all went downhill was when they both learned the boy's name. The day they both became bitter rivals. The term soured her thoughts, making her want to gag. Her thoughts drifting on her slow walk to the next turning point in her life. She thought of Sasuke, the popular, beautiful, and confident boy with the mysterious aura, the boy who she was enchanted with. What a joke. It didn't take long for that crush to begin to wane. As the years went by, her confidence lowered from the high they received thanks to Ino. Her fighting skills, her large forehead, the solitude of losing her best friend. It all just piled up. She was a fool to ever think she could win over Sasuke. There was never any chance, no hope that the stoic and cold boy would ever think of her as anything other than an annoyance. After all, she could barely speak 2 words to the boy. Where could social skills like that ever take her with the Sasuke Uchiha? No, the only reason she still even tried was because of Ino. Those fights the two had, pushing and shoving each other, scrambling to Sasuke's side was one of the few things she looked forward to anymore. Those brief moments together reminded her of better days. Sakura stopped for a moment, pausing to shake her head and lightly slap her hands against her cheeks, shaking the depressive thoughts from her mind. Continuing her walk, she quickly let her mind think of something else, the first thing popping up being one of her classmates, Naruto Uzumaki. When she thought of Naruto Uzumaki, her mind drew blanks. The boy was wild, boisterous, and probably a little insane. She didn't know what to think of the boy at first. She had chosen to speak to the boy one day, finding, despite his outward appearance, he was approachable compared to Sasuke. Naruto didn't glare at her, as if trying to chase her away with sheer force of will. Naruto didn't ignore her when she approached, pretending she wasn't there or acting like she was too insignificant to even acknowledge. Naruto wasn't a stoic and cold boy who she could barely speak 2 words to. Naruto wouldn't frown at the world, pushing away anyone and everyone who just wanted to help him, get closer to him and just finally make a friendly connection with another human being after so long. Yes, when Sakura thought about the popular, beautiful, and confident Naruto Uzumaki, her mind just went blank. He had done it. Sasuke Uchiha had made his next step in his path. The path that would lead him to Itachi. The boy had trained and labored for countless hours, throwing everything he had at whatever challenge he decided to put himself through on that particular day. Whenever he would tire, whenever he would slow down in his efforts, his eyes closing, resting for just a moment, the darkness that the action brought would show him the blood of his family, and his eyes would snap open. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha had spent blood, sweat and tears to be able to sit here, waiting to be assigned to a team. If only his clan didn't have to spend their blood as well. Sasuke looked at the row in front of him as Irika continued his speech, staring at the aggravating worm that was Naruto Uzumaki. He was leaning back in his chair, his legs spread out onto the desk in front of him, clearly bothering the 2 students next to him. His hands were folded behind his head and, although he couldn't see it, he knew that he had that smile on his face. His clothes were just as unusual as the ones from his childhood. He wore a white, thin, long-sleeved t-shirt. It hung loosely on his body, with an open front revealing fishnet armor across his torso. He wore bright red pants with pink tiger stripes on them. The pants themselves seemed almost too short, stopping a little past his knees. On his feet were not the traditional shinobi sandals, but instead, black dress shoes, the toes curving up slightly and coming together in a V shape. Naruto had grown too, now standing a few inches above himself. At first, when Naruto had defeated him so easily all those years ago, he had been excited. He thought he found someone who took the life of the ninja seriously, who worked just as hard and knew the same struggles. But no, Naruto Uzumaki was just a damn clown. A clown who didn't pay attention to every lesson diligently. An idiot that didn't work his ass off for every ounce of strength. A moron, who was the best around by sheer talent alone. Naruto Uzumaki was just another prodigy, just like him. Sasuke, feeling his teeth begin to grind together, relaxed his body, letting the frustration he felt leave him. It was just in time as Irika had just called his name, finishing his boring little speech and grouping the students into 3-man teams. He listened carefully for the next name to be called, slightly wary to hear who his teammates were going to be. Sakura Haruno. Sakura, the pink one. Sasuke knew her well. The girl was enamored with him, as were many other girls in his class. He didn't know why either, he would always just ignore them and brush them aside, trying to tell them that he just wasn't interested in any of them. The message would never get through. Still, there was worse he could be teamed up with. As useless as the girl was in combat, if her spars were any indication, she was knowledgeable and intelligent, 2 important factors that could decide any battle. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha could work with Sakura Haruno. Naruto Uzumaki. The frustration returned. His teeth clenched as he released a small hiss through his teeth. His eyes widened in both shock and anger while his hands, folded in front of his face in his usual pose, balled into one large fist, causing the bones inside to pop. He looked down at the boy and his breath caught. Naruto leaned his head backward, staring back at him, that ever-present grin mocking him. Worse, he could hear it. That strange laughter, that should have been so quiet, almost inaudible, echoing loudly inside his head. Sasuke's hands relaxed, unfolding from the fist they had formed, his teeth unclenched and he looked back up to the front of the class, ignoring Naruto while watching Irika as he rattled off the other team formations, eventually releasing the breath caught in his throat. Sasuke sat in his seat, waiting for their sensei to arrive. Irika had eventually left the room as various jonin came to gather their teams. 10 minutes had passed and their new leader had yet to arrive. Sasuke still refused to look at Naruto, staring directly ahead of him at the chalkboard on the opposite wall. At the 1-hour mark Sasuke had decided to simply close his eyes, the room staying quiet almost the entire time. The 3 of them, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto, continued to wait in the classroom, everyone else having already left long ago. Sasuke, with his eyes still closed, listened to his new teammates. Naruto had decided to start chewing some gum to pass the time, making the majority of the noise in the room considering he chewed only with his teeth, his toothed smile never breaking. He could hear Sakura scribbling on a piece of paper, writing notes or perhaps drawing something. He had often saw her doodling during class, but the girl was very secretive about them, her hands always cupped around her pencil as she worked, hiding the drawing from any prying eyes. Almost 3 hours now. Sasuke considered himself to be patient and strong-willed, but now, sitting here completely still to maintain his image was beginning to wear on his willpower. Sasuke had opened his eyes every now and then, looking at his teammates to see what they were doing, trying to alleviate his own boredom. Sakura had, at some point, stopped her doodling and sat next to Naruto, the two conversing. Well, sort of. It wasn't much of a conversation really. Sakura would simply just start talking to him, from topics ranging from what she had done days before to what she ate for dinner last night, seemingly rambling. Naruto wasn't ignoring her though, simply taking the role of the silent listener. He would laugh every now and then and answer some of her questions with a simple yes or no, rarely ever truly contributing to the conversation. Sasuke watched the two of them. Sakura, rambling on and on while Naruto sat there, listening and nodding every now and then. He noticed something, looking at Sakura. He had seen her smile before, often being the one they were directed at. He just noticed through Sakura's droning, that she was smiling, but it was different. He remembered her smile being a subtle thing, a lipped smile that was often accompanied by a slight tilt of the head, an attempt to look cute, no doubt. This was different. It was just a bit wider, just a bit larger, slightly showing her teeth. Her head seemed to hunch over slightly as she talked, her posture different than what he remembered. It looked familiar. The classroom door began to slide open, Sasuke's thoughts coming to a screeching halt. A man, a ninja, walked in. The man was strange. Gray, silver, spiky hair stood tall upon his head. His face was almost completely covered, revealing only his right eye, expressing utter boredom. The unimpressive man slouched slightly, an orange book held in his hand as he slowly entered the room, slowly looking at the three of them as he finally spoke. "How to put this, you guys, are a little boring." Sasuke scowled. This was their sensei? Was he really an elite ninja? The room was silent for a moment before the man spoke again. "Meet me on the roof." With his piece said, the man vanished in a small puff of smoke. Naruto moved first, hopping over the desk. He put his hands in his pockets and made his way out the classroom, heading toward the roof. Sakura quickly made to follow him. Sasuke got up, taking a moment to stretch, the blood quickly flowing back into his limbs after he sat mostly still for almost 3 hours. He made his way to the rooftop and, opening the door, saw the rest of his team. Their new teacher was leaning up against the railing on the side of the building, Naruto and Sakura sitting in front of him. Sasuke joined them, deciding to sit next to Sakura, away from Naruto. "Well, now that we're all here, why don't we start by introducing ourselves?" the man said, sounding as if he would rather be doing anything else. "You introduce ourselves, sensei?" Sakura asked, as if confused on what she was supposed to do. "Yeah," the man replied, "you know, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future. That sort of thing," he continued, looking at the book in his hand and turning to the next page. A laugh came from his left, a voice following soon after. "Heh heh heh. You know, it's usually proper etiquette to introduce yourself to others first. I thought even old guys like you would know that much." The man looked up from his book to look at Naruto, silent for a moment. Then, he sighed, snapping his book shut. "Very well, I'm Kakashi Hatake," he said, bring a single finger to his chin, as if in thought. "As for my likes, I don't really feel like telling you guys that," he said, nodding at himself. "As for dislikes, well, who knows," he continued, shrugging his shoulders. "As for hobbies, I have lots of hobbies," his voice was confident at the end there. "And dreams for the future, never really thought about it," he finished, almost like he had some revelation. He glared slightly at Naruto. "And I'm only 26, for your information?" Naruto simply laughed lightly in response. "Now, your turn, the pink one." Kakashi's finger pointing directly at Sakura as he rested his chin in the palm of his other hand. Sakura made a small squeak, surprised at suddenly being the center of attention. "Oh, well, her voice was shaking, struggling with the simple introduction. "Well, I'm Sakura and I, like you, lots of things, yeah," she said at the end, sounding like she was convincing herself. "Things like reading and studying and draw dash," she cut herself off, pausing for a second before continuing. Anyways, I don't like spicy foods, I guess, and I don't really have many hobbies." The girl's mood went from nervous to slightly downtrodden before perking up again. But my dream is to be a really good ninja." The girl was smiling brightly at Kakashi, who, after a moment, nodded and pointed at Naruto next. "Now, the vibrant one." Naruto sat there for a second, chuckling before beginning his introduction. "Who? Little ol' me?" Well, I'm Naruto, of course. Naruto had raised his arms in the air dramatically, emphasizing his words. As for my likes, those are confidential, of course. Can't have anyone knowing about those, you see. Heh, he said, wagging his finger as if that were obvious. As for dislikes, Naruto's smile shrunk a little, something Sasuke never thought he would see. He looked closer at Naruto, slightly nervous at what would happen next. His smile returned again, wider this time. Veins began to show in his forehead, wriggling slightly under his skin as if he were clenching his teeth with unbelievable strength. Sasuke had never seen him so angry, and he braced himself to hear what Naruto, the carefree and always smiling boy, would hate so much. Barbecues. He nearly fell over, not prepared for the ridiculous answer. Not waiting for him to recover, Naruto continued. As for hobbies, I often spend my time being better than Sasuke. It's fun, easy to do and, best of all, free. He turned toward Sakura. You should really try it sometime, Pinky. Heh. Sakura chuckled nervously with him, looking very uncomfortable. Sasuke was, very slowly, counting down from 10, using everything he could to remain calm and not lunge at the other boy. I see, Kakashi said, watching the interactions between them. And your dreams for the future? Naruto grinned. That's a secret. Heh, he replied, chuckling quietly. Kakashi looked away from the blonde and turned toward him. All right, your turn, he said with that dull tone of voice. Sasuke calmed himself, taking a small breath before repeating the small speech he had thought up while the others were doing their introductions. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything, he said, keeping his flat and monotone. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan, and kill a certain someone, he ended mysteriously. With his small speech over, Sasuke looked up at Kakashi, waiting for him to continue. He refused to look at the others' reaction to his introduction, especially at Naruto's damn smile. But if Sasuke had looked to his left, he would see that Naruto was not smiling. Daffy made his way back to his apartment, thinking about his team and the survival exercise that Kakashi had told them about. He wasn't very surprised that there was another test to take before he became a genin. The graduation exam had been far too easy. Needless to say, he was excited. He had never fought this land's elite ninja and he was curious about what they were capable of. Thinking back to his team, his thoughts drifted to the pink one, Sakura. In his first life, he had taken many under his wing and into his family. A large number of them had issues. That being said, he got the same feeling from Sakura as he did from them. Sakura Haruno was a lonely girl. He would watch as she constantly vied for Sasuke's attention, competing against the other girls. It was something that had been going on since they all had entered the academy. It became a routine after a while, watching her and the other girl, Ino, rush through the halls, trying to be the first to sit next to the boy. Then, one day, something had changed. Sakura had decided to come up to him one day, during lunch and tried to converse with him. He was a little surprised at first. While he was by no means a social shut-in at the academy, his position as top student ensuring he was quite popular in school, Sakura had never shown any interest in him before. Daffy simply sat there for a bit, listening to the girl ramble on. Eventually, this would happen more and more frequently. When it first started, Sakura would barely look at him when she talked, merely glancing up at him every now and then before looking at the ground again, her voice stuttering and nervous. Eventually though, she grew more confident in their conversations, now looking directly into his eyes, without a hint of nervousness. Daffy, for once, didn't quite know what to do. It wasn't the first time some damaged or orphan child would attach themselves to him like this. Perhaps it was some strange charisma he possessed. Before, Daffy would abuse the connection, using it to absorb others into his family. Don't get him wrong, it wasn't like he didn't care about them. No, it was quite the opposite. Those children became his family, and family was all he had. But things were different now. Before, his family had a clear purpose in his mind. The destruction of everything the celestial dragons loved, with no stone unturned. But now? He didn't even know if the celestial dragons even existed anymore. Sure, he had seen the map of this continent, it being completely unfamiliar, but that proved nothing. It would not be outside the realm of possibility for this land to be just another undiscovered island in the new world. But that possibility seemed to get smaller and smaller as the years went by. It was a doubt that was always in his mind. A whisper that never quite went away, telling him that the people he hated with every fiber of his being could already be dead, and he would never be able to seize his revenge with his own hands. That's why Sasuke's little speech had gotten to him. He saw a bit of himself in the boy, and he knew where his own quest for revenge had brought him. He lost everything. Could he let the same happen to Sasuke? So, there was the dilemma. If he built his family again, what would he do? Would he repeat history, ask them to risk everything for him, just to feed the hate in his heart, desperately searching for an enemy that may no longer exist? Or, would he build it up again, but protect them, risk everything for them instead? Doflamingo just didn't know, his hate still ran too deep. Doffy opened the door to his apartment, walked in and closed the door behind him. He had a test to prepare for. He buttoned up the rest of his white trench coat, using his hands to smooth out the small wrinkles that had appeared. Finishing that, Virgo put his shoes on, exited his apartment and made his way toward Team Guy's exclusive training ground. Doffy had already left earlier that morning to attend his final graduation exam. Normally Virgo would have left at around the same time, but Guy-sensei wished to start their team training session a bit later than usual today. Virgo thought about Doffy and the past few years that the two had spent together. He remembered how relieved he had when he first saw him, sitting on that bench as if it were just another day. He had spent 6 years in his new life by then, utterly lost without his king. To have Doffy return to him was truly a miracle in Virgo's eyes. He thought back to the event that would follow that day, when he had raised his fists against his friend. That had been one of the hardest decisions he had ever made. He remembered the way his fists, usually adamant and unyielding, trembled and shook. Virgo did not enjoy harming his king. But it had to be done. Doflamingo had to become stronger than he was before, and Virgo was the only one that could ensure that he did. Virgo thought back to the rest of his family, to Diamante, Treble and Pica. When Doffy had given him his mission to infiltrate deep into the Navy's military ranks, he had been ecstatic. To know that Doffy trusted only him to do something so important meant everything to him. But that mission, the one he would have been assigned to until his death, had been the hardest thing he had ever done. The constant separation from his family wore on him, making each day go by slower and slower. Sometimes, he would have to go years without any contact with them. Being honest, a small part of him was sometimes afraid that his family had forgotten him. That was why, in his last moments when Doffy had thanked him, he was so happy. Because he could feel it, in the way he spoke and in his very words. Doffy had never thanked anyone before, and his words told him that those years of separation had hurt him too. So, Virgo smiled, content with the way his life would come to a close. And now, here they were, just the two of them against an unfamiliar world with unfamiliar rules. Without the rest of the family, Virgo knew they had to be stronger. So they trained. The first time they had trained, Virgo had a distinct advantage. He was far more comfortable with regular hand-to-hand combat, and Doffy had been quite crippled against him without his strings. As the years went by, that gap swiftly began to close. Doffy began to create his own way of fighting, using unorthodox angles of attack, often employing his legs to surprise and severely harm his opponent, in this case Virgo. From suddenly flipping into a handstand, and kicking toward his head, to quickly dropping low to the ground and delivering devastating vertical kicks. The fighting style was, somehow, slightly familiar, but Virgo was never able to make the connection. After a while, the Doffy became extremely skilled in the art of close-quarters combat, but Virgo could still beat him if he went all out. That quickly changed when he had rediscovered his strings. When Doffy had shown him that he was able to recreate his strings, he was shocked and eager to see what he could do now, allowing Doffy to use him as a test dummy. It became quite clear that these strings were different than the ones he given to him by his devil fruit, with some abilities seemingly out of his reach, at least for now. For one, Doffy's main ability to change some of the properties of his strings seemed to be gone. These properties were things such as their temperature or the ability to reflect light. This made Doffy's overheat and 5 chromatic strings attack unavailable for now. Also gone was his awakening ability, but this wasn't much of a surprise. Besides that, Doffy's strings were as strong as ever, able to do almost everything they could before. The only thing holding them back was the amount of chakra he possessed. Virgo snorted to himself lightly at that thought. Everything in this land relied on chakra, so having a large amount it to work with was a key advantage. Doffy's chakra seemed to have almost no limit, the only thing ever stopping him being genuine exhaustion. Virgo was a little jealous, honestly. After unlocking his strings, Doffy became a nightmare fight, incorporating them into his fighting style. He would attach the strings to himself and the clouds or surrounding environment, allowing him to simulate floating in the air. He would use this weightlessness to launch heavy kicks that could strike from any direction, and dodge almost any attack, his ability to dodge no longer being restricted by gravity. His strings would often be scattered around the area, often surrounding his opponents. They were razor-sharp, and threatened to instantly decapitate someone who wasn't paying attention. Yes, Doffy had gotten much stronger. Virgo walked onto the grassy field, toward his teammates who were already in the clearing. He watched as Rock Lee entered the clearing, his hands behind his back and remnants of his breakfast glued to the side of his face. Niji Hyuga did not know what to think of the boy named simply Rock Lee. He often thought of himself as a rather stoic human being, taking everything in stride with utter seriousness and determination that would never waver. Seeing Rock Lee made him doubt that image. Lee's face was almost carved from stone, never changing even when their sensei would accidentally send him though a tree in a training session with a bit too much youth. Lee was someone who was forged from steel, and that made Niji wary of him. In his eyes, Rock Lee was an anomaly. Everything he had learned in his life told him that the young orphan who had nothing, right from the beginning, should have stayed just that, nothing. But no, Rock Lee was anything but that. He had talent, strength, and the determination to use them to break any obstacle in his way. It went against everything Niji believed in and he refused to accept it. As Lee approached, showing up the same way he always did, exactly on time and not a second early, he turned to Might Guy, an idea forming in his mind. "Guy-sensei," he said, grabbing the older man's attention. Might Guy was a strange man, dressed in a bright green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers. The man may look like a clown but he was strong, a master of his craft, taijutsu, and for that he had Niji's respect. Guy looked down toward him, his attention being taken away from Lee's approach. What is Niji?" he asked, curiously. Niji continued on. "I'd like to propose something, a spar between Lee and I," he said, keeping his voice flat. "We're both strong fighters and I think both of us would benefit greatly from it." Niji made sure to keep his voice and face as calm as he could. One would think that the two would have sparred before, the two being on a team for a year now. But no, Guy-sensei would often take it upon himself to be their sparring partner instead. His absolute mastery of various martial arts making sure they never got too comfortable. Niji suspected that his teacher knew that he did not like Rock Lee, and that was why he would never let them spar. Guy looked down on Niji for a moment in thought. Eventually, he nodded, then revealed a bright white smile. One of his hands offered a big thumbs up and his smile produced a bright twinkle. "All right. But it'll be after today's exercises. We'll have a hard time getting through them if you two are all black and blue." With that, Lee arrived on the field, and the team prepared for Guy's grueling workout. The two stood a few feet apart, facing each other, bodies tensed as they waited for the match to start. Niji, his hands out and both palms facing his opponent. Lee, his hands neatly folded behind his back, his sunglasses hiding his expression. Might Guy eyed his two students, wondering if he was doing the right thing. The two had great potential, and he could see himself taking either of them on as a true apprentice of his. But there were things that held him back. First, was Niji. He was a true prodigy of the Hyuga clan, already showing masterful use of their gentle fist techniques. What made Guy hesitate was Niji's beliefs, that hard work is useless and only those who were destined for strength could achieve it. That mentality went against everything Guy believed in. Then there was Lee. Being honest, Lee was more suitable to take up Guy's mantle, his current fighting style relying on the same thing as his strong fist, using overwhelming physical force to break his opponents. In that aspect, Lee would make the perfect student, if it wasn't for one thing, if it wasn't for how utterly ruthless the boy was. He had been with many missions with his team, and he remembered the first time he grabbed a genin's first most difficult assignment. Their first time having to end another's life. The mission was to eliminate a small group of bandits located a few days out from the village. He never did understand that. Why would normal criminals choose to operate so close to a place where its children were trained assassins? He would never figure it out. Anyways, they had arrived at the bandits' camp in the dead of night, Guy scouting the area to ensure there were no shinobi among them. He let his students loose, not taking a single opponent himself and relying on his students to finish the job. Ten had the worst time with it, her weapons revealing copious amounts of blood. She was the most hesitant one, and afterwards had spent days cleaning the weapons she used on this particular night. Niji was the quickest, his gentle fist quickly and efficiently taking his enemies down. Niji's face was as stoic as ever, but Guy could see a faraway look in his eyes after his battle was done. Lee was the slowest, but not out of incompetence or skill. The three of them watched. The man was screaming, laying on the ground with the remains of his arm outstretched toward them, as if asking for help. A moment later, Guy realized that he was asking for help, his screams making him almost incomprehensible. Lee stood over him, his hands curled into fists as they thundered into the man. His punches had a slow and rhythmic pace to them, the sound of shattered bones and tearing flesh echoing across the camp every time they hammered down. Watching, Guy realized with horror that Lee wasn't just attacking aimlessly. No, every punch was aimed with perfect precision, designed to keep the man alive until the very last moment. Soon, the screams had stopped. The arm that had been extended toward them had gone limp. He was dead. Lee stood there for a moment, frozen as his fist was reared back, prepared to deliver another crippling blow. Slowly, he adjusted his sunglasses, then folded his hand behind his back and walked toward his team. The team made camp not too far from the bandits. Deciding not to travel home by night, they decided to rest and try and forget about today. Guy, throughout the night, remembered something. His attention had mostly been fixed on 1010, as he was most worried about her since she was the least skilled out of the three. Still, he was pretty sure Lee would have had to fight more than one opponent. Sneaking away from his team for a brief moment, he made his way back to the camp to take a look around. He had found them. 3 bandits, all dead inside one of the tents. Small, coin-sized holes had been drilled into their forehead dash. Do you think this is a good idea, Sensei? The voice interrupted his thoughts, bringing him back to the grassy field. He looked down to his left and saw 1010, the one who spoke, looking up at him nervously. Guy flashed a quick smile at the girl, trying to reassure her. There's nothing to worry about. It's just a friendly little spar, nothing more. With that said, he looked at his 2 students, and gave the signal. Niji started the fight, something that was quite unusual. His palms, as quick as lightning, raced toward Lee, who hadn't budged. Just before the first palm made contact, Lee moved. He had never seen anything like it. Lee's body seemed to almost float, bending around Niji's attacks as if he were as malleable as a leaf. Niji resumed his attack, not wanting to give Lee the chance to begin a counter-assault. His attacks quickened but they never met their target. He could see it. Niji's eyes, fierce and surrounded by bulging veins, signaling the use of his Byakugan, began to fill with anger. His attacks became wilder, sacrificing technique and accuracy for speed, desperately trying to touch Lee's seemingly untouchable form. A fist rocketed out from behind Lee's back, not giving Niji any chance of blocking or avoiding it. It slammed into Niji, his solar plexus, with an almost audible crash, stopping Niji dead in his tracks. Niji's hands were still outstretched, a palm stopped just inches away from Lee's neck. His face was blank, eyes unfocused. Then, he slumped over Lee's fist, his arms falling limply to his sides. Lee grabbed hold of him as he fell, gently laying the unconscious boy onto the ground. Guy walked over to Niji, examining him and confirming that there was no lasting damage. He looked at Lee, watching his impassive face. Good job, Lee. That was very impressive. Lee simply nodded, and Guy scooped Niji into his arms, lifting him up. Today's practice is over for today. You guys get some rest. I'm going to take Niji back home to the Hyuga compound. His 2 students nodded, and Guy rocketed off, heading to Niji's home, hoping that the Hyuga weren't too mad or curious on how their prodigy ended up like this. Guy thought about the fight, still wondering if it was the right decision to make. Hopefully, Niji would learn something from this fight, that destiny wasn't everything. Maybe then, he could take Niji on as his apprentice. He knew one thing though. He would never teach Rock Lee his strong fist style, no matter what. This weirdly dressed guy is surprisingly hard to keep track of, thought 8-year-old Konohamaru Sarutobi. He was bored out of his mind today. Udon was busy studying, Moegi was out shopping with her mom and Konohamaru was not in the mood to hear Ebisu's lectures. Wandering around the village he was named after, he came across a rather interesting sight. He was kind of funny looking, the way he kind of waddled along, almost bow-legged and with a big grin on his face, almost as if he were laughing at something. His clothes were rather fancy-looking, exotic in a way, and Konohamaru couldn't help but notice the ninja headband, tied loosely around his waist. This was an opportunity. A chance to see an awesome-looking, young ninja at work, and Konohamaru didn't waste the chance at potentially alleviating his boredom. He began to follow the boy, like an untraceable shadow, hiding behind street lamps and staying hidden under his square-shaped fake rock. He was the very definition of stealth. As he followed, the blond boy suddenly sped up and turned to the left, entering a small alleyway. Startled and not wanting to lose him, Konohamaru got out from under his clever disguise and ran into the alley. It was empty. Confused, he walked forward into the alleyway, looking around for any super-secret ninja passageways that the boy may have used. Suddenly, a sharp string came from face, making the boy cry out and fall backwards. Instinctively, he put a finger to the spot, feeling something wet and warm. Pulling his hand back, saw his fingers were slightly wet with blood. He looked up from his position on the ground, and could barely out a thin white line, stretched across the alleyway at head level. Is that some kind of wire? He thought, confused. Heh. You should be more careful on who you follow. You never know who they might turn out to be. Crying out in alarm, Konohamaru scrambled forward, under the mystery wire and away from the voice that came from behind him. Quickly getting up and turning around, he saw the boy he was following, grinning at him and chuckling to himself. Konohamaru was quick to reply. Hey! Were you the one who put that weird wire there? He cried out, finger pointed accusingly, trying to steady his rapid heart. The boy laughed. And what if I was, huh? What are you gonna do about it? He said, leaning down and glaring at the boy. Konohamaru made an audible gulp. I'll, tell my grandpa. Yeah, that's what I'll do. And then you're gonna be in a lot of trouble, you hear me, he said with false bravado. The boy chuckled slightly. Well, we wouldn't want that now, would we? My name's Naruto, what's yours, kid? Konohamaru, steeling himself, replied, I'm Konohamaru, grandson of the great third Hokage. He half expected Naruto to quickly apologize, the grin falling off his face as he realized just who he had attacked. He was wrong. His grin widened, as he began to laugh. Well, Konohamaru, tell you what, why don't we forget about this little ordeal and, in return, I'll owe you a favor. Naruto extended his hand, the wire separating them disappearing. Deal? Konohamaru stood there and shook. Wordlessly, he took the other boy's hand and gave it a shake. Excellent, now, I've places to be, he said, turning around and walking out the alleyway. See you around, Konohamaru, he called back, waving his hand in the air to say goodbye. Konohamaru just watched as Naruto rounded the corner, disappearing from view. He said my name. With that thought, Konohamaru dashed out of the alleyway, intent on visiting his grandfather to beg him for a new wardrobe. Those clothes of Naruto's did look really cool. Continuing his steady pace, Kakashi Hatake made his way toward Training Ground 7, eager to test his new students and see if they were worthy of graduating. He snorted slightly at the sarcastic thought. Failing Team 7 was an impossibility, he knew that. A team that had the last loyal Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was destined to pass. The higher echelons of the village would make sure of that. They were both too important to simply boot out of the program. The third had a hard enough time ensuring that they didn't graduate ahead of schedule, after the last young graduate came down with a severe case of parricide. No, failing Team 7 was not gonna happen. Still, the rest of Team 7 didn't have to know that particular detail. Now coming close to the rendezvous point, Kakashi thought of the individual members of his team. First, there was Sakura Haruno, a jumble of psychological issues if he had ever seen one, and coming from him that was saying a lot. Severe depression, attachment issues, low self-esteem and body dysmorphic disorder centered around the size of her forehead. Kakashi didn't know what the Hokage was thinking assigning her to this team. But, then again, who else but Sakura Haruno? The other non-clan children would have even less of a chance keeping up with Naruto and Sasuke. The other clan heir teams were designed with specific purposes in mind, teaching skills that its members would be talented in to help them flourish as ninja. Team 7, meanwhile, was a rather ragtag group. No specialization and no purpose, the misfits. Kakashi's team had been the same and so had Jiraiya's. Team 7 was where the misfits, who didn't belong anywhere else, would gather. Kakashi sighed as he thought of his next student, Sasuke Uchiha. He felt a small connection to the boy, reminding him of his younger self. Young, talented and angry at the world, only finding enjoyment on reaching the next level of strength. A young Kakashi could definitely relate. But Sasuke had something that young Kakashi didn't, a rival. Someone who could push him to greater heights and form a connection with. Yes, Kakashi could see the one-sided rivalry between Sasuke and Naruto was very important. Without Naruto, Sasuke would eventually separate himself from everyone in the Leaf, driving him further and further away. He was a very antisocial boy, with tunnel-like vision focused on reaching Itachi's level of strength. But, his connection with Naruto served as a good way to keep Sasuke grounded, to keep him from becoming a potential flight risk. A good move on the Hokage's part. His thoughts were brought to Naruto, the son of the man that Kakashi had viewed as a second father, a pseudo-stepbrother of his. Naruto was a very unique individual. He had many quirks and was a very carefree person. Kakashi thought that he would be like a mix between Minato and Kushina, but no, Naruto was his own special kind of person. If he inherited anything from them, it would be talent. Naruto was a prodigy, through and through. He simply glided on by in the academy with minimal effort. According to the reports he had read, Naruto was a powerful fighter. He was clever and a formidable strategist, with a malleable mind that thought outside the box. He was looking forward to this test and the chance to see him in action for himself. Finally arriving at the clearing, he spotted his team sitting near the memorial stone, waiting for his arrival. Speeding up, he suddenly appeared in front of them, his eye cracking a smile as he gently waved at them. His students simply looked up at him, Sakura managing to get a greeting out. Oh. Good morning, sensei. Kakashi sweat dropped. The funnest part about showing up 3 hours late to everything was the reactions for when he finally arrived. They were making this rather boring for him. Yes, well, let's get started, shall we, he said, walking up to one of the 3 wooden posts nearby. Reaching into his pouch, he grabbed an alarm clock, set it for noon, 2 hours from now, and placed it atop the center post. He guided his students away from the memorial stone and near the center of the clearing. Turning to his students, B pulled out 2 silver bells and held them in front of his face. Your test is rather simple. I will have these 2 bells, tied to my waist, your objective being to retrieve them. By noon, when the alarm goes off, those who still have a bell will pass, the ones who don't will be sent back to the academy. Sakura suddenly had an alarmed look on her face, panicked. But sensei, there are only 2 bells. Kakashi smiled. Very good Sakura, meaning that, at most, only 2 of you will pass this test. We'll begin on my mark. Kakashi waited for a moment, looking at his students. Sakura was shaking slightly, clearly nervous. Sasuke had a glare aimed toward him, his body tensed with a hand near the pouch around his waist. Naruto simply stood there, grinning at him. Start. With that, Sasuke and Sakura promptly disappeared, taking cover in the surrounding forest while trying to think of a plan to steal the bells. Naruto was still standing there. Hehehe. This is quite the test, old guy. Very clever. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched at the old guy remark, reading into his words. So, he already figured it out, huh? Yeah, he's definitely your son, sensei. Before he could reply, Naruto continued. Still, a test as simple as this is pretty boring, old guy. Let's liven it up. Naruto's grin spreading, he quickly rushed toward Kakashi, who raised his guard. Naruto delivered a high kick, his height only letting it reach up to his chest. Kakashi lowered himself slightly, getting into a better stance to block the attack and prepared to bat the light kick away with his forearm. Things happened a bit differently. The kick had far more power in it than he had expected, almost throwing Kakashi aside, as he slid a few inches away due to the kick's force. Naruto then turned, making a small hop as he sent his other leg to meet the first, kicking the same spot. Just before his second leg made impact, Kakashi focused on the first leg, still being blocked by his forearm, and grabbed a hold of Naruto's ankle, throwing him away from him. He didn't fly far, as Kakashi saw something he had never seen in all his years as a ninja. Adjusting himself, Naruto recovered and then seemed to stop himself in midair, his legs bending as if he were touching some invisible force. Naruto kicked off the air, rocketing toward him. Kakashi, right before Naruto made contact with him, fell backwards into a condensed handstand, using his hands to push off the ground and plant his feet into Naruto's body, who was now hovering over him. Again, something strange happened. Naruto dodged, his body seemingly floating in midair as he was now at Kakashi's side, already launching a kick toward his unprotected side. Exerting more strength, Kakashi continued his initial attack, using it to launch himself in the air and dodge Naruto's attack. Quickly landing on the ground, he hopped back and examined Naruto, trying to figure out how he was seemingly flying. Naruto slowly lowered to the ground, his feet firmly back on the ground. The two watched each other for a moment before Naruto let out a loud laugh. Hehehehe. My, you really are a jonin, aren't you? Gotta say, I was curious how strong an elite ninja was and I'm not disappointed. All that and you're still holding back, not a scratch on ya. Impressive. Kakashi digested his words before relaxing his body, lowering his guard. The same to you as well, Naruto. I had heard you were talented, but that really was something else. I assume you already know the purpose of this test. Naruto chuckled slightly. Oh yeah, the old man would tell stories of it, you know? How the first Hokage used it to teach him and his team about teamwork. I knew it as soon you brought out the bells. Kakashi sighed as he translated old man to third Hokage. Not even thinking about how Naruto would call both the third and him old, he made a request. Very well, do you mind staying out of this for a bit then? I'm curious to see what Sasuke and Sakura do next. Naruto was silent for a moment, his smile falling for a moment as a thoughtful expression took over his face. Then it returned. Hehehe. You can't even fail us if you wanted to, could you, old guy? Naruto said quietly, no doubt making sure the others couldn't overhear him. Before he could answer, Naruto continued. Well, whatever, guess I'll go take a nap then, come find me when you're done playing. Naruto disappeared afterward, leaving Kakashi alone in the clearing. He sighed, he got the feeling it was going to be a long day. Sasuke Uchiha had watched from his hiding spot in the trees. Watched as Naruto went toe-to-toe with a jonin. He felt his anger rise, his pride wounded as it demanded to march down there and prove himself just as capable. Sasuke held himself back though, knowing that going in hot-headed would just lead to his defeat. Deciding to wait and follow the jonin, who was currently walking along a path in the forest, searching for them. After a few moments, a strategy in mind, Sasuke struck. Releasing a spool of ninja wire, he wrapped it around Kakashi, who had a look of surprise on his face, pulled the wire taut to stop his moments and made a grab for a bell. Just before his hand made contact, there was a poof of smoke, Kakashi revealing himself to just be a rather detailed scarecrow. A substitution. He thought, dashing back into the forest. He made a run for it and headed back into the clearing. A few seconds later he arrived, and turned toward the forest behind him, looking for signs of movement. A good try, but you'll need to do better than that if you want one of these bells. Sasuke turned around quickly, a kunai in hand as he raised his guard and focused on his opponent. Kakashi merely raised his only visible eyebrow. Taking one of his hands out of his pockets, he made a come-hither motion with his hand. It worked, as Sasuke kicked of the ground, rushing toward him and throwing his kunai at his sensei's head. Kakashi plucked the kunai out of the air with the same hand, as Sasuke made several hand seals that, judging by the look he made, Kakashi recognized. Fire style, fireball jutsu. After, releasing a stream of flames from his mouth, Sasuke stood there waiting for the smoke to clear and reveal his sensei's charred body. The smoke cleared. There was no one there. Looking around frantically, Sasuke searched for his sensei, listening for any indication of him. Where will he come from? Behind? Above maybe? Kakashi answered his thoughts. Below. A pair of hands reached out from the ground, grabbing Sasuke's ankles and pulling him toward the earth. When it was over with, Sasuke was almost completely buried in the ground, only his head visible. Spitting some dirt out of his mouth, Sasuke looked up to see Kakashi staring down at him. Earth style, headhunter jutsu, he said simply. Sasuke growled at him, humiliated and struggling to get free. You're pretty good, Sasuke, but not quite on Naruto's level yet. Sasuke's struggles came to a stop, taking in his sensei's words. Tada. Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke in the ground. Sasuke had stopped moving, still processing Kakashi's words. Anger was slowly starting to boil in his mind. Picturing Naruto laughing at him, mocking him as he stayed one step ahead at every turn. He remembered Naruto's fight with Kakashi, and his anger disappeared. Sasuke looked up to blue cloudy sky, content for a moment, basking in his small revelation. He was right, he just wasn't at Naruto's level, yet. Soon enough 2 hours had passed, with Daffy napping in front of the memorial stone. The alarm went off, waking him from his slumber. Yawning, he stretched and looked around. Walking toward him was the rest of his team. Sasuke and Sakura air-walking with Kakashi, their heads down and a shameful look on their faces. Finally reaching Daffy, the 3 young students sat down, looking up at Kakashi to hear their results. Naruto spoke first. So old guy, how'd they do? Kakashi looked at him for a moment. They failed, he said simply, disappointment evident in his voice. Sasuke and Sakura both lowered their heads. You two failed to see the true purpose of this test. This was not about proving yourselves in a trial by combat, showing that you're the strongest. It was about teamwork. The two looked up while Daffy watched their reactions. Teamwork, Sakura said, slightly confused. Kakashi sighed, exasperated. Yes. Did you really think that either one of you would be able to defeat me, a Jonin? You're still just fresh new genin. The only way you would have succeeded was to work together. But there were only 2 bells. Even if we worked together, someone would still fail, Sasuke argued, desperate to find a way to pass the test. That was the point. You were supposed to look past your own interest and look after the interest of the team as a whole. Kakashi sighed and walked up to the memorial stone. On this stone are the names of the heroes who fought and died for this village. All of them understood what it took to be a ninja, sacrificing themselves to ensure that the will of fire lived on. Kakashi's voice was quiet as he spoke, the others listening intently on his words. He looked over to them. Starting tomorrow, we'll be going over team cohesiveness. We'll be starting at 8 o'clock sharp, so don't be late. Sasuke and Sakura looked confused, with Sakura voicing her confusion. Wait, so, we passed? Her tone slightly hopeful at the end. Kakashi nodded. Yes, lucky for you too, your teammate figured out the test right away. So, for that, it'll allow you to pass. Sakura smiled while Sasuke revealed a small smirk, both of them glancing at Daffy. Daffy chuckled at the two, listening to what Kakashi said next. Now, we are officially Team 7. Drip, drip, drip. In a dark wet sewer, behind a massive gate, Kurama, the 9-tailed fox, was in deep thought. He thought about his container, Naruto or Daffy, whatever name the boy really went by. He had been watching him ever since the two had met 3 years ago. There was something strange about the boy, and he wasn't talking about his clothes or that creepy smile. No, it was something else. For as long as he could remember, Kurama had the ability to sense the negative emotions of others. He could sense them in every human he had ever encountered, but Naruto was different. Yes, never before had he found hate greater than his own. It was like he was drowning in it. Hidden behind that smile was a person who wanted to burn the world around him. So, why was he so friendly toward him? Ever since the two had met, Naruto would simply try and make conversation with him, never asking for his power. No, he would simply stop by, explaining the next way he had tried to bring chocolate with him but it not working for the 100th time now. Every time, Kurama would send him away, Naruto laughing as he did. Kurama could sense negative emotions, he knew there was no deceit behind their interactions. He thought back to the old man's words, about the one who would reunite the tailed beasts and bring them to the proper path. He wondered if the only person who could reunite them was one who had suffered the same pain as them and shared the same hate. Kurama laid his head down, closing his eyes. He dreamed of a blood-red moon, and a tall, strangely dressed man standing before it. Whether the man was stopping or causing it, he couldn't tell. He walked through the dark underground corridor, his heart pounding in his chest as fear began to tighten its grip around him. He was getting closer now, his anxiety and fear climbing as he approached him. Soon enough, he was at his door. Gulping audibly and preparing himself, he opened the door, walked in and bowed. He sat in his throne, his complexion pale as he stared with his snake-like eyes. His ink-black hair falling past his shoulders. This was the man that he had served, the man he abandoned the Leaf Village and his fiancée for, something he was beginning to regret. "Lord Orochimaru," he greeted. Orochimaru smiled at him, then he spoke, his voice was soft, with an allure that simply drew you in, forcing you to listen. "Mizuki, why are you here? Were you successful in your mission?" Mizuki gulped, and gave his report. "And no, Lord Orochimaru. The scroll of seals was too well guarded. Rather than trying to steal it, I came to report someone who might be of interest to you." Mizuki, who was still bowing, didn't dare look at Orochimaru's face, terrified at what he might find. He chuckled slightly. "Oh? Please, do go on." Mizuki, steeling himself, continued his report. "There has been a recent graduate you might take an interest in, my lord, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." "The Nine Tails?" Orochimaru asked, curious. "Yes, my lord. He was recently made a genin, and his skills are far above even Sasuke Uchiha, the one you ordered me to keep tabs on." The chamber was silent for a moment, before Orochimaru's voice returned. "Is that so?" he said, his voice holding a small amount of wonder. "Excellent work, Mizuki." Mizuki smiled, happy that he had satisfied Orochimaru after failing his mission. He looked up. "Thank you. The last thing Mizuki saw was a white snake flying toward his neck. Chapter 4. Asuma Sarutobi took a small drag of his cigarette, he and his fellow jonin waiting for Kakashi to show up to the meeting to report who had passed the examinations. He had just recently come back from meeting with his new team. He decided not to test them, simply taking them to a restaurant to eat and get to know them better. He already knew that Shikamaru, Ino and Choji were going to be skilled ninja, their heritage had all but assured that. Finally and surprising only a few minutes late, Kakashi had arrived, his nose stuck in that orange book of his. The Hokage nodded to himself, speaking to the rest of the jonin. "Now, we will begin. Starting from Team 1, call out the result of your examination." Most of them failed. In the end, only Team 7, 8 and his own, Team 10, had passed. Asuma listened to his father's speech, telling him, Kakashi and Kurenai the responsibility they now held in nurturing the next generation. Soon after, the meeting was over and Asuma made his way back to his apartment. He had moved out of the Sarutobi compound many years ago, the conflict between him and his father driving him away. He regretted it sometimes, the separation making the relationship with his nephew rather difficult. Opening the door, he walked into the small apartment. It was minimalistic, Asuma not being what for hoarding material possessions. Throwing his vest onto the floor, he laid down in his bed, lighting a cigarette and sticking it in his mouth. He thought about his team, thinking of their strengths and weaknesses and what he should start teaching them. Choji came to mind first. The big-boned boy was gentle and kind, a personality not suited for this life. The academy report said he would struggle in spars, not wanting to hurt his friends. It was admirable but a habit Asuma would have to break. Hesitation on the battlefield meant an early death. Still, the boy possessed strength suiting his size and was apparently quite skilled in his family's secret techniques, something that he was sure his team would begin to rely on. Ino was next, Asuma's main concern. The girl was a bit naive, more concerned about her looks than her ninja techniques. It was something Asuma knew he would have to correct but was utterly clueless how he would begin. Maybe he would ask Kurenai? Still, despite her quirks, Ino was a sympathetic and caring individual, easily reading the emotions and thoughts of others, not surprising given her very social nature. Although her physical ability was lacking, she made up for it with her skill in her family techniques and knowledge of the human psyche. Lastly, was Shikamaru. Out of all his students he felt a special connection to the boy. Sure, it might just be that both were laid back and a little lazy, but he just couldn't shake that feeling that there was more to the boy. Asuma wasn't wrong. After their initial meeting, he had asked to see Shikamaru one-on-one, suspecting a hidden intelligence in the lazy boy. He showed him the game shogi, surprised to see that he was already avid player, and the two began. It was humiliating. Asuma was thoroughly defeated and Shikamaru just sat there, as if it were nothing. As if he didn't just defeat an elite jonin in the art of stratagem. They talked after the match, discovering that Shikamaru would often play against his father, Shikaku, losing against him every time. The thought made Asuma shiver. If Shikamaru was this good at shogi, just how smart was Shikaku Nara? During their conversation, Shikamaru hesitated for a moment, before revealing that there was someone else that couldn't beat, but he only played against him once, when he was 9 years old. Naruto Uzumaki. Asuma didn't know much about him, other than his burden as a Jinchuriki. He hadn't had the chance to look up his academy file, but he was resolved to get some information about him from his team. Someone who could best a Nara as talented as Shikamaru was someone of interest. Hinata Hyuga carried the tray of food toward Niji's room. He was brought back earlier today by his sensei, unconscious. Apparently, according to his sensei, Niji had fallen down a series of stairs and got injured. Luckily, there was no lasting damage and he just needed some rest. It was surprising, she didn't think her cousin was so clumsy. She reached the door, knocked quietly and let herself in. Niji? Are you awake? Niji was sitting up in his bed, awake. He had a far-off look on his face, thinking about something. Suddenly his eyes refocused and he turned toward her. His voice was quiet, calm in a way that she had never heard before. Usually, it had a harsh edge to it but now it was softer. Yes, Hinata? Was there something you needed? Hinata jumped slightly, startled by the change in character. And no, I was just bringing you some food. You must be hungry, your fall knocked you out for quite a while. She walked toward him, setting the tray on his lap. Niji looked confused, a question being asked after Hinata presented his meal. Fall? Yes, you know, the stairs you fell down, Hinata said, trying to remind him. Niji stared for a moment before chuckling, a small smile appearing on his face. Ah, yes. Now I remember. The two stood there for a moment, Niji simply looking down at the tray. Hinata, sensing an awkwardness in the room, attempted to give a polite goodbye. Well, I guess I'll be going Hinata. Niji had interrupted him, his voice once again taking that quiet, soft tone. Surprised, it took a moment before she was able to respond. Why yes Niji? He was quiet for a moment, as if thinking over a conversation in his head. He was still looking down at the tray, and now she could see a sadness form in his eyes, but that couldn't be right, could it? Do you think that people can change? Do you think it's alright to change who you are, no matter the sins you committed? Hinata was taken aback by the question, not sure how to answer. Why was he asking this? Was there something wrong? Maybe he hit his head harder than everyone thought? I think. She struggled to get the words out. Pausing for a moment, a confidence that she didn't really feel took over her voice. I think it's okay to be whoever you want. The silence returned as Niji took in her words. I see. Hinata, quite done with the conversation, asked for permission to leave. Is there anything else, Niji? Niji looked up at her forehead, the usual ninja headband being removed while she was at home. And no, that's all, thank you. Hinata ignored him. She ignored the stuttering in his voice. She ignored the apology, the only apology she had ever heard from him, that he whispered to both her and himself as she left. Walking out of the room, she closed the door and thought about the way Niji looked at her. That look, aimed at her forehead in regret, made the caged bird seal atop her forehead burn. Daffy was frustrated. When he finally became a ninja a month ago, he was hoping to finally get out of the village and get some action. He was looking forward to eradicating bandit camps, raiding enemy encampments and maybe save a princess or two along the way. Virgo would tell him of his missions during his last year at the academy and he was anxious to start doing the same. He did not become a ninja to do chores. He made his displeasure known to the Hokage. You listen here old man, we didn't spend 6 years learning the diverse ways to snap a man's neck to spend our time painting fences and walking dogs. Give us something more exciting, damn it, he said, ignoring the old man's spiel about mission rank and how missions were assigned. The Hokage sighed, looking toward Kakashi who was deep in his book. Well Kakashi, are they ready? Kakashi looked up from his book, and then to his students. Sasuke was standing there with his arms crossed, his face impassive but you could tell he was anxious. No doubt excited about the prospect of a real mission. Sakura was the opposite, shifting her feet and avoiding Kakashi's gaze. Daffy knew she was nervous about the idea of a real fight, but she needed to be sent out on the field. She needed to gain a drive to improve and seeing her own failures might just be what she needed. Putting this together, he wasn't surprised when Kakashi said yes, giving the old man a lazy thumbs up. The Hokage nodded, looked past Team 7 and called out to someone in the hallway behind them. Send in the bridge builder? It was an escort mission. They would be guiding Tazuna, a self-proclaimed supermaster bridge builder, to his home in the Land of Waves and guard him while he and his men worked on an enormous bridge. It was a simple, low-risk mission, but Sakura couldn't help but feel nervous. Team 7 had spent the last month focused on teamwork, just like Kakashi promised. It was basic at best. The training was mostly practicing different formations and everyone's role in them. There was more than that, of course. Kakashi was also improving their skills in taijutsu, but Sakura didn't find them to be very useful. It was like Kakashi just expected the lessons to just click with her, not really investing much time to ensure she understood what she was supposed to be doing. Sasuke and Naruto took to it like a fish in water, leaving her behind in the dust and not helping with her already low self-esteem. Sakura sighed as she arrived at home. Entering the front door, she made her way upstairs and toward her room. "How was your day, hun?" her mother called out from the kitchen. Sakura stopped midway up the stairs, remembering that she should tell her parents about her mission tomorrow. She turned around and made her way into the kitchen. "It was okay. I have a mission tomorrow, a real one, so I'm gonna be away from the village for a while." Her mother turned around from the kitchen counter, putting her cooking aside as she looked in worry at her daughter. "So soon? How long will you be gone?" she asked, worry soaking her voice. "I'm not sure. We'll be protecting a construction site, a bridge, in the Land of Waves. I guess we'll be done when it's complete." Her mom paused for a moment, a frown on her face before she turned back to finish her cooking. "Well, all right then. Make sure you say goodbye to your father and I before you go. He'll be back from work soon and dinner will be done." Sakura promised her and went back up the stairs. Entering her room, she double-checked all her supplies, making a mental checklist of everything she would need on the trip. She was nervous, the mission bringing her anxiety and fear to the forefront of her mind. She thought back to the bell test, how useless she was during it. She wasn't even able to launch a single attack, Kakashi simply appearing before her with Sasuke in tow, telling her she failed and to head to the clearing while he talked to Sasuke. She never realized that Sasuke was just an illusion until she found the real one buried in the ground in the clearing, Kakashi tricking her. After completing her preparations, she laid down in her bed, waiting for her dad to come home so they could eat dinner together. She promised herself that, on this mission, she would prove that she was a capable kunoichi, both to herself and her team. Kakashi was on time today, surprising Daffy. He and the rest of his team were gathered at one of the village's gates, ready to go. Tazuna had arrived last and, with his arrival, they were off, heading toward the Land of Waves. The journey had been silent for the most part, the only sound being shoes against gravel or a passing bird. It was beginning to become boring, but luckily for Daffy, his haki sensed something that would spice things up. They were a puddle. He could sense two individuals hiding, disguised as an inconspicuous puddle in the middle of the road. He glanced at Kakashi, making no other sign that he detected the suspicious individuals, but he kept walking, focused on his novel. The rest of the team kept walking, passing the puddle and continuing forward. His haki flared as it warned him of the pair's attack. They burst from the small pool of water, their faces covered by gas masks. They each had a type of gauntlet on one of their hands, with sharp fingers that dripped with poison. There was a bladed chain connecting the two gauntlets, linking the pair together. They rushed ahead of them, aiming at Kakashi who was at the front of the group. The chain wrapped around Kakashi as the pair landed on the ground in front of him. Then, they pulled. The chain ripped through Kakashi's body, spraying blood and body parts everywhere as Kakashi's life ended. At least that was what the genjutsu showed. Daffy could sense Kakashi hiding in one of the nearby trees, either looking to use these two to test his team or trying to figure out who their target was. Whatever it was, Daffy would play along. He called out to the rest of his team. "Pinky, guard Tazuna. Sasuke, you're with me, I call the ugly 1-inch, he grinned, rushing to meet his new opponents. The two ran to meet him, extending their gauntlets, intent on stabbing him through the chest. Daffy grinned, jumping just before they made contact, he planted a kick into each of their faces, sending them flying back. Sasuke jumped above him, throwing a kunai and shuriken at the chain, trying to pin them to the tree behind them. It worked, the shuriken pinning the chain to the tree through one of its links and the kunai stabbing through the center of the shuriken to reinforce it. The two masked ninjas looked at each other for a moment, then the chain pinning them down. The chain disconnected from each of their gauntlets, the two now separated and free to move. They dashed at Daffy and Sasuke and they tensed at the enemy's approach. Suddenly, one of them jumped, trying to get over them while the other changed direction, attempting to do the same. They were aiming for Sakura and Tazuna. Daffy jumped, a leg raising in the air, after the man. When he reached him, his leg thundered down, slamming into the ninja's shoulder and driving him back into the ground. As he slammed into the ground, Daffy acted quickly, created several strings to jump off of, launching himself toward the ground and at the down ninja. Daffy slammed his knee into the ninja's chest. He felt bones shattering and organs ripping apart. Pulling his knee from his chest with a sickening squelch, he looked away from the now dead ninja, toward the one that ran around him and Sasuke. Kakashi was there, holding the now unconscious ninja in a chokehold. Kakashi looked at Tazuna with a narrowed eye. "We need to talk." Zabuza Momochi hid in the treetops, waiting for the bridge builder and his protection detail to arrive. It had been a couple days since the demon brothers left and he knew that, somehow, they had failed. It was a big blow, reducing his team to 2 people, including himself. Now here he was, coming to finish the job himself if only to stop Gato's complaining. Zabuza was stuck waiting for 3 hours, Haku in position further behind him, ready to bail him out if anything went wrong. Zabuza was not a prideful man, he was more than able to admit there were some things he just couldn't handle, and he was not one to refuse help in those situations. Finally, the entourage he was hunting arrived, and he knew why the demon brothers failed. Kakashi Hatake the copy ninja was among them, and with a genin team no less. Kakashi had been in his bingo book for as long as he could remember, a prodigy who made a name for himself by copying the techniques of his enemies and using them against them. He was a dangerous opponent, one that Zabuza was eager to face. He eyed the group of genin. They were young, probably recent graduates. While they could have been chunin, talented children that had graduated early, it didn't matter to him. At the end of the day they were just kids, there were limits to their abilities. Besides, he doubted any Konoha ninja had graduated so early since the latest prodigy, no doubt afraid of a repeat occurrence of the Kin Slayer. Kakashi led the group, the 3 genin trailing behind in an arrow formation with Tazuna trailing behind them. The kid on the right was a little girl with pink hair. She looked stressed, bags under her eyes and her hands twitching toward the pouch on her hip. Yes, no doubt recent graduates. The one on the left was much more composed, his face impassive as he scanned the tree line. Looking at the boy, Zabuza got the image of a talented kid, but still just that, a kid. He wouldn't be a problem. The one leading the trio was the more worrying of the 3. The blonde had a confident grin on his face, his hands shoved into his pockets as he walked along. His legs would rise comically high and he seemed to be hunching over slightly. Why was he so worried about the boy? Because, the kid was looking right at him. Quickly pulling his executioner's blade off his back, he hurled it at the small team, intent on cutting through them all and ending it in one move. The attack failed of course, they ducked under the blade as it went past them, stopping when it lodged itself in a tree. Moving quickly, Zabuza dashed toward his sword, standing atop it and looking down on the leaf ninja. "Well, if it isn't the famous Kakashi Hatake," he said, planning his next move. Kakashi shifted into action, moving to stand between himself and the rest of his team, an arm extended behind him as a signal to stay back. "And if it isn't Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist?" Zabuza laughed, amused. "So, you already know my name? I'm flattered, still I've no time for games. Hand over the bridge builder and I'll let you live," he said, offering an easy way out. "Sorry, not gonna happen." Kakashi placed his hand on his headband, sliding it upwards to reveal a lone Sharingan eye. Zabuza didn't respond, the time for talk was over. Grabbing his sword, he jumped toward the river that the trail ran by, standing atop its surface and casting his trump card. If he's already using his Sharingan, then I can't hold back. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. A heavy mist began to form, hiding his form from Kakashi and his team. Controlling his breathing, he listened for any movement from the leaf ninja, using the small shifts and sounds they made to track them as he moved silently in the white veil. Deciding to use some psychological warfare, he prepared a small, terrifying speech to echo through the mist. The kunai speeding toward him changed his mind. Dodging the kunai, he switched tactics, rushing out to engage directly. Forming a water clone from the surrounding mist, he sent it ahead of him to distract Kakashi. When he got close enough, he saw Kakashi in a deadlock with his clone, and rushed past him, his new target being the blonde. The hidden mist jutsu was saturated in the caster's chakra, making it impossible for those who possess the Sharingan to find them in the mist. This fact holds true for sensory types as well, yet somehow the boy had found him. He didn't know how nor did he care, he just had to get rid of him and then pick the rest off with his silent killing technique. As he approached the blonde, the other genin and Tazuna moved back, while Zabuza swung his sword. The grinning blonde ducked underneath his slash, and raised his hand, a single finger pointed at him. His instincts flaring, Zabuza quickly reeled his sword back in, putting it between himself and the blonde. Something fired from the boy's fingertips, impacting his sword with such force that it threatened to push him away. Using his chakra to grip the ground, he raised his sword after he felt the impact stop, looking to send another slash at the kid. He looked surprised, probably expecting his attack to send him further away, and Zabuza took advantage, launching his attack. Only to abandon it as he was forced to jump back to avoid a kunai thrown by Kakashi, his water clone defeated. Zabuza didn't waste any time, continuing to press the assault and keep the pressure up. He rushed at Kakashi, his sword already in motion as it threatened to bisect the Sharingan veteran. Just before his blade made to strike, it stopped. Some invisible force halting the blade in its tracks. Kakashi took advantage of the opening, sending a powerful kick at his midsection that sent him flying backward, sword still in hand. His instinct screamed at him. Still in the air, he struck the ground with his blade, using it as a pole vault to launch himself in the air, dodging whatever his sixth sense had warned him about. Landing on the ground, he quickly looked up, searching for the hidden threat. He saw it for only a moment, a white ninja wire directly in his path, threatening to skewer him if he hadn't changed his trajectory. The wire then disappeared into thin air. So, that's what it is. Some kind of Kikei Genkai, he thought, looking at the blonde. Is that how he's tracking me? Standing up for a moment, there was a pause in the battle. Thinking quickly, Zabuza weaved hand signs, Kakashi copying them with his Sharingan. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. Their ninjutsu was cast at the same time, a ring of water appearing around them before shooting toward their opponent, becoming an unstoppable vortex. Their techniques crashed into each other, Zabuza's holding the advantage as he used water from the river behind him to fuel its power. He felt a kunai at his neck. Shocked, he took a small glance behind him, only to see Kakashi, his Sharingan making his glare even fiercer. A shadow clone? When did? He thought back to the moment he vaulted over the blonde's wire. His back facing Kakashi for only a single moment. Kakashi Hatake was a dangerous man indeed. Seeing only one way out, he cancelled his technique, and braced himself, using Kakashi's jutsu to take out the shadow clone. He blacked out for a moment as the water hit him, regaining consciousness a second later. He struggled to orient himself, let alone escape from the powerful water jutsu. Soon enough, his back slammed into a tree, stopping him as the vortex began to wane. His body was met with a searing pain as several kunai pierced into his flesh. Quickly looking up, he saw Kakashi in a far-off branch, a kunai in hand to finish the job. It's over? There was a tugging sensation in his neck, then everything went black. Kakashi led his team away from Tezuna's house and into the surrounding forest, the clicking of his crutches echoing through the trees. When he had decided to continue on with the mission, he was expecting a tough fight. Sakura was surprisingly the one so adamant about continuing, a fire burning in her eyes that he had never seen. Looking at her, he just didn't have the heart to refuse her. Besides, he was confident in Naruto and Sasuke's abilities. Still, he was expecting a tough fight, not one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist. That was more than he bargained for. So here he was, trying to get in some last-minute training for his team and teaching them to climb trees. Sakura proved to be the best at it, getting the exercise down in her first attempt. Her face shone with amazement at her own accomplishment and Kakashi couldn't help but smile at the sight. He would have to get her some lessons in genjutsu or healing techniques, her prodigious chakra control would let her go far. Naruto took a couple tries but he was able to do it as well, his practice making those strange chakra strings of his honing the control over his massive amounts of chakra. Unfortunately, Sasuke, who, seeing his teammates get the exercise down almost instantly, was fuming. He tried over and over again, sprinting at the tree, his progress more from his speed than his chakra control. Kakashi sighed as Naruto stood atop Sasuke's tree, grinning down at him. Naruto had been invaluable in that fight. His strings giving him just the edge he needed to defeat Zabuza. He wasn't sure why Zabuza decided to rush toward Naruto like that. Maybe he wanted to get rid of the weaklings first. Still, Kakashi was grateful the battle turned out as well as it did. Hopefully their next battle with the Demon of the Mist went just as well. Daffy was walking around the forest, bored. He had already completed Kakashi's tree-walking exercise and now he was just wandering around looking for something to do. Don't get him wrong, he was glad Kakashi had shown him the technique, now aware of how Zabuza had avoided being thrown away by his bullet string attack. Daffy laid in a small clearing in the forest, surrounded by various flowers. He let his observation haki relax for a moment. While he was now capable of keeping it up most of the time, that didn't mean forever, and he would sometimes have to rest for a few minutes before manifesting it once again. He lay there for a while, eventually falling asleep before the sound of footsteps woke him. Sitting up and looking around, Daffy spotted a feminine boy, a couple years older than him, with a basket in hand, most likely gathering herbs. The boy spotted him, a small blush appearing on his face. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. You probably shouldn't sleep outside though, you'll catch a cold. The boy's voice was light and soft. If Daffy hadn't been constantly around bizarre figures during his first life, he would have thought he was talking to a girl. Daffy chuckled lightly. Heh, sorry to disappoint, but I haven't been sick a day in my life. I'm too strong, you see. The boy came closer, eventually sitting next to him and beginning to pick at the ground, plucking at herbs he didn't recognize and putting them in his basket. Too strong? I see, you must have a lot of people to protect if you're that strong. A frown made its way on Daffy's face, marred in confusion. What's that got to do with anything? The boy looked at him in amusement, chuckling slightly. Well, you see, I believe that true strength comes when you're fighting to protect the ones you care about. So, if you're so strong that not even disease can bring you down, then you must have a lot of people relying on you. The boy returned to his task as Daffy thought about his words, before standing up, beginning to walk back to Tizuna's house. Leaving so soon? Daffy stopped for a moment. Yeah. I have places to be. See you later. He stopped, realizing he never got the guy's name. Haku, the boy said. Naruto, he said, offering his own name. See you later, Haku? Daffy returned to Tizuna's house, remembering to reactivate his haki when he got there. A few days had passed. Kakashi had suspected that Zabuza would make his return today and had assigned Daffy to stay and guard Tizuna's family. He was confident that Gato would send some men after his family to avoid the ninja and, sure enough, a few hours after Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura left, his haki felt a large group approaching the house. Telling Tsunami and Inari to stay put, he put on his shoes and stepped outside. Zori guided the group with his partner, Waraji, and marched over to the small two-story building. Gato had assigned them a mission: kidnap the bridge builder's daughter, Tsunami, and use her as a hostage to stop the construction of the bridge. Personally, Zori thought bringing 20 other guys with them was overkill for just one woman, but Gato was paying the bills so he had no complaints. As they approached, someone walked out of the house. A blonde, who couldn't be more than 14 years old, waltzing up to them slowly with a large grin on his face. Zori grinned back. This was going to be easy. Hey kid, listen here. If you don't want me and my boys to give you the beating of a lifetime, then you better run on home. Trust me, we're all in a bad mood today and could use a punching bag. Zori finished his speech confidently, hoping the boy stayed put so he could put his katana to work. The boy chuckled, staring at them with unflinching bravado. Then, he spoke. You're in a bad mood? Tell me, were you forced to stay away from the action, so you could deal with a piece of trash and his Piratuane boyfriend? Zori blinked owlishly, before anger took over, signaling for the group behind him to charge at the brat. Over the group's roar, he could still hear the kid speak. No, if anyone should be in a bad mood, it would be me. A pressure came down on him, threatening to crush his very soul. He collapsed onto his knees as he watched all the men he brought with him instantly fall unconscious. The demon walked closer to him, over the bodies of his friends. The closer he came, the more the pressure increased. It became painful, excruciating, but he couldn't scream. The pressure forced the air from his lungs. He couldn't breathe. The demon was in front of him now. Its claws coiling around his neck as it lifted him up from the ground. He couldn't take it. He tried to beg for death but was unable, his chest refusing to suck in air. He heard a snap. He had gotten his wish. Haku rested for a second in his mirror, looking down on the young raven-haired boy, Sasuke if he remembered right, who was covered in sunban needles. During their entire fight, conflict arose in his heart. Kakashi Hatake was a powerful opponent, one that was capable of killing his master, Zabuza. Haku had to end this now and help him, but therein lied the problem. Haku had never killed a man, not intentionally, let alone a 12-year-old child. To save his master, he would have to kill his own heart. Closing his eyes, he made his choice, and dashed to another mirror, sunban flying toward Sasuke's heart. Haku turned around, preparing to face the consequences of his action. He was met with a blond boy, grinning, with the veins in his forehead rippling, sunban caught between his fingers. Sasuke collapsed behind him and Haku's heart leaped into his throat. He was not expecting to fight Naruto today, his absence from earlier providing him some relief from the tension of this battle. He felt a strange connection to the boy, as if he could trust in him, like the bond he shared with Zabuza even if it wasn't mutual. That moment in the forest, Haku had felt something from Naruto. Haku's words had brought a sadness in the boy, however small, and Haku could sense it. It was the sadness of someone who had lost everything close to him, and he couldn't help but connect with him, reminding him of his own past. It was just as Zabuza said, his heart was just too soft for the way of the ninja. Still, Haku was a tool. A means of an end for Zabuza's benefit. His feelings didn't matter. His thoughts of getting to know Naruto better didn't matter. His wish to leave the life of the ninja didn't matter. He leapt from the mirror, sunban in hand and tears blurring his vision. He made his decision. Haku felt pain. An explosion of blood followed. Kakashi was focused. Blood was flowing out of his wounds, but he ignored them, dedicating everything he could to locating the ninja swordsman. The mist was thicker than before, barely letting him see his own hand in front of his face. It had been a few years since he had a fight like this, relying on all his senses just to survive. It was a slight brush of the wind, that was all that had warned him of the massive sword slashing downward toward his back. Turning around and sidestepping around the sword, his right hand grabbed a kunai, stabbing toward Zabuza's head as his left blocked a quick jab, grabbing a hold of the fist and holding Zabuza in place. The swordsman let go of his sword, impaled in the ground, and grabbed his wrist, stopping the kunai inches from Zabuza's eye. The mist disappeared as the two elite ninja struggled in a contest of strength. The hand holding the kunai slowly being moved to the side, Kakashi let go of Zabuza's hand, trying to leap back and get some distance. Zabuza's grip on his wrist held strong though, pulling him back as he lashed out with a fierce kick. Using his only free arm, he held it to his chest, trying to lock the attack. The force of the kick sent him back several feet. He landed on the ground, raising his guard as the two stood across from each other. They stood there for a moment, before they both heard someone clapping. So, this is the best the great Zabuza Momochi can do? Pathetic. Kakashi and Zabuza turned toward the end of the bridge, seeing a very short man standing there, a group of mercenaries climbing onto the bridge from a boat in the waters below. Gato, why are you here? Zabuza asked, the displeasure clear in his voice. Gato smirked, his men forming a wall to his sides as he leaned on his cane. You're too expensive, Zabuza. That's why I'm here. All that money and you can't kill a single old man. I've had enough. Me and my boys here are gonna end our agreement, along with your life. Zabuza and Kakashi looked at each other, then faced toward the group of mercenaries. It would seem my quarrel with you has ended, Kakashi. So it would seem, want some help? The demon of the mist grinned. Sure, try and keep up. The two dashed toward the mercenaries. An explosion of blood followed. Daffy stared down at the hunt at Haku's remains. He was cut into several pieces, dashing at high speeds into the various strings that Daffy had strung up between the mirrors. His mask broke when he hit the ground, allowing Daffy to see his face. He didn't know what to think. The kind, feminine boy with the soft voice had been the hunter-nin and partner to Zabuza Momochi. He was just a child who simply wanted to protect his family, something Daffy knew well. And he had butchered him. The mirrors shattered, turning into glistening snow as Daffy continued to look down at Haku's body, his hands tightening into fists. Turning around, he grabbed Sasuke, who was unconscious on the ground, and walked toward Sakura and Tazuna, trying to ignore the snow falling around him. He walked, trying to get Haku's face out of his mind, the face of the one who reminded him of what it meant to be a family. He walked, trying to call upon his hate and purge the emotions he felt welling inside. The hate wouldn't come. I see, did they end up naming the bridge? No, Lord Hokage. It remains unnamed? The Hokage asked the question, not in curiosity, but to calm the anger he felt at the negligence his jonin had demonstrated. I see. Taking a drag of his pipe, the Hokage began. What the hell were you thinking, Kakashi? His voice ground out, startling Kakashi for a moment. Sir. The Hokage took a breath. Explain to me why you had taken a genin team, only a month out of the academy, on a mission you knew to be B rank or higher. I'm curious. The last word was hissed through clenched teeth. Kakashi straightened his back, no doubt preparing for the lashing of a lifetime. Well sir, they really wanted to go. There was a silence between the two ninja, the god of shinobi's glare causing the younger shinobi to wilt. Get the hell out of my office? Kakashi didn't question the order, running away with his tail between his legs. Sarutobi didn't have time for Kakashi's antics. The Chunin exams were coming up and he had to prepare. Jiraiya's spies had been giving interesting reports, stating that the Hidden Sand was sending their Jinchuriki to the exam, a very suspicious decision. While Sarutobi believed in finding the best in others, he was not naive. He knew it was more than possible that the Sand was preparing an assault on the Leaf, their village suffering economically as their daimyo continued to ignore the shinobi village in his own country and relied on the Hidden Leaf instead. It was a breach of their alliance, but the aging Hokage had found throughout the years that those alliances were worth the same as the paper they were written on. He grabbed some paper, sending a reply to Jiraiya's latest report, ordering him to return to the Leaf Village. He had run away long enough, it was time he met his godson. He sighed, pulling up a listing of his ANBU and trying to decide where he should place each of the Black Ops members. Naruto was right, he was getting too old for this shit. Sasuke began his trek to the team meeting, curious what Kakashi wanted. It'd been a couple weeks since the mission in Wave, Team 7 getting a break form missions after the unexpected clash with the former Hidden Mist ninja. Zabuza himself had run off after Gato's death according to Kakashi, taking Haku's body with him. He thought back to Wave mission, having finally gotten the chance to see just how strong he had become. He was disappointed. His fight against Haku had been going well at first. The two were evenly matched in speed and strength, but Sasuke held the advantage in terms of skill. It was slow, but he was winning the fight. Then, the Hunter Nin summoned those mirrors, and it all went downhill. He was simply too fast, not giving him the chance to counterattack. By the time his Sharingan awakened, it was too late. He could see the attacks coming, but his body was too exhausted to make a meaningful retaliation. His Sharingan showed him exactly where Haku's next set of Sanban would land, directly in his heart. He watched as they approached, intent on ending his life. He watched as Naruto appeared, saving his life. His pride screamed at him on the way back to the village. Screamed at him to challenge the blonde to a fight, to prove who was the strongest. He didn't fall victim to it. He knew, as much as it pained him to admit it, that Naruto was stronger than him. He would just end up humiliating himself. He just didn't understand it. How was the blonde so strong? He remembered Kakashi's first words about the Hunter Nin, Haku. How he said that there was ninja that were stronger than a Jonin yet younger than himself. He couldn't see how that was possible. All he did was train. Every day was dedicated to just that, and everything needed to keep doing it. He had no friends, he had no time for them. His hate and his nightmares fueled his determination, always driving him toward the next level of power. Yet, it would seem, no matter what he did, he couldn't catch up to Naruto. All that training, wasted, meaningless. It was infuriating, and Sasuke couldn't think of a solution. But there had to be a way to catch up to the blonde and surpass him. Reaching a small bridge, Sasuke met up with the rest of his team. Naruto stood there like usual, leaning against the railing with a grin on his face, hands in his pockets. Sakura was there as well. She sat atop the railing across from Naruto, having one of their conversations again. She seemed brighter though. During the way to Tezuna's house he could see that there was something wrong. She wasn't sleeping right, had become rather twitchy and paranoid. No doubt, there was fear plaguing her throughout the trip. A small part of him was glad to see she was doing better now, even if it was just so she wouldn't drag the team behind. Approaching his teammates, Sakura gave him a small, polite wave and Sasuke nodded back, waiting for Kakashi. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long. He and the others were coming 3 hours after they were scheduled to meet with the lazy Jonin. He appeared in a small puff of smoke at the end of the bridge, a hand raised in greeting with a small eye smile on the only visible part of his face. Yo! The bridge was silent while Naruto began chuckling lightly. Kakashi quickly continued. Anyways, I just wanted to give you guys these, he said, holding out 3 sheets of paper. He and his team grabbed one each, curious on what they were. Sakura voiced their curiosity. What are these for, sensei? His eye smile returned as he answered her question. These are applications for the upcoming Chunin exams. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, looking down at the piece of paper. This was it, the key to unlocking his next level of power. There wasn't a doubt in his mind, if he wanted to improve he needed to get into a real fight. Simply training wouldn't be enough. His first taste of a real battle had unlocked his Sharingan, he was desperate for more. Now, this test is completely optional, so if you don't feel up to it, then don't worry about it. If you do want to take the test, take the filled-out application to room 301 at the academy at 3 p.m. 5 days from now. Any questions? No? Okay then, see ya. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, not giving them any time to ask questions. Sasuke ignored the others and began to walk back home to fill out the application. There was no way he wasn't going to participate. The chance to meet several powerful opponents was just too good an opportunity to pass up. Sakura laid in bed, holding the Chunin exam application above her. She didn't know what to do. She wanted to take the exam, to prove that she was a powerful kunoichi, but she was scared. During the wave mission she was useless, only protecting Tezuna and knowing full well that if anyone ever targeted the two of them, they were done for. The only thing that she was happy about that mission was the tree climbing exercise. For the first time she had shown that she was better at something than her other 2 teammates. She was ecstatic, constantly bringing it up during her and Naruto's conversations. Something told her that he was proud of her. Getting up and approaching the small desk in the corner of the room, she began to fill out the application. Just like before, she would prove herself to her team. Besides, it was just a test, what was the worst that could happen? He burned the letter, his thoughts centered around his new orders. Come home, it said. Yeah, as if it were that simple. Taking another drink of sake, Jiraiya sighed, trying to focus on better times but his mind coming up with blanks. That was what it was like, nowadays. After Minato died, the world seemed a little darker, filled with less color than it had before. He thought back to his godson, wondering what he was doing right now, wondering what kind of person he was. His decision over a decade ago had weighed heavily on his mind, but even now he wouldn't change it. Jiraiya knew that was the right choice. He was not fit to raise a child. Still, just because it was the better choice didn't make it the right one. Sotobi would tell him that, constantly reminding him that he had failed once again. But it was too late for regrets. Ninja didn't have time for regrets. Walking out of the bar, he began his journey back home, back to his godson. He owed Naruto a large debt, and he intended to pay it back. Hopefully the boy wasn't too angry with him. Chapter 5. Niji's arms were moving blindingly fast, desperately trying to touch his opponent to no avail. Guy was able to weave through his attacks and swat them aside expertly, a testament to the taijutsu master's skill. Niji ducked underneath a high kick, lifting his hand to strike the various chakra points in Guy's leg. The leg changed direction in midair, pulling back and avoiding Niji's strike. It lashed out again toward his face, Niji unable to block it. It stopped just before it made contact. And that makes 5, his master said, Niji, understanding by now, immediately dropping to the ground, beginning the next set of 100 push-up. Guy joined him in his struggle. A few days after his battle with Lee, Guy-sensei had increased his training to a staggering degree. The strange thing about it was that it was only his training. Niji would stay behind after team exercises, just the two of them training together. It was brutal, focusing on increasing his strength, speed and stamina to unreachable heights, something that his gentle fist never quite needed. Still, Niji never complained, meeting every challenge Guy gave him head-on. This was something he had to do. He thought he was strong, that he was considered a prodigy. He was revered by his family as one of the greatest Hyuga in generations. But all that praise meant nothing to the one known as Rock Lee. Lee had beat him down, toyed with him and ended it with a single attack. That fight made him realize something, the epiphany hitting him the moment he had awoken. Niji Hyuga was weak. He was a weak child that had fallen prey to his prejudices, believing that one's place in this world was decided by the status given to them at birth. Despite him being the greatest Hyuga in generations, he remained a slave, a branch member of the Hyuga clan. To him, that was how life was, but Rock Lee changed that. The orphan who never had anyone, no secret family techniques or powerful ninjutsu. All he needed was his own 2 hands to unravel everything that Niji Hyuga worked for. He felt regret. Regret for the actions of the spiteful and angry Niji Hyuga of the past. He remembered that day so clearly. Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Hyuga clan and its heir, was considered a failure by her father. Day after day he would watch, Hinata being defeated by her younger sister, Hanabi. He felt sick looking back at it now, realizing that the Niji of the past took glee in watching his master being humiliated, took glee in the fact that the perfect main branch was just a fractured family. Eventually, the day came when Hayashi gave up, deciding to give Hinata an ultimatum. She would prove she was capable of being the clan leader, otherwise, Hanabi would become their new princess. And so, Niji stood before Hinata. He remembered that moment, the indecision coursing through him. That duel was a chance to get back at the main family and avenge his father's death. It was a chance he had only fantasized about in the darkest parts of his mind, but there it was, waiting for him to seize it. But even the past Niji knew that Hinata was a gentle soul. Kind, caring and compassionate, he weighed the satisfaction against how sickening the thought of hurting someone so pure would be. He pictured the pale face of his father, Hisashi, and made his decision. He remembered hearing her cries echo throughout the compound, the caged bird seal being grafted to her skin. He remembered hearing her sobs at night, now living in a small room in the branch house, just next to his own. He remembered the day Hayashi assigned her as his ward, sealing her fate and disowning her. He completed his push-ups, rising from the ground to begin the fight anew, tears beginning to brim his eyes. He had to become stronger. He had to change the Hyuga clan, for Hinata's sake. Grief formed in his heart as his revelation showed him the error of his ways. In his heart, he thanked Rock Lee for giving him another chance, his palms flying as he opened the first inner gate. 4 days. Sakura Haruno had 4 days to prepare for the Chunin exams. She knew she wasn't strong enough to get through on just her own strength, and she knew that 4 days wasn't enough time to get her to that level. Even so, she refused to simply get by on Sasuke and Naruto's strength alone. So, she went to the only person she thought could help her. When Team 7 had been formed, they had all exchanged addresses in case they would ever need to get in contact with each plus other. Sakura thanked Kakashi's foresight as she walked up the stairs and standing in front of door 4C. She heard voices behind the door. "I'm tellin' ya, Sengoku could easily beat Garp. You can't just say Garp would win because he doesn't cheat with a devil fruit." That sounded like Naruto? Tilting her head in confusion, she knocked on the door. Huh? Who the hell's that? Sakura. Surprised that Naruto guessed who it was, she waited impatiently for him to open the door. She didn't wait long, Naruto pulling the door open, his usual grin on his face. Looking behind him, she saw another boy as well. He wore a white trench coat, with silver-framed sunglasses. His face was the epitome of seriousness and he had his hand folded neatly behind his back. He was like an exact opposite of the flamboyant Naruto. Yeah? What did ya need, Pinky? Snapping out of her thoughts, she looked back at Naruto. I was wondering if I could speak with you for a moment, she said, already forgetting the speech she thought up on the way there. Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking behind him and glancing at the other boy, who didn't react. Turning back to her he shrugged. Sure, come on in. That's Lee by the way. Naruto walked back into his apartment, placing his hands into his pockets and sitting onto the nearby bed. The other boy stood near the foot of the bed, merely watching impassively. Sakura walked into his home. It was a little startling, realizing that Naruto lived by himself. They were the same age, yet Sakura was still living with her parents. A small part of her was jealous at the independence that Naruto was displaying, not able to imagine supporting herself like this. She wondered if the other boy, Lee, lived with him or if he lived on his own too. Shaking her thoughts from her head, Sakura bowed to Lee, introducing herself. Hello, my name is Sakura Haruno, it's a pleasure to meet you. She stood back up waiting for Lee's response to the formal greeting. He simply nodded, his expression never changing. Hello Sakura Haruno, my name is Rock Lee, samurai of the Hidden Tree Village, he said with absolute seriousness. Sakura tilted her head in confusion, not seeing a sword on him and wondering where the Hidden Tree Village was before Naruto began chuckling. Lee, it's ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, he corrected. Lee nodded back to him, thanking him for the correction, before Naruto directed his attention back toward her. Now, what did you want to talk about? Sakura gulped, her heart beginning to quicken. This was it. She didn't understand why but, asking for Naruto's help like this was very difficult. After being the only one she could talk to anymore, the one person who helped her get through each day by letting her make that small connection, she felt like she was burdening him. She felt like she didn't deserve Naruto's help. She was scared to hear his answer, to hear the boy reject and abandon her like all the other friends in her life. Still, she had to do this, it was the only option if she wanted to stay by his side. She stopped as she listened to her own thoughts. Stay by his side? Is that what she wanted? Thinking of the past, about the pain and loneliness that she had felt, what Naruto saved her from, however small, she realized that, yes, that was what she wanted. Reinvigorated and making her decision, she quickly bowed down to him, making her request. Please, teach me how to become stronger. There, she had said it. She made up her mind and now she was forced to wait. The small moment of silence was crippling. Still bowing, she began to shake, fearing the worst. Then, to both her relief and dismay, he spoke. Why? His voice was utterly serious. She could tell by his tone that he wasn't smiling. She refused to look up, not able to look into the eyes hidden by his glasses. Still bowing, she began to beg. Because I know I'm not very strong. I know that I'm weak and that I may never amount to anything but all my life has been filled indecision and doubt. I had been alone with no one to turn to and no one who cared. But then, years ago, I decided to talk to you. I talked to you and it felt like I wasn't so alone after all. That's why I must be stronger. I won't let you leave me in the dust. I refuse to be alone again. So, please, let me stay by your side, Naruto. She was crying at this point, her voice shaking as she pleaded her case to the last person she saw as a friend. It felt like an eternity, but finally he spoke. Follow us. Her eyes opening in shock, she looked up, watching as Naruto and Lee walked out of the apartment, stopping to look at her as they waited outside. Well? Sakura rushed out the apartment, a smile on her face. They had walked through a forest, toward one of the many training grounds in the village and arrived at a small clearing. She stood in front of Naruto as Lee watched from the sidelines. Attack me, Naruto ordered. Sakura blinked owlishly, surprised at the sudden command and a bit hesitant. Who, me? Naruto began to laugh at her reply, his hands in his pockets as he glanced at Lee, as if communicating some inside joke. Yes, you. Don't worry, I don't bite. Sakura nodded, taking in a deep breath. Resolving herself, she jogged toward him, a fist raised behind her as she approached. As soon as she got close enough she let out a battle cry and pushed her fist forward, seeking to drive it into Naruto's stomach. Naruto dodged, stepping to the side as he stuck a foot out in front of her, making her trip and fall on her face. Try again, Pinky. The two continued like that. He would never show her any techniques or stances, never trying to teach her a complicated fighting style or some elaborate grappling technique. His style of teaching was completely different to Kakashi's. At first, their small skirmishes would only last a couple seconds before she was back on the ground. Then, as the hours went by, she could almost last for 30 seconds. Once again, she jogged toward him, a fist raised behind her as she approached. As soon as she got close enough, she let out a battle cry and pushed her fist forward, seeking to drive it into Naruto's stomach. Naruto dodged, stepping to the side as he stuck a foot out in front of her, trying to make her trip and fall on her face. She jumped over his foot, turning as she did and lashed out with an aerial kick aimed toward his face. Naruto grabbed her ankle, stopping the attack as he pulled, throwing her into the air behind him. She quickly oriented herself, throwing a kunai before landing on her feet, dashing back at him. Naruto merely sidestepped the kunai, his hands back in his pockets as he waited for her approach. Quickly weaving signs, she cast her ninjutsu. Ninja art, clone jutsu. Illusions sprung forth around her, weaving back and forth as they attempted to confuse the smiling boy. He ignored them, watching them phase through his body before he caught the high kick her real body had sent toward him. Pushing back at the foot he caught, Sakura lost her balance, falling over and a small yelp ringing out. Landing on her butt, she looked up at Naruto, a small pout on her face. He merely laughed. "Good work, Pinky. Come on, training's over, let's get something to eat," extending a hand down toward her. Sakura blinked at him, before a small smile came to her face. Grabbing his hand, she pulled herself up. Sure. The three of them walked around the village, eventually deciding to eat at a small ramen stand. The three sat down, all of them ordering different various versions of ramen. She smiled as she watched Naruto and Lee eat. Naruto was laughing, poking a piece of pork that had stuck to Lee's face, watching with interest as it would just slide around. Lee just ignored him, a small smile on his face as he continued to loudly slurp his noodles. She couldn't help but let a wide grin come over her face. Thinking about the situation, noticing the other villagers around them stare at their antics, she couldn't help but feel they were just like a small family. Tenten circled her opponent, throwing weapon after weapon, trying to hit her mark. There was only 3 days left before the Chunin exams, Tenten trying to get in as much training as she could. Her opponent was the perfect sparring party, he was hard to hit, and she was able to practice dodging close quarters combat, her weakness. Lee dodged the weapons she had thrown, quickly moving to intercept her. Appearing in front of her, he sent a right punch toward her stomach, the attack being much slower and weaker than Tenten knew he was capable of. Digging her feet into the ground, she stopped her momentum and jumped backward, dodging the punch. Pulling out some ninja wire, she wrapped it around Lee's fist, tying the other end to a kunai and threw it, warping it around a tree to Lee's right, trying to impede his movements. Throwing some kunai directly at the boy with one hand, she used the other to throw several sanban to Lee's right, the only place he could dodge without fighting against the ninja wire. Lee pulled, snapping the wire as he jumped left, dodging both the kunai and the sanban. Plucking one of her kunai out of the air, he launched it at her while dashing behind a tree. Tenten dodged the kunai, rushing to follow the bull-haired boy. She looked around the tree, only to find that Lee wasn't there. Hopping back, she pulled out a kunai, looking around to try and find him. Her body was tense, her senses straining to hear any indication of movement. She felt a blade at her throat. "I win." The blade retracted and Tenten collapsed to her knees, the fight exhausting her. After taking a moment to catch her breath, Tenten groaned. "A hug, gosh dang it. I hate it when you do that. Why can't you ever just stay still and let me skewer you?" she joked, relaxing now that the spar was over. Lee walked around her, and, now in front of her, looked down with that impassive face of his. "It would be counterproductive for me to do so, your skills would not improve very much. As a fellow weapons master I cannot let you get by so easily." Tenten's sweat dropped, she sighed at Lee's quirkiness and made to correct him, again. "Lee," she said, slowly as if talking to a child, "you're not a weapons master." Lee stood there for a moment before nodding, his expression never changing. "Ah, that's right." Tenten sighed, standing up and beginning to stretch. Rock Lee was a very strange guy but Tenten liked him. Between Guy's flames of youth and Niji's former holier-than-thou attitude, Lee provided a nice middle ground, acting as the center pillar of the team. Still, he had his own little quirks. The boy was a messy eater, always having remnants of his breakfast or lunch stuck to his face. For as intelligent and perceptive as he was, Lee could, at times, be forgetful. Sometimes he would come to training late, apologizing that he arrived late because he couldn't find his sword, only for one of them to remind him that he didn't use a sword. When they went out for lunch, he would thank Guy for buying them cookies and milk, when they had actually eaten stir-fry. Still, Rock Lee was an important member of the team, and Tenten was glad that he agreed to help her train. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she stopped her stretching and turned back toward Lee. "So, what do you think?" she asked, curious to hear his thoughts on what she needed to improve. Lee stood there, no doubt replaying the fight in his mind and analyzing her fighting style. After about a minute he spoke his mind. "You're too quick to resort back to long-range combat. You should focus more on being able to use your weapons in close range. The moment a competent enemy gets too close or you meet someone with superior long-range capabilities, you're finished." Tenten pouted at him, rebuking the harsh feedback. "Well, got anything nice to say at least?" she said. Lee looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. "No, that's it." Tenten slouched down, feigning depression with crocodile tears in her eyes. "Geez, Lee, you're so cruel to your teammates." She looked up for a second, looking for any change in expression at her act. There was none. Sighing, she put a smile on her face and sprung back up. "Well, anyways, thanks for helping me with my training today. I've been nervous about the exam, so this has been a major help." Lee nodded to her. "Of course, did you require more of my assistance?" Tenten put a finger to her chin, thinking. While she could use some more of his help, she didn't want to hold him here any longer. They had already been at it for a few hours and she needed a break anyways. She made up her mind and shook her head. "No, I should be fine until the exams start. You can get going now." "Actually, do you want to go get something to eat?" she asked, hoping to spend some more time with her teammate. Unfortunately for her, Lee shook his head. "No, I have some business to attend to later today." Disappointed but flattered that he had decided to help her in the first place, she waved goodbye as he left the training area, Tenten deciding to rest for a while. She was a little nervous for the exams, even though she had been preparing for them for a year now. Guy was an amazing jonin, but his specialty was in taijutsu, not the mastery of weapons. While her physical abilities had greatly improved, her skill with a blade was lacking, usually deciding to throw them over long distances than fight in close quarters, as Lee suggested. She rested for a few minutes longer, enjoying the breeze running through the forest. The exam was going to be a challenge, probably the hardest she ever experienced, but with Niji and Lee at her side, she knew she'd be okay. "Bye, come again," Ino said, waving goodbye to her most recent customer. She was working at the flower shop today, with nothing better to do. Choji and Asuma-sensei were hanging out today, no doubt eating at some barbecue restaurant gain. Shikamaru was being his lazy self today too, know that she would ever hang out with the boring boy. With her last customer leaving the shop with a beautiful bouquet, the shop was empty. Ino leaned over the counter, her hands supporting her head as she sighed. The Chunin exams were coming up and Asuma went and decided to sign the three of them up. She could refuse, of course, but then she would miss the chance to see Sasuke again, who was no doubt going to be there. Sasuke? Ino's thoughts about the Uchiha took her back, remembering her and Sakura's rivalry. All those years ago, when she discovered that Sakura, the shy and timid girl with pink hair, had developed a crush, she made a plan. She cared about Sakura, she really did, and she wanted to help the girl gain some confidence and backbone. So, she told Sakura that she, too, liked the boy. Describing the same boy that she would, even if she didn't realize it until much later. Eventually, Sakura concluded that they liked the same boy, sparking their rivalry and enacting Ino's plan. It was a disaster. Her and Sakura's relationship had completely crumbled. Sakura, rather than gaining more confidence and speaking out more, had done the opposite. She was almost a nervous wreck whenever the two of them weren't fighting each other, unable to even speak two words to the object of her affections. Ino regretted that decision for many years, not knowing how to tell her that Ino's crush on the boy never existed, that it was just a ploy to help the girl. All the studies of the human mind didn't give her a single clue on how Sakura would react if she told her, so she never did, simply keeping up the charade. Still, just because she didn't have a crush on the boy didn't mean she didn't care about him. Her inner psychiatrist wanted to help him, the trauma of his childhood pulling at her heartstrings. She worried about him, wondering what he was thinking whenever he sat in class, brooding. Sasuke Uchiha was a complex individual, one that Ino couldn't help but analyze. He would be confident that he was better than everyone else, yet, at the same time, worry that he was still too weak. He would push others away from him, as if claiming he didn't need anyone in his life. Yet his goal in life was to avenge his family. His personality and decisions would often worry Ino, wondering where they would take him later in life. She thought about taking her problems to her father but never did. Her father was a busy man, one of the leading members of the torture and interrogation division. He didn't have time to worry about his teenage daughter's issues. Ino sighed, walking around the shop and beginning to water some of the potted flowers. She wondered how Sakura was doing now that she was a full-fledged ninja. Sakura had never been very good in a fight. It was always tests and book studies that she excelled at. Seeing it made Ino feel guilty for dragging her into the shinobi life, but part of it was Sakura's choice too. Ino watched as the water ran down a flower stem, looking at it while lost in her thoughts. She had had enough, she couldn't do this anymore. Ino Yamanaka wanted her friend back, needed her friend back. After the Chunin exams, she promised herself that she would tell Sakura everything, no matter what the consequences. She only hoped everything would be okay. She heard the bell ring as the front door opened. She got back to work. Choji's chopsticks grabbed another slice of beef off the small grill, stuffing the still too hot morsel in his still full mouth. Asuma-sensei had been nice enough to take him to Yakiniku-Q, a very expensive restaurant, and Choji was taking full advantage of it, stuffing his face as fast as the food was coming. "You know, Choji, you can eat a bit slower, the food's not going anywhere," his sensei said, taking a bite out of his own food. Choji began to pound his chest, trying to down some food that got caught in his throat. Swallowing and taking a few deep breaths, he grinned at his sensei. "Hee, sorry sensei, the food's just way too good." He chuckled sheepishly, watching his sensei shake his head with a small smile on his face. "It's fine, Choji, but I didn't just bring you here to pig out. I wanted to talk to you for a bit." Choji stopped, another slice of beef waiting in front of his gaping mouth. A pit formed in his stomach and it wasn't from the food. Lowering his chopsticks, he nervously continued the conversation. What did you want to talk about, Asuma-sensei?" Asuma swallowed the food in his mouth, looking at Choji before leaning forward, folding his hands in front of him. "How do you feel about the exam?" "Feeling up to it?" Asuma asked, a look of seriousness on his face. Choji's eyes widened, a little shocked at the unexpected question. His gaze slowly fell down toward the table, looking at the food on his plate. I don't know, sensei. I just feel like." He hesitated, trying to get the words out. Choji was not a confident person. Throughout his childhood he was always made fun of, ostracized for his weight and constant hunger. It affected him greatly, reducing his confidence as a ninja. After all, how could someone as large as him be an elite warrior? Shikamaru had been a great friend though, always encouraging him, never judging him for his size or eating habits. Still, what did that matter in a fight for his life? Choji took a breather, then continued, telling his sensei his doubts. "I feel like I'm not ready yet. That I'm not strong enough, but I don't want to let Shikamaru and Ino down, I don't want to hold them back." The two were silent for a time, neither of them eating the food in front of them. During the silence, Choji was in deep thought, seeing visions of himself in the future exam, causing the rest of his team to fail. His sensei's voice snapped him from his thoughts. "You know, Choji, you're stronger than you think." Choji's breath stopped, quickly looking up at his sensei's smiling face. "There's strength in that body of yours, both physical and mental. That kindness of yours is your greatest strength, so listen to me when I say this." Asuma laid a hand atop Choji's head, surprising him for a moment. "You are a fine ninja, Choji Akamichi." Tears came to his eyes, Choji absorbing his sensei's words. His doubt and fear of the exam vanished. Choji quickly stood up, the tears being replaced by fiery passion as Asuma's hand was knocked away. He called out to the waiter several feet away. 3 more orders of premium beef. Hey. I'm not made of money, Choji." Even as he chastised the large boy, there was a smile on Asuma Sarutobi's face. Shino jumped back, dodging the various hands striking out at his chakra points. He sent his bugs forward, trying to envelope the young Hyuga and sap her chakra. Hinata began to run, avoiding his bugs as she did, moving from branch to branch in the forest they were sparing. Shino called back his bugs as he lost sight of Hinata, preparing for a sneak attack. They had 3 days before the beginning of the Chunin exams, Hinata asking him to spar to help her prepare for them. He had agreed, and a half-hour later they had begun. Sensing a kunai flying at him from behind, he ducked, dodging the kunai and turning around to meet his opponent. Hinata was already in front of him, palms in motion. He tried to jump back but it was too late. He felt several impacts against his torso, and he felt his chakra become harder to control, as if it were farther away. Quickly, his bugs fly out of his sleeves, climbing onto Hinata and beginning to drain her chakra. Hinata didn't relent, continuing her assault on his chakra points. Soon, she jumped back, falling to her knees. Shino called back his bugs as he too knelt on the ground, panting slightly. He called out to his teammate. "You've gotten better." "Why?" "Because this match was a draw this time. Your stealth has also improved." Hinata looked up toward him, smiling. Her breathing was heavy, sweat dripping down her face as she rested, depleted of her chakra. She attempted to stand up but was unable, her wobbly legs crashing down into the ground once again. Thank you, Shino, it means a lot." The two were silent as they rested, unsure how to proceed. Their spars would never last long, their styles of fighting were too similar, designed to exhaust their opponents. This made their spars more stressful, making each move an important endeavor. Their fight was like a game of shogi, a game of risk versus reward. Shino stood up, walking over to Hinata and offering a hand. She took it, pulling herself up and leaning on him slightly until she regained her balance. Deciding that sparring would no longer be efficient, he proposed a switch in activities. Perhaps we should go see how Kiba and Kurenai are doing. Hinata, her breathing still labored, nodded, following him to a nearby clearing where Kiba and Akamaru were sparring against their Jonin sensei. The two sat down several meters away, being sure that they wouldn't be caught up in the fight. Kiba was using his usual messy but devastating taijutsu, swirling through the air in the shape of a bladed drill, threatening to shred their sensei to pieces. Kurenai proved her status as a Jonin, elegantly moving to dodge both Kiba and his companion, transformed to resemble its master. Soon, Kiba had landed on the ground, tired from keeping up the assault. Kurenai took advantage, dashing as she launched a straight kick at the feral boy. Kiba brought his arms up in an X shape, looking to block the blow. The kick landed, sending Kiba sliding across the ground as Akamaru rushed to get to his master's side, his transformation dropping. When Kiba's momentum stopped, he didn't get up, laying on the ground while breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Kurenai turned toward him and Hinata, smiling lightly as she gestured for them to join her. They got up on shaky legs, slowly making their way to their sensei. When they were in hearing distance, she spoke. "So, how did it go?" Shino replied first, reporting the result of their spar. "It was a tie, sensei. Hinata has improved." Kurenai had a slightly shocked look on her face, before clapping her hands together and tilting her head, smiling at the young Hyuga. "Excellent work, Hinata. I knew you had it in you." Shino watched as Hinata blushed at the praise, putting her arms behind her back as she looked away from her sensei in embarrassment. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei," she said quietly, not used to the praise nor the attention. Kiba had gotten up by then, his sensitive ears letting him pick up the conversation. He rushed over, getting in Hinata's face in clear excitement. "You tied with Shino, Hinata? That's awesome," he said, raising a palm for a high five. Hinata's blushing worsened, turning her face a bright red as her hand came from behind her back, slowly raising to gently meet with Kiba's own, completing the high five. Kiba turned to Kurenai, his excitement washing away his previous fatigue. "Why don't we go celebrate, Kurenai-sensei? It'll be fun." Kurenai had a thoughtful expression on her face, but the smile she had told Shino that she had already made her decision, most likely coming up with the idea before Kiba even suggested it. "All right, Kiba. Come on everyone, let's go get something to eat, Kiba's treat," she said, guiding the team out of the forest and back toward civilization. Shino and Hinata followed closely behind, Kiba staying back a moment while jumping and whooping in glee. "Yeah. Whoa, wait, Kiba's treat?" Hinata giggled along with Kurenai at Kiba's revelation, who was rushing to catch up with them, realizing it was a joke when he got there. The four walked through the village, Kiba telling the tale of his fight with Kurenai, who was correcting his exaggerations. "Then, I made dozens of clones. He made two. Confusing sensei as I almost landed a devastating kick. His clones blocked his view, making him trip on a rock and almost crash into me." Kiba glared at his sensei, not very happy that Kurenai was making it harder for him to show off. Hinata smiled at their antics, with Shino doing the same, though it was hidden by the collar of his trench coat. The four had arrived at a small ramen stand, 5 if you count Akamaru. They ordered their food, Kiba ordering one for Akamaru as well. While they waited for their food to arrive, Kurenai brought up their progress. "All of you have been improving so much, do you feel ready for the exams?" Kiba grinned, being the first to answer the question with his usual bravado. "Huh. You know it, sensei. You better be ready, 'cause you're gonna be famous after being known as the sensei of the legendary Team Kiba?" Shino snorted slightly, replying to his confident speech. "Team Kiba? More like Team Akamaru." Kiba stood up slightly, irritation on his face as he glared at him. "What was that, Shino?" he growled. Kurenai chuckled, continuing their previous conversation. "Well then, I'm glad to see you two are confident." She turned toward Hinata. "And you, Hinata? Do you think you're ready?" Shino watched as Hinata brought up her hands, staring at them for a moment. They were coarse, rough with callus and small scratches running up and down them, a testament to her hard work. The hands baled into fists, confident. She looked up at her sensei. "I'm ready, Kurenai-sensei." The rest of them smiled, proud at the change the girl had shown over the last few weeks. The food arrived, and Team 8 dug in. They were ready. They walked through the sand, the sun's intense rays beating down on them as they went. Sweat poured down her face as she eyed her brothers, who were walking in front of her. Kankuro had on his black jumpsuit, protecting him from the heat, with Crow wrapped up and slung over his back. He had been rumbling about the heat, beginning to piss her off until Gara told him to shut your mouth, or I'll kill you. The trip had resumed in silence since then, the thought bringing her attention to her younger brother. He walked ahead of the group, his sand floating above him and acting as an umbrella to fight off the heat. Temari berated herself, wishing she hadn't forgotten to bring a parasol for herself. They were making their way to the Leaf Village, their mission to participate in the Chunin exams. Temari didn't know how to feel about their plan. The decision to betray the Leaf was one she did not support. The Leaf Village was powerful, having many strong shinobi and possessing the nine-tailed fox. While they had no evidence of an enemy Jinchuriki, Temari didn't see it being worth the risk. Her brother was strong, monstrously so, but he was still just one person. The hidden sand was almost completely relying on him, hoping to use his full transformation into Shikaku to destroy the majority of the Leaf Village. She didn't have faith in that plan, the Leaf having a history of defeating tailed beasts. Even so, Temari followed her orders. The council and her father had been adamant about the decision, choosing to team up with the new Hidden Sound Village, a village she had hardly heard of. She sighed in her thoughts, wondering what they were all thinking. She was worried for her brother, not confident of his survival if this plan went forward. She was scared of him, that was obvious, his bloodlust being almost unquenchable. But still, she was his sister, and she remembered a time before he became the person he was today, the time when he was just a young, sweet boy who wouldn't harm a fly. That boy had simply disappeared one night, Gara of the desert replacing him. She suspected that her father had something to do with it, but she never brought it up, her father would never admit it anyways. He was a militaristic man, only telling people what he thought they needed to know and no more, his family was no exception. Soon, the environment changed, eventually making way to reveal a thick forest. The four of them, Temari, Gara, Kankuro and their sensei, Baki, took to the tree line, jumping from branch to branch and quickening their pace. They traveled like that for several hours, the trip completely silent. She could tell that Kankuro, the most talkative of the group, was still reeling from Gara's threat, having still not spoken. Eventually, night had begun to fall, and they made camp. They sat around a small campfire, eating some rations that they had brought with them. They were disgusting, tasting of cardboard, and they were incredibly dry. Growing up in a desert, that was saying something. While they ate, Kankuro had finally broken the eternal silence, still chewing his ration bar. So, are we almost there, Baki-sensei? Baki looked over at Kankuro, swallowing a piece of his ration bar. No, we still have 2 days of travel before we arrive, the Chunin exams are in 3 days. Kankuro looked bewildered for a moment, before replying. Aren't we cutting it kind of close then? Why did the council wait so long to send us out? Kankuro had a point, that was cutting it close. Normally, they would arrive a week ahead of the exam, staying in a hotel in the host village until the start of the exam. Was the situation in San worse than she thought? Baki confirmed her fears. The council cannot afford to keep us cozy in the Leaf. Having us leave late is a way to cut down on spending, everything is being dedicated to this operation. So, things really were that bad. The Hidden Sand had been on the decline ever since their daimyo, the Lord of the Land of Wind, had begun to send his missions to Konoha instead. This had been devastating. The daimyo's missions were not their only source of missions, true, but what did it say about them if their own leader would rather outsource their missions to a foreign land than use the ninja just outside his door? Soon after, their mission intake plummeted, shattering their economy. The Sand had become desperate and was lashing out at the supposed cause of their problems, the Hidden Leaf Village. Temari hated the situation, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They had already tried to convince the Lord of Wind to change their decision, to trust in the Hidden Sand, but he refused, claiming that the Leaf had higher quality ninja at a lower price. Begging for help from the Leaf would be a political disaster. They would be fools to not take advantage of their weakness, using it to shackle the Sand Village to the Hidden Leaf, something that was unacceptable. That left only one option, war. The idea scared her. She was a brave woman, but she had heard the horror of war from enough elderly ninja. She had no wish to have the same experience. She wished that the daimyo would just change his damn mind, get off his golden throne and see that his people needed his help. But no, the Lord of the Land of Wind didn't care about peasants. Some noble he was. Temari huffed, trying to make her frustration disappear. She didn't realize that she had blocked out the rest of Kankuro and Baki's conversation. Oh well, it was probably just Kankuro complaining about something or other. Laying down their sleeping bags, they prepared to go to sleep, Gara staying awake to stand guard, as always. You would think that sleeping with someone like Gara watching over you would be unnerving, and you'd be right, but Temari had been on enough missions with the Jinchuriki that it didn't bother her so much anymore. She closed her eyes, sleep beginning to take her after the long journey had sapped her strength. Her dreams were filled with the flight of kunai and the spilling of blood. The leaf ninja walked underneath him, walking away from him as they continued their patrol of the compound. He jumped down from the ceiling, dropping the chameleon jutsu, and approached the steel door. He grasped the handle, attempting to turn the knob. It was locked, of course it was. Sighing, Kabuto Yakushi knelt toward the lock, his lock picks going to work as he attempted to enter the shinobi record room, where details about every ninja were kept. The records were basic at best, of course, anything truly worthwhile wouldn't be under such low security. Even so, it would be Kabuto's first step in his mission to learn more about Naruto Uzumaki, someone that had gotten Orochimaru's interest. He almost felt sorry for the brat. Gaining the attention of the snake Sannin was a sure way to earn an early death. He had seen it many times, young children being turned into the snake's latest experiment. He had even helped sometimes. Orochimaru was a dedicated man. Once he had his sights on you, you would be eyeing the shadows for the rest of your days, at least, if you wanted to survive. A small click sounded out as Kabuto successfully unlocked the door. Turning the knob, he opened the door and walked in, gently closing it behind him. There were rows upon rows of shelves, filled to the brim with the files of every shinobi the village ever had. For security reasons, only administrative personnel knew how they were filed, meaning he would have to search every single one. He got to work, starting on one end of the room. This was a very weary mission. He didn't know why Orochimaru had shown sudden interest in the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He never had before. Kabuto continued to search through the files, thinking about the snake Sannin. He was a man that Kabuto admired, someone he looked up to even. Everything that Kabuto wanted, Orochimaru had, and he was envious. He had power, strength and intellect keener than his own. Most importantly, Orochimaru knew exactly who he was, what he wanted to become. Kabuto envied that confidence, having always wondered just who Kabuto Yakushi really was. As a spy, he was always changing who he was, his quirks and persona always shifting and changing to suit his needs. This ability made his job quite easy, but it made his life very difficult. Eventually, he had gotten lost. One day, Kabuto was no longer able to go back to being Kabuto. He didn't remember who he was. Then, Orochimaru came, taking him under his wing and inspiring him to rediscover himself. For that, Kabuto deeply respected the man, but he feared him as well. Kabuto knew that, as soon as he lost his usefulness, he would be killed. He had seen it happen many times, Orochimaru showing compassion and kindness to someone only to throw them away when he no longer needed them, as if they were trash. Still, he couldn't help but respect the man. He had abandoned everything in the pursuit of his goals, betraying his home and friends, though he would never admit it, for the sole purpose of learning everything the world had to offer. He had never heard of someone showing such dedication to anything before, something Kabuto admired as another man of science. When Kabuto thought of Orochimaru's wish to destroy the leaf, it puzzled him. He didn't understand the desire. Orochimaru claimed that it was out of revenge for driving him out of the leaf and shunning his work. Kabuto couldn't help but pity the man, someone who was cast out, just because his dream and desire had been misunderstood, unappreciated. The whole unethical civilian experimentation thing probably played a small part, too. He had been searching for an hour before he had found it. Quickly copying the contents into one of his ninja info cards, he walked back toward the door to head back home. Reaching the door, he put his ear to it, listening for anyone outside. He was glad he did. Footsteps were approaching, the guard coming back. Quickly, Kabuto locked the door and hopped onto the ceiling, reactivating the chameleon jutsu, and waited. He heard the fumbling of keys, then the knob turned as the ninja entered the room, a flashlight in hand as he looked around the room. He had left the door open, so, when the guard wore far enough away, he went out the door, crawling along the ceiling. He quickly made his way out of the compound and returned home. It was dark out, the cold night air biting at his skin. He saw several shinobi jumping across rooftops, patrolling the village. Carefully, he went around each and every one, his heart pounding as the idea of being caught and captured became a possibility. The back of his mind was scrambling to find an excuse on what he was doing, in case he was caught. He couldn't think of anything, but luckily, he didn't need to. He had made it back home. Closing the door behind him, Kabuto walked into his apartment, taking a seat in front of his dining room table to relax, letting the adrenaline dissipate from his body. After a moment, he pulled out the info card and began to read. Kurama watched as his host battled the pink-haired female. She was weak, pathetically so, but it seemed Naruto was insistent on training this twerp. Kurama huffed. The boy had surprised him yet again. During that time in the so-called Land of Waves he saw something that he did not expect. Grief. Naruto Uzumaki had grieved for the one called Haku, something he did not think possible for the hate-filled boy. He wondered what it was that caused it, what connection Naruto could possibly make with someone they had only met once. He supposed it was just some human thing he couldn't understand. Now, here he was, wasting his time on some weakling, trying to lift her up to someone better than mere fodder. Kurama didn't understand it. The boy had more hate than his own, and Kurama knew that he would never do something like this. It was like giving that damn raccoon a helping hand, a waste of time. His disbelief didn't change what he was seeing. The boy continued to help the girl, giving her advice and helping her when she fell. It made him sick. Naruto hadn't visited him since the event with Haku. He had been busy, training with that other boy, Lee or Virgo or whatever the hell his name was. Watching them fight, he knew they were powerful. He knew why the boy never asked for his power. Naruto didn't need it, not yet. Kurama thought back to the old man and his prophecy. He remembered waiting for the savior to appear, having the utmost faith in the old man. He remembered his first interactions with humanity, their fear telling them to attack and drive off the beast. Even so, Kurama waited. He remembered the first time one of his kind was sealed away, being used as nothing but a war machine for their own benefit. Kurama waited, his faith wavered. He remembered being the last of his kind, the rest of his brethren being sealed away, watching as humanity marched toward him, seeking to do the same to him. Kurama was sick of waiting. He became a creature of anger and hate, destroying everything in his path. The old man gave these humans everything they had. He had saved them all from the worst fate imaginable, and they just spit in his face. Kurama couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't have the same faith the old man did. But Naruto was a human unlike any other he had ever known. He too was filled with anger and hate, but, unlike him, deep down he sought the connection of others. He was watching proof of it unfold before his eyes. The prophecy repeated in his mind, the old man telling them about the one who would show what true power is. He remembered that boy's, Haku's, words to Naruto. Well, you see, I believe that true strength comes when you're fighting to protect the ones you care about. So, if you're so strong that not even disease can bring you down, then you must have a lot of people relying on you. Kurama closed his eyes. He was looking forward to their next meeting. There was much for them to discuss. He was angry at himself though. A small part of him missed that fool's irritating laugh. Konohamaru was searching the village, trying to find his new role model. He had finally convinced his grandpa to get him some new clothes, trying to emulate Naruto. He began searching for him to show off his new clothes to the strange boy, but he couldn't find him. After searching for almost an hour, he gave up, turning around and beginning his walk back home, walking past a strangely dressed blonde and a pink hair. Wait a minute. Konohamaru turned around. He had found him. The blonde was walking with a pink-haired girl he hadn't seen before, decked out in awesome ninja gear. He called out to him, trying to get his attention. Hey, Naruto. Over here, boss. That had done it. The blonde turned around and looked down at his short frame, that same grin on his face. Konohamaru met it with his own, hands behind his head as he showed off his new clothes. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, huh boss? The blonde merely raised an eyebrow, looking up and down. Then, he expressed his utter awe, impressed and overwhelmed by his new fashion statement. What the hell are you wearing, Konohamaru? Huh? That couldn't be right. He must have heard him wrong. It almost sounded like he didn't like it. I mean, sure, it was a little too big for him, and it was rather bright, and it might have been a bit worn down, having found it at a thrift shop, but his new orange jumpsuit was the epitome of fashion. Way better than Naruto's clothes. In his mind he had already surpassed his rival. It's my new outfit. Why, are you jealous? He asked, a smirk appearing on his face. The blonde began to laugh, clearly admitting defeat in the face of a far superior opponent. Heh heh heh. Sure kid, why not? It suits you pretty well, so you can keep it? Konohamaru nodded, glad to see his rival was not a sore loser. An excited look came over his face as he wanted to celebrate. Hey Naruto, wanna play ninja? The pink girl can play too, it'll be fun. Naruto shook his head. Sorry kid, no can do today, we have the Chunin exams. Maybe another time. Konohamaru groaned, stupid responsibilities always getting in the way. He sighed and sagged his shoulders, the cuffs of his sleeves covering his hands. Ugh, Fien. You better come play ninja with me though, I won't forget. Konohamaru ran down the straight, looking behind him as he stuck his tongue out at Naruto. He stopped when he ran into something. Facing forward, he saw that it was some weird guy in a black catsuit, wearing makeup of all things. He was about to yell at that guy to watch where they were standing when a hand grabbed his jumpsuit's collar, lifting him up. Hey, watch where you're going kid, the Catman said, irritation clear on his face. There was someone else with him, a pretty, dark blonde girl with something tied to her back. Konohamaru tried to speak up but his voice caught in his throat on seeing that headband on his forehead. He couldn't remember which village that was, but he knew it wasn't the symbol of the leaf. Kankuro, come on, we don't have time for this. Put the kid down and let's get going. The girl spoke next. Konohamaru was trying to nod in agreement, getting a little scared now. Relax Temari, I'm just gonna have a little fun with him. Kankuro began to laugh, a glare pointed at him, scaring Konohamaru even further. Luckily, his boss was there to save the day. He saw Naruto's hand grasp the wrist that Kankuro was using to hold him up. He could hear the creaking of bone as the Catman yelped in pain, dropping Konohamaru. As soon as he landed on the ground he scrambled to his feet, moving to hide behind the pink-haired girl, eager to watch Naruto beat up the bad guys. Hehehe. You know, you should do your research before entering another village. Attacking the current Hokage's grandson doesn't exactly scream friendly village relations. Konohamaru watched as the girl, Temari, paled before aiming a glare at the Catman's back. Naruto let go of his wrist, Kankuro jumping back and cradling it. The girl stepped forward, bowing slightly. Our apologies, we didn't know who he was. My name is Temari and this is my brother, Kankuro. We're going to be participating in the Chunin exams, so my brother is a little fidgety. Please, forgive him. Naruto chuckled at her words. Heh, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Naruto looked behind him, at Konohamaru. Well kid, do you accept their apology? Konohamaru gave him a swift thumb down, giving him the signal to start kicking their ass. Naruto merely laughed and turned back toward the enemy. Don't worry about it, he'll get it over it. Now, if I were you I would get out of here. After all, you only have half an hour before the exam starts. A look of surprise took over the girl's face. What? Come on Kankuro. The girl grabbed a hold of the cat guy's head, pulling him by his hair as she sprinted away. Temari, stop that. I can walk on my own. His voice trailed away as they got further, disappearing after a while. Konohamaru looked up toward Naruto, realizing something. Wait a second, shouldn't you be running too, Naruto? They seem to be in a hurry. Naruto chuckled, ruffling Konohamaru's hair to his annoyance. Nope, the exams aren't for another 2 hours. Konohamaru grinned with his boss, he really was a sneaky guy. Sasuke put on his sandals, stepping outside of his house and locking the door behind him. It was the day of the Chunin exams and he was heading over to meet his team at the academy building. He walked through the remain of his clan, the voices of his family echoing in his mind. Even now he could see them, he remembered walking by his fellow Uchiha. He missed them. He never realized how important the clan was until Itachi had taken them away. That night had been his worst memory, haunting him in almost all his waking hours and never failing to appear in his dreams. Every action he took served as a reminder. Every punch, every kick, and every hand sign, reminding him that Itachi could punch harder, Itachi could kick harder, Itachi's hand signs were faster. He remembered a time when he thought he was the best, he remembered when Naruto proved him wrong. Now, he was still at square one. Naruto was still stronger than him. Itachi was still stronger than him. He couldn't take it, even if he could admit it. That's why this exam was so important. He had to prove to himself that he had improved, he had gotten stronger, otherwise it would have all been for nothing. The blood of his family screamed at him, begging for vengeance, for justice, and Sasuke wanted to deliver. He made his way through the village, leaving the empty Uchiha compound that haunted him. He watched as the villagers looked at him, eyes filled with pity. He hated those looks. He didn't want pity, he didn't want to be treated as if he were just a tragic story. He wanted to be treated like Sasuke Uchiha, not the last loyal Uchiha. They didn't understand, didn't know the responsibility he carried, the burden. His entire clan, all his ancestors that came before him, they all were counting on him. They were looking toward him to be the one to restore the Uchiha clan, and for that he had to kill Itachi, his brother. He thought back to that night, to the words he had said. He didn't understand it. Why did Itachi want to test himself? Why did he feel that slaughtering his family was the only way to do so? What did he mean when he said to acquire eyes like his? He couldn't understand it, he didn't think it mattered. Understanding didn't change anything, his family was still dead, Itachi was still the culprit. Sasuke arrived at the academy, seeing Naruto and Sakura already there. Sakura was waving at him, a smile on her face. Sasuke was surprised, she looked a lot better. Well, actually she looked like shit, covered in various bruises, but she seemed brighter, glowing even, something he never saw from the girl to such a degree. She must have been training, gathering some confidence. Good, she really needed it. Joining his team, they walked silently into the building, heading to the examination room. Reaching the second floor, he saw a commotion going on in the hallway. A group of genin had gathered in front of one of the doors. Looking up, he saw it was labeled as room 301. So that's it, genjutsu. A way to weed out the hopeless cases, he thought looking at the group. Getting closer, he was able to see more of the situation. There was 2 leaf genin standing in front of the door, barring the entrance and swatting away anyone who tried to enter with utter ease. Disguised Chunin then, no way a pair of genin could hold of this many people by themselves. One of the disguised Chunin spoke up, speaking to the group in front of him. He wore his headband like a bandana, black bangs framing his face. Listen up. You chumps aren't ready to be Chunin if you can't even get past us. Go home. If you don't believe me, then just watch. He ran up to one of the other Chunin hopefuls, a trenchcoat-wearing boy with a bowl haircut. The disguised Chunin sent a fast, devastating kick directly at the kid's midsection, a small shockwave erupting from the blow. The kid was sent flying backward screaming in paw or not. Sasuke watched on, slightly confused. The kid was just standing there, taking the hit directly but not budging an inch. The Chunin lowered his leg, confused as well. Then, the odd boy visibly bent his legs, jumped backward and threw himself at the wall behind him, spiderweb cracks appearing in the wall. Ow, he said, his voice completely calm and not in the least convincing. Looking at his face, the boy had one of the most serious expressions Sasuke had ever seen, looking as if it was carved from stone. Ugh, Leee, a voice called out. A girl approached the boy currently leaning against the wall. She had black hair, wrapped in two neat buns on either side of her head. Her clothing was quite traditional, and she looked pissed. You call that acting? That was the worst acting I've ever seen. I thought you said you were good at it? Someone else walked up to the two, a boy that Sasuke recognized as being from the Hyuga clan. It's fine Tenten, there's nothing we can do anyways. Let's head up to the examination room. Come on Lee. Sasuke saw his chance, an opportunity to test his strength. He had never seen anyone take a kick like that and not even flinch. He doubted even Kakashi could accomplish something like that. He had to fight this boy, this Lee. He had to see how much he had grown. Hey, you, the one with the weird haircut? Lee stopped, along with the rest of his team. He looked behind him, turning his body slightly, not bothering to fully turn and face him. Lee stared at him, looking for him to continue. He didn't disappoint. You seem pretty strong, fight me. Sasuke let out a small smirk, trying to provoke the stoic boy. He continued to stare for a moment, before turning his head, changing his focus. Following his gaze, he saw he was looking at Naruto? Naruto began to chuckle. Don't hurt him too badly, Lee, I need him for the exam you know. Lee nodded before walking past him, heading back downstairs. He stopped for a moment, looking back at him. Well? Are you coming? Sasuke nodded robotically. He was a little worried now. Anyone who was friends with Naruto Uzumaki was probably not someone he wanted to mess with. But his pride wouldn't let him quit now. He tried to bury the nervousness he was feeling as he walked back down the stairs. Lee's teammates weren't helping in the slightest. Hey, don't you think we should stop this, Niji? Lee's gonna, murder this kid. It'll be fine, Tenten. I'm sure Lee will hold back. Yeah, but, remember what happened to the last Gu Dash? Tenten, we do not talk about that. You know this? Fine, but you're washing the filth out of my clothes if it happens again. Who knew that when you hit a guy hard enough his dash? Tenten dash? Yeah, whatever. Don't see why those things are so important to you men anyways? Why yeah, definitely not helping. They had finally reached a large room, perfect for their duel. They still had 20 minutes till the exam started, plenty of time. Sasuke and Lee stood across from each other, waiting for one to make the first move. Sasuke was that person, rushing his opponent as he sent a spinning roundhouse kick toward Lee's face. Sasuke's shin impacted with the side of Lee's face. There was a flare of pain as it did, but it wasn't Lee who felt it. It was like kicking steel. He could have sworn he felt his shin crack. Quickly lowering his leg, he sent a punch next, aiming for Lee's solar plexus. No luck, it was like his body was made of iron, impenetrable from physical attacks. Lee had yet to strike back, merely standing there. Fine, if that's how it is. Sasuke jumped back, his hands weaving through various hand seals. Fire style, Furiba dash. He stopped. Lee was in front of him now, a hand atop Sasuke's chest. Sasuke abandoned the technique attempting to get away, but it was too late. Lee pushed, sending him flying toward the wall behind him and impacting lightly against it. He looked up. Lee was still there, a fist reeled back, already flying toward him. Sasuke closed his eyes, bracing for the impact. He heard something crack, but there was no pain. Confused, Sasuke opened his eyes. Lee was still there, his fist was next to Sasuke's face, sparing him from the attack. Sasuke turned toward the attack, his heart skipping a beat at what he saw. A single finger was extended, penetrating the concrete wall right next to his head. Lee slowly pulled back his hand, revealing a small, neat hole drilled perfectly into the wall. Sasuke's legs wobbled, eventually failing him as he fell toward the ground, realizing his brush against death, the wall behind him being his only support. He stared at Lee as he walked up the stairs, his hands neatly folded behind his back, face still impassive. He never even broke a sweat. Sasuke looked up at Naruto and Sakura, both were frowning down at him. He got up, walking with them to the examination room, not speaking a word. He had lost. Once again, he had lost. He didn't feel like he was at square one anymore. No, he wasn't even a part of the game. He hadn't expected that. When Sasuke had arrived, Daffy could tell that he was in one of his moods again. When he challenged Virgo, he had expected the loss to stir up that pride and stubbornness of his, giving Virgo permission to proceed with the fight. But that wasn't what happened. He looked scared. That's all he could think of to describe it. There was a fear there that Daffy had never seen in him before. The strange thing was, he didn't think it was a fear of Virgo. No, he had merely been the cause. Perhaps Virgo simply reminded him of bad memories. Daffy could relate to that. He still had the dreams, waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. He could remember the heat, his bandaged eyes only heightening his other senses. The screams and yelling of the crowd, the cries of his brother and his father. He could remember feeling it coursing through his veins, the hate and rage running through his body. The sensation of feeling his conqueror's haki rush through his body for the first time, even if he couldn't recognize it at first. Yes, Daffy knew all too well what it was like to be reminded of such memories. He and Sakura waited for Sasuke to reach them. Looking over, he thought about the pink-haired girl. When she arrived at his door a few days ago, he had been surprised. Her desire for training even more so. Still, hearing her words, they brought back memories too. That desire, so like the others in his family, the family of his previous life. She wanted to grow stronger, just like them. She wanted to help him, just like them. She wanted to stay by his side, just like them. He had looked toward Virgo, asking for advice, but he provided none. They both knew that this was something only he could decide. So, he took the girl in, trained her and brought her into his fold, into his family. The thought had made him hesitate, still unsure of its purpose. He didn't know what the purpose of his family would be, but, when he looked at Sakura, he couldn't help but envision her pale face, lifeless and bloodied, slowly sinking into the ocean. The thought made his blood boil. He wouldn't let that happen, that much he knew. Whether or not he continued his revenge against the world, he knew one thing that would change. He would protect his family, he would not fail them again. The three continued to walk, finally reaching room 301, Kakashi was waiting for them there. He was leaning against the wall, his nose in that orange book of his. As they approached, he looked up and cracked a small smile. Ah. Good, you all made it. What a relief, I had doubts, but, I'm glad to see you decided to come along, Sakura. She tilted her head, confused for a moment. What do you mean, sensei? Kakashi snapped his book clothes, walking to stand in front of them. It's nothing, Sakura. Now then, the hard part begins just behind that door. Good luck, all of you. I know you'll do just fine. He gave a small wave as he vanished in his usual poof of smoke. Daffy turned to the others, grinning at them and leading the way. Heh. Come on, let's get going. They walked into the room. There were more people than Daffy thought there would be, around 150 if he had to guess. His haki tried to gauge their strengths, but there were too many too close together. They looked around, eventually seeing that the other graduates of their year had arrived as well, Ino being the first to announce her presence. Sasuke. She had jumped onto his back, giving him a hug from behind. She looked toward Sakura while sticking her tongue out, teasing her. Sakura just smiled at the two, shaking her head slightly. Ino stilled, shock evident on her face, as Sasuke used her shock as an opening to get her off him. Man, you guys are here too? What a drag. A voice, dripping with the sin of sloth said, approaching them. Shikamaru was there, his eyes drooping as if he were fighting off sleep with Choji standing next to him, a bag of chips in hand. Huh. Of course, Naruto's team is gonna be here. With him, the rest of these chumps don't stand a chance, a rather boisterous voice called out. Kiba emerged from the crowd of Genin, Hinata and Shino at his sides. Heh. I'm glad to see you have so much faith in me. The three rookie teams gathered, finally being all together for the first time since graduation. Oh, shut up, Kiba. Naruto's not the only strong one here. You forgot about my man Sasuke? That was Ino, in case you couldn't tell. As she said that, he could tell that she was eyeing Sakura. Interesting. You know, you should quiet down, you're gathering a lot of attention. A voice called out from a Leaf Genin, someone not in their graduating class. The rookie 9 looked toward him in confusion. He had white hair tied in a ponytail, with black-rimmed circular glasses. He was crouching by the wall, a deck of cards in his hand and a small smirk on his face. The rookie 9 approached, Kiba being the first to respond. Oh yeah? And why's that, for eyes? The Genin merely cuckolded at the insult. Why? Just look around you. They did as he asked, seeing all the other Genin in the room eyeing them, bloodlust evident in their eyes. Daffy couldn't help but chuckle. This was going to be fun. The mysterious genin resumed his conversation. Take it from someone with some experience in these exams, you'll want to keep your heads down. It only gets harder from here. I'm Kabuto by the way. Shino caught on to his words. Experience? So, you have taken the exam before then? Kabuto chuckled slightly nervously, his cool and calm expression giving way as he scratched his cheek with his finger. Well yes, this is my 7th time actually, heh. Hearing that, Shikamaru began to rant. 7th time? Aw man, I knew this was gonna be a drag. Ino smacked him upside the head. Ow. Damn it woman, what was that for? That was for always being such a lazy bum. Kabuto chuckled lifting the deck of cards in front of him. Luckily for you guys, I might be able to help you. These are my ninja info cards, filled to the brim with all the data I could find on every participant here. Anyone you would like to know about? He said, shuffling the deck of cards. Sakura was the first to make a suggestion. Do you have Kankuro? No last name. Kabuto merely nodded, grabbing one of the cards. Flowing his chakra into it, a picture began to form on the card, soon revealing a profile of Kankuro. Let's see here. It looks like he's from the Hidden Sand Village, their Kazekage's son no less. According to this, he's a very proficient puppet user. I've never fought one, but I've heard stories. They're full and different tricks and traps, always consisting of deadly poison attacks. I'd avoid him if I were you, he's a tricky one. Anyone else? While the term puppet user intrigued him, there was something else far more interesting. Daffy stepped up next, testing his theory. Naruto Uzumaki, he said with a grin. Kabuto smiled but Daffy had seen it, a slight twitch betraying nervousness. It would seem Kabuto already knew who he was and was a rather gifted liar. Kabuto grabbed another card, reading its contents. Alright, Naruto Uzumaki. Says here that he graduated at the top of his class, excelling in taijutsu and also a unique ninjutsu, something to do with chakra strings. He's competed 12 D-rank missions and 1 B-rank. Though he sounded surprised Naruto knew it was just an act, he already knew the information he was reading off. Besides, he slipped up or perhaps underestimated them. The records of the missions that a ninja has completed is only available for the ninja in question's eyes only. Only the Hokage had the permission to view and distribute that information to any person or party that would need that kind of information. He did not remember giving permission to Kabuto, so how did he get his hands on that information? Besides, his haki told him Kabuto was much stronger than a mere genin. He and the old man needed to have a talk about this Kabuto. Now, is there any? A door slammed open, interrupting Kabuto. Near the front of the room several chunin had walked in, followed by what looked to be a jonin. He was a large man, his face heavily scarred and a bandana atop his head. All right everyone, listen up. I'm Ibiki Marino, the proctor for the first exam. Now, if you don't want to fail immediately then form a line in front of the 2 chunin in front of me, grab a number and sit your ass down. So, the first exam was a written test huh? Interesting. Daffy grabbed a number and took a seat, ending up in the 3rd row and sitting next to Hinata and someone he didn't recognize. He listened as Ibiki explained the rules. The way he explained it had been more complicated than it had to be, probably an attempt to confuse them. Daffy found the rules interesting as he looked down at the test that had been passed out. The questions were difficult, extremely so. These weren't questions that a normal genin could answer, even he didn't know where to begin on some of them. The rules were strange. You started with 10 points, losing a point for each question you got wrong, or didn't answer. This meant that, unlike other tests, it was possible to pass the test while only getting a single question right. There was something else strange as well. Being caught cheating 3 times meant disqualification, but why give them so many chances in the first place, instead of just disqualifying them the first time? The answer was obvious. They were supposed to cheat. Most of them couldn't answer these questions, forcing them to cheat in a room full of ever-watchful chunin. He was beginning to like Ibiki Marino. Still, if that's all it was then this was gonna be easy, considering he could answer at least one of the questions. Doing so, he looked around, realizing there was still 45 minutes until the 10th question according to the back of his test. He decided to have some fun, getting rid of some competition as well. He subtly aimed his fingers at the ceiling and got to work. Parasite string. He connected to the nameless genin behind him with his string, his fingers worked to control the poor soul's movements. He could hear him whispering to himself, panicking and not able to figure out why his body was moving on its own. Daffy made the genin turn to the one next to him, making him reel back a fist and plant it into the other boy's face. A kunai flew, darting past him and digging into the desk behind him, in front of the boy he was controlling. He instantly vanished his strings, giving the boy control of his body again. One of the proctors spoke up. Number 112, you're disqualified? Numbers 64 and 35 also fail. Wait. That wasn't me, I'm telling you guys, that wasn't me, I swear. The boy screamed, forcing the proctors to drag him out as his teammates walked out, embarrassment clear on their faces. Ibiki spoke when the boy had left the room. Listen up, if any of you proceed to attack another student like he did, you're disqualified. Now continue with your test. Daffy chuckled, catching his words. Like he did, Ibiki didn't care that they were attacking each other, he simply expected them to do it subtler. Once again firing his string, he took control of another genin, this time in the front row. He could feel the boy struggling against his strings, but it was no use. The parasite string relied on Daffy being considerably stronger than his opponent. To break it, you would have to overpower his own strength, then cut the string at the nape of your neck. The genin didn't stand a chance. Making the boy pick up his pencil, he grabbed it similar to a dart. He made him move the pencil back and forth, as if he were aiming. Ibiki stared down at the boy, daring him to go through with it. Daffy grinned, the boy whimpered, and the pencil flew through the air. Ibiki walked around the room, gathering the tests after Anko had taken them to training ground 44. He stopped as he neared the test of the blonde kid, Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. He thought about what he had seen during the test, those strange strings bouncing off the walls, landing on and controlling the other participants. He was the only one who saw it, his Chunin never realizing what was happening in front of him. Still, Ibiki didn't see body manipulation as an excuse to disrespect him, the other Chunin having to hold him back as he attempted to throw the boy in the front row out the nearby window. The kid ended up running out of the room, screaming with his two teammates behind him. Those strings of Naruto's were quite dangerous, the ability to control another's actions being a rare ability, a trademark he could only remember the Yamanaka having. He imagined there was more that the boy could do as well, he seemed to be quite imaginative. He wouldn't say it but, the blonde unnerved him. There was something about Naruto Uzumaki that wasn't quite right. He seemed too confident, too experienced for only being 12 years of age. His gaze would often linger toward the blonde, more often than he would like. He had some weird pull, a strange charisma that made him want to watch him. Ibiki didn't like it. He grabbed the test, promising to tell the Hokage of his concerns after the Chunin exam. He could do it now, but the old man had enough on his plate. This could wait. Daffy and his team were jumping from branch to branch, having just entered the aptly named Forest of Death. They had received a Heaven Scroll from the proctors and had 5 days to get an Earth Scroll from another team and make their way to the central tower. They hopped along for an hour, making camp by the river. Daffy decided to let Sasuke take command this time, hoping to let the Uchiha get his nerve back after his fight with Virgo. They had made a small campfire as they prepared some fish that Sakura had caught in the river. Eating it, Sasuke decided their plan. Alright, we have a couple options here. The most important thing we do right now is grab an Earth Scroll, after that, we can either head straight to the central tower, or stay behind to thin the competition. What do you think? Surprisingly, it was Sakura who spoke up, giving her thoughts. We should probably head straight for the tower. While we could stay behind and thin the numbers, we don't know what we'll be doing after these, we might need the energy for the next test. Heh. Pinky's got a point there, Sasuke, as boring as it would be, let's just hurry on through this little examination. Sasuke looked at the two of them before nodding. Alright then. Naruto, you're a sensory type, right? Sasuke asked, to which Daffy nodded to. Good, you'll lead us to a nearby team, and hopefully they'll have an Earth Scroll. They nodded in response. Daffy was just about to joke about how mature he was being when he stopped, sensing a powerful presence with his haki. We need to move, now, he said, already taking off into the trees, his teammates following some ways behind him. The presence was gaining on them, moving extremely quickly. He wanted to move faster, but that would mean leaving Sakura and Sasuke behind. They kept moving, it had almost reached them. He was about to tell Sakura and Sasuke to pick up the pace when his haki had detected an attack being made, ninjutsu. He turned to his left, his arms covering his face to block whatever the attack was. A heavy wind made impact, sending him flying through the forest. He had tried to use his strings to stop his momentum, but whatever he attached them to was being destroyed by both the attack and his sheer momentum. Eventually, he came to a stop, righting himself in mid-air as he landed on a nearby branch. He quickly turned around, his haki alerting him to a massive creature behind him. He was met with an enormous pair of eyes and a forked tongue. It hissed. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru released the powerful blast of wind, hitting the Jinchuriki directly. While he was interested in the blonde, his true goal here was to see Sasuke and test how far his Sharingan had come along. He would test the other boy later. He had a harder time entering the exam than he thought. Originally, he was planning to disguise himself as one of the genin team, after killing them of course. Thankfully Kabuto reported back to him with information on Naruto, revealing that he was a sensory type and changing his plans. Oh well, it didn't matter in the end. Unraveling a scroll, he used it to summon another of his giant snakes, climbing atop its head. He had to be careful here, he couldn't risk using any high-powered chakra techniques, or else risk the old man detecting his presence too early. Naruto. The girl had screamed after the boy he had sent flying into the forest. Grinning, he dashed in front of them, appearing before the two little genin. Looking at Sasuke, he couldn't help but picture his brother, Itachi. They were quite reminiscent of each other, such a shame that they hated other so much. Who the hell are you? What did you do to Naruto? Sasuke said, Orochimaru relishing his voice. He had waited for this moment ever since Itachi had defeated him so easily. Now he could begin his plan to acquire the ultimate ninja tool. Oh, don't worry about him, Sasuke, I just wanted to get him out of the way for a moment. I wish to have a little spar with you, he said, begging to chuckle lightly. He watched as Sasuke narrowed his eyes, watching them morph into the Sharingan. It was still incomplete, a shame really, but he was a patient man. Ah, the Sharingan. Yours is different than your older brother's, weaker. That did it? Sasuke roared, charging at him with a kunai in hand. Orochimaru waited for his approach, dodging the stab that he sent toward his stomach when he reached him. The two continued like that for a moment, Sasuke fighting wildly and with ferocity while Orochimaru elegantly dodged all his attacks, his body seeming to almost bend out of the way, unnaturally so. He knocked the kunai out of the boy's hand, landing a small kick and sending the boy further away from him. He watched as the boy flipped onto his feet, performing hand signs as he did. He didn't struggle as he felt the ninja wire coil around him, tying him to the tree trunk behind him. An impressive move. Sasuke held the end of the wire in his hands, putting it in front of his mouth and taking a deep breath. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A small flame quickly ran down the wire, moving closer to him and increasing in size as it did. When it finally reached him, it had become an inferno. He felt the flame latch onto his skin, disappointed. It was only causing minor second-degree burns on his skin, granted he had made several modifications to it. He phased into the tree behind him, his flesh healing all the while. He reappeared behind Sasuke from the ground. As disappointing as Sasuke was now, his hate for Itachi was more than sufficient. With the curse seal manipulating that hate, Sasuke would come to him all on his own, a far better solution than simply kidnapping the boy. His mouth opened, fangs appearing as he prepared to apply the curse seal. Sasuke! The girl cried out, trying to warn the boy, but it was too late. Orochimaru lunged down, aiming for his neck. He felt someone's foot impacting his face, sending him flying into a nearby tree. His body crashed into it, the bark splintering as his body was embedded into its surface. He looked up to Se who had snuck up on him. It was the Jinchuriki, Naruto. Heh. That's quite rude, you know, beginning the party without the guest of honor. I've killed over less. The boy began to laugh, a smirk on his face as Orochimaru stared at him, now truly intrigued. He had doubted Mizuki's words when he said that Naruto Uzumaki was someone he would be interested in, but seeing him now, landing such a powerful blow, he almost regretted killing the man. Almost. Orochimaru grabbed his lower jaw, relocating it with a sharp twist. He smiled at the boy, ready to have some fun. Sasuke, Sakura, here, he said, handing out an earth scroll to them. Head toward the central tower. I've got to kick some manners into tall, pale and freaky here. Orochimaru eyed the scroll, reaching into one of his pockets. It was gone, one of the scrolls he had grabbed, hoping to use it to bait Sasuke in case he still refused to fight, was in Naruto's hands. Now he knew, he had to have the boy. His two teammates quickly grabbed the scroll, heading toward the center of the forest while looking back at Naruto, worry in their eyes. You're a rather confident one, aren't you, Naruto? Orochimaru didn't give him the chance to reply, launching out of the tree and striking at the boy. Naruto had jumped into the air, dodging his attack and lashing out with a kick. Blocking it, he retaliated with a punch, watching in fascination as the boy seemed to float around him, dodging his attacks. So, this is what he uses those strings for, he thought, watching with sharpened vision as the strings connected to his body began to shift and pull. He connects them to his body and the surrounding area, using them to suspend himself in midair and pull him to safety, allowing him to dodge in any direction at great speeds. Still, what will he do if I do this? Orochimaru quickly regurgitated his Kusanagi blade from his mouth, extending it to cut through the strings around him. He pulled the sword back, then re-extended it toward the now falling boy's stomach. He watched in amazement, watched as the boy's feet began to blur, somehow kicking off the air itself and propelling him forward, dodging his attack. Naruto landed a few feet in front of him, his back turned toward him. Orochimaru knew what he had to do. After seeing this display, there was no way he could choose between the two. He made his choice. He would take Naruto's body, then implant Sasuke's Sharingan eyes into it, creating the ultimate vessel. With a body like that, he would be unstoppable. His neck began to stretch, hurtling toward the blonde's neck with his mouth agape. He reached him before the blonde could turn around, biting into his neck and delivering the enzymes that would form the curse seal upon his back. He felt elation at the deed, almost giddy at his plans, the body he would soon possess. It was after that when he realized that he didn't taste any blood. He looked down, watching the boy's body begin to turn a stark white, unraveling to reveal thousands of strings. His eyes widened, having, yet again, witnessed a technique he had never seen before. Orochimaru tried to jump back, but the remains of the string clone exploded outward, beginning to wrap itself around him. Thinking quickly, he looked up, unhinging his jaw and praying he would be in time. A pair of hands emerged from his mouth, another Orochimaru sliding out, shedding his skin just before the strings pulled, slicing his previous self to pieces. He ran. Orochimaru ran away. The sheer thought of it brought rage and disbelief, but he couldn't fight that boy like this, having to constantly hold back to avoid Sarutobi's gaze. Using his unique substitution technique required a large amount of chakra. He had no guarantee that one of the various ninja around the testing area didn't sense it. Sarutobi could already be on his way. He had failed in his mission, but he had learned something extremely important today. Naruto Uzumaki was powerful, and Orochimaru needed that power. Gaara of the desert slowly closed his hand, tightly curling it into a fist. He watched as his sand slowly began to crush the ninja he had captured within, eventually causing a downpour of blood. He wasn't really paying attention to it. He was thinking, trying to unravel his mother's words. She kept telling him to kill it, to kill the fox. He looked for hours now, but he still couldn't find the fox she was speaking of. Kankuro and Temari were growing weary of following him in his quest. Normally he wouldn't care, but he needed them to continue in the exam, to help him find the fox his mother wanted. He closed his eyes thinking that maybe the fox was not a literal animal, but a person. He sent images, memories of the different ninja he had seen today, waiting for a reaction. It didn't take long. The moment he thought of the blonde grinning boy, his mother went berserk, her screams giving him a small headache as he leaned on a tree. He paused for a moment, reeling in pain before he looked up, a large grin on his face. Yes, mother would have the fox's blood. The fox would be the next one to prove his existence. He called his sand back into his gourd, and began his trek toward the central tower, Temari and Kankuro watching him with concern. Chapter 6. Daffy watched from a nearby branch, staring at the powerful man's back as he left. That had been close, whoever that was, they were powerful. If he hadn't killed that giant snake and came back when he did, he didn't know what would have happened to Sakura and Sasuke. He looked down at the other giant snake, it was hissing as it searched the forest, probably looking for him. Just what were these things? They seemed almost intelligent, and they had appeared out of nowhere, completely hidden from his haki. That was dangerous. He hadn't yet met anything that could hide from his observation haki, yet these snakes had done just that. If that man was able to do something similar. Daffy spread his arms, releasing several strings from his fingertips, wrapping them around the snake. It began to thrash, realizing it had been captured and feeling the razor-sharp strings dig into its hide. Daffy pulled, slowly driving his strings further into the beast. He kept pulling until it was done, his strings having completely cut the creature into multiple pieces. He jumped down, landing near its corpse to examine it. It seemed to be an ordinary, if very large, snake, nothing really standing out to him. Well, until it burst into smoke. Daffy jumped up and out of the smoke, straining his haki to sense any incoming attacks. He waited for a minute, sensing none, then relaxed his guard. He looked down, wondering where the smoke had come from. He was puzzled by what he saw. The snake's corpse had disappeared, as if were never there in the first place. Daffy shook the curiosity from his head. He had more important things to worry about. He moved to go catch up with the rest of his team, thinking about the man he had fought. He was easily one of the most powerful men he had ever met since his rebirth. The man was skilled, intelligent too, quickly spotting and destroying his strings, the first to do so besides Virgo, who already knew about them. That wasn't the only thing that made him dangerous. That man was just like the snakes he had sent at him. The man was hard to hit, his body seemed to be malleable and his powers of regeneration staggering. He watched through his clone's eyes as his skin was rapidly healing from burn marks, most likely from one of Sasuke's techniques. The thing that worried him most was his eyes, looking at his clone with an almost possessive look. He didn't know what the man wanted, but he would do everything he could to kill the man the next time he saw him. Jumping from branch to branch, he stopped, his haki sensing something interesting. He turned toward his right, feeling a strange presence far, far away, deeper into the forest. Well, more accurately it was two presences, both living in the same body. Whoever they were strong too. Not on the level as the one he just fought but dangerous in its own way. The situation reminded him of something, placing a hand on his stomach. Thinking back, it had been quite a while since he last visited the grumpy old fox. To be honest, his visits were more out of curiosity than anything else, having never seen a creature quite like the nine-tailed fox. He would visit him, at least he assumed it was a male, the deep and thunderous voice suggesting such, simply making idle conversation, watching with interest as the beast watched him too. He wondered what was going through its mind, what it thought when it looked at him like that, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Daffy knew he was quite the unique character, but even that didn't explain the fox's gaze. Daffy sighed, he really need to come up with a name for that grumpy rug, if he didn't have one already that is. He was getting tired of just calling him Fox or Nine Tails. He thought about visiting him now, asking him what he knew about what his haki was telling him. Could there be more of them out there? More of these tailed beasts? He didn't know, but he didn't have time to find out either, he still had to get back Sasuke and Sakura. He turned back toward the center of the forest and continued to make his way to his team. Hinata was sprinting as fast as she could, desperately trying to get away. Kiba and Shino were just behind her, in as much of a panic as she was. She didn't know what the hell she just saw. She and her team had run into two groups of ninja fighting. They decided to hide in a nearby bush, hoping to ambush the winner and take both scrolls for themselves. They had quickly changed their minds. That boy, the one his teammates called Gaara, was a monster. She and her team were forced to watch as he tortured the enemy ninja, slowly grinding them in his sand. The way he did it so casually terrified her. Never had she met someone who could kill a man with just a small gesture. His face was the worst part. He never blinked, just staring with unblinking, bagged eyes as his victims began to beg for their lives. His expression of pure apathy never changed when they began begging for death. It was as if it was just a routine for him, as if he weren't grinding someone into paste and simply taking a stroll through the forest. Hinata thought back to her training, to all the progress she had made. Before a monster like Gaara, it was useless. How would you even begin to fight someone like that? Hinata didn't want to know, she didn't want to see his face ever again. They had been sprinting for a long time now. She stopped, causing the others to stop as well as they began to lean on their knees, panting and trying to catch their breath. Kiba was the first to speak, Akamaru was shivering atop his head and she could see something she had never seen from the confident boy. Fear. What the hell was that, you guys? Hinata and Shino didn't reply at first, still trying to catch their breath. Eventually, Shino stood up straight and replied to the feral boy. I am not sure, but I would suggest we avoid him for the time being. Yeah, no shit, Shino. That guy just turned that entire team into a fucking rain cloud. Hinata caught her breath soon after, deciding to mitigate the fight between the two. Gee guys, come on. We still need to get a scroll, let's just forget about it and look for a different team. Kiba and Shino looked at each other for a moment before nodding. Kiba collapsed into the ground in a heap, sitting down cross-legged. Alright, Hinata, just gimme a minute. Hinata nodded, choosing to also take a seat and flush the adrenaline from her system. Shino remained standing to stay on guard, just in case. They sat there for only about 10 minutes before Kiba got back up, looking reinvigorated. Alright, let's get moving. Hinata, use your Byakugan and find us a scroll. Hinata jumped slightly at the outburst, not expecting it. Kiba had always been someone that she and Shino could rely on. It seemed like no matter what happened he would always bounce back, ready for round 2. Even after that nightmare, he was still ready to go. Hinata stood up, forming a hand sign as she focused her chakra toward her eyes, feeling the familiar bulge of her veins as she activated her clan's Kekkei Genkai. Byakugan. The world seemed to expand, her vision spreading out all around her, telling her every small detail around her. She could see the various wildlife throughout the forest. Whenever she used her Byakugan in a forest she was always amazed, watching the plant life sway in the wind, the birds flying between the trees, sometimes seeing a bunny or two just hopping around. She loved it. Using it here though? She was fucking terrified. Watching the plant life grow teeth, devouring a poor innocent rabbit, massive leeches hiding in the tree lines, waiting to pounce on unsuspecting prey. There was even a giant centipede. How a centipede grew to be that big she had no clue, but there it was. Gulping slightly, she looked around the forest, searching for a team that had the earth scroll they needed. It took a few minutes, but she had eventually spotted one, a group of grass ninja that had made camp. They would be perfect. I found one. Kiba grinned, making a small fist pump and gave her a thumbs up. Lead the way, Hinata. She smiled slightly before nodding, leading the way to their next opponents. It only took them a few minutes to reach them. They stayed in the trees, looking down at the small camp that the enemy made in the clearing below. Kiba was whispering to them, giving them a plan of action. Okay, Shino, I want you to swarm them with your bugs. Focus on their face while Hinata, Akamaru and I get in close and beat them down. Sound good? They all nodded, Akamaru included. Okay, Hinata, you get the one with the long hair, we got the other two. Ready when you are, Shino? Shino nodded, gathering his bugs. They flew out from his sleeves, forming a large cloud above the oblivious ninja. Then, when one of them finally heard a small buzzing and looked up, they descended. Hinata moved quickly, getting in front of the long-haired woman and immediately began striking her chakra points and internal organs. It only took a couple strikes before she was down. Hinata kneeled and grabbed the scroll from her pocket. She looked over and saw Kiba had defeated his targets as well. Raising the scroll, she announced their success. The team began walking toward the central tower, not wanting to stay after seeing the sand demon in action. Who knew what else they would run into? Virgo dragged the corpse over to the rest of his team, who had started a small campfire. He, Niji and Tenten had defeated a team a little over an hour ago, gathering the other scroll they needed. They decided to rest before they moved on, sending Virgo out to hunt for food. He was just now returning, watching in curiosity as Niji and Tenten stared at him, wide-eyed. He was slightly confused. Was something wrong? Walking up to them, he hurled the bear's corpse in front of him with one arm, looking over to Tenten as he did so. Is this satisfactory? Tenten looked down at the bear, then back up at him and nodded blankly. Virgo nodded back. Good, I shall stand guard as you two prepare food. Call me when you are finished. Virgo jumped up to the tree line, using his haki to sense for any disturbances as he sat on a branch. He thought about the last few weeks, about Daffy. He worried about his king, knowing that he still had his nightmares, his haki alerting him when he would wake up throughout the night. He knew that there was conflict going through Daffy right now, realizing it when that girl, Sakura, appeared at his door, but he expected that it had been happening for a while now. He remembered when Daffy looked at him during their conversation. The look he gave him had been one of panic, a look he only recognized after being friends for him for over 40 years now. He looked toward him, as if asking what he should do, doubt appearing at the prospect of adding another to his family. The previous Doflamingo would never hesitate like that. To Daffy, family was something very important to him. After being betrayed by his father, after murdering him, Daffy was alone. He was alone in the world and only had hate to govern him. Then, Treble had found the boy. Treble heard the boy's story, and he exalted young Daffy. Treble saw the qualities of a king in him, someone worth serving with everything they had, someone to finally guide their wayward group of misfits. From that day onward, they gave their everything to Doflamingo, they became his new family. Since then, family to Daffy had nothing to do with blood, but rather the dedication someone had showed the other. Some would think that Daffy had simply taken advantage of them, but Virgo never saw it that way. He had truly accepted them, all their little quirks and flaws. Never would Doflamingo reject someone who had dedicated themselves to him unless they would betray the trust he would give in return. That was how he knew that Daffy was struggling. The choice to accept Sakura into his family was one that was hard for him, but he could see that Daffy was happy with his choice. He wondered what exactly was going through his head, but he decided to put that thought to rest. He had faith in his king. Virgo thoughts drifted toward his teammates. They were far weaker than he was, but that was fine. Even in his old life, he was hard-pressed to find someone on his own level of strength. Still, he enjoyed their company, Niji, constantly training and wishing to improve himself. When he had first sparred against him, he didn't think much of Niji Hyuga. He was an arrogant boy without the strength to back up his claims. After his defeat, Niji had changed, now seeking to improve himself through training and arduous work, something Virgo could appreciate. Niji would now train with him more often, with Virgo now holding back and helping the boy. He would talk about his new goal, to grow stronger so he could protect someone, to repay an infinite debt toward someone. His words made him think of Daffy. Yes, Virgo could certainly relate to Niji Hyuga. Then, there was the girl, Tenten. She was the most normal of their small group, not particularly standing out in any fashion. Behind that normality was someone who strived to stand out. She chose a unique and difficult path in her shinobi life, the absolute mastery of all weapons. Virgo could not name anyone who had achieved such a thing, and he respected her for taking on such a difficult path. His thoughts were interrupted as he felt enemy shinobi approaching. Looking down at Niji and Tenten, he saw them both cooking over the small campfire. He turned away, he decided not to bother them. Moving quickly, he went deeper into the forest, his form appearing directly in front of the three ninja. They were a bit older than him, probably 14 or so, all boys. Based on their headbands, they were from the hidden waterfall. They stopped, startled, and Virgo didn't waste the opening. He marched in front of the first, lashing out with a low kick and snapping his leg backwards, shattering his kneecap. As the boy fell, Virgo grabbed his head, quickly giving it a sudden twist, snapping it. He dropped the corpse as the other two charged. He went for the one on the left first, sidestepping the boy's punch. He grabbed the ninja's wrist and extended their arm, sending a light jab at their elbow and folded it backward. He let go, wrapping his other arm around the boy's neck while glaring at his teammate. The third ninja was staring at him, his legs shaking as Virgo choked the life out of his teammate. When Virgo's hockey no longer felt anything from his hostage, he dropped him, walking slowly toward the survivor. He screamed, turning around to run away, a futile effort. Virgo pulled out a kunai from within his trench coat, throwing it at the hysterical ninja. It was low, aimed at the boy's left kneecap. It made contact, the strength behind the bladed weapon shearing the boy's leg off below the knee. The boy fell, screaming and attempting to drag his body away. Virgo wouldn't let him get away. Reaching the grounded ninja, Virgo flipped him onto his back, ignoring his begging and pleading. His leg thundered down as he pulverized the other leg, ensuring there would be no escape. It would be some time until the food was done. Virgo had some time to kill. Shadow Possession Jutsu. He called out, his shadow stretching as it pursued the hidden rain ninja. His enemy ran, jumping back and forth to avoid his technique. Dropped the jutsu, his shadow retreated back to him. The ninja had ambushed him and his team on their way to the tower. Choji and Ino stood at his side, waiting for him to announce their next plan. The enemy was fast, worse, he was clever. When he first attacked he had flooded the area with clones, disorienting them while he attacked from the shadows. Choji's human boulder technique took care of that, dragging the rat out of hiding. Now they just had to catch the damn pest. Luckily he was alone. What a drag, he thought, analyzing the situation. The ninja was coming to a stop soon, now realizing that his shadow had retreated. He performed a backflip, and Shikamaru saw his opportunity. He quickly jumped back into the bushes behind him, creating a clone in his place. Choji and Ino saw what he was doing and said nothing. Using his clan's technique, he gave the illusion a shadow, and snuck his way around the clearing they were fighting in, trying to get behind the enemy. While doing so, their enemy taunted him. Ha ha ha. If that's all you guys can do, you might as well give up your scroll now. Shikamaru was in place, now hiding in the bushes to his clone's far right. His shadow still connected to his clone, he made it speak while throwing his voice. Shadow Possession Jutsu. The shadow at his clone's feet stretched, curving from the left to drive the rain ninja closer to his real self. That trick again, huh? Useless. It worked. He was hopping closer to him, his eyes toward the ground at the shadow curving toward him. He never saw the second tendril appearing from Shikamaru's real body just behind him. Shadow Possession Success. He dropped the clone jutsu, watching as Choji used his human boulder technique and rushed at the ninja. Shikamaru released the shadow possession just before Choji struck, sighing. Getting up from the bushes, he walked into the clearing and joined his teammates. They approached the downed genin, who was unconscious. Man, what a drag. I knew there would be people setting up ambushes around the tower, but still, this is ridiculous. The rain shinobi had been the third person to assault them on their way to the tower. He thought that it wouldn't get so bad until the fifth day, not the first. Hey, lighten Shikamaru. At least we have our scrolls, right? Choji said, trying to cheer him up. Yeah, suck it up Shikamaru. We got our scrolls, so I want to get to that tower and take a nice, hot bath. I'm covered in dirt and grime and who knows what else. Shikamaru sighed. Fine, let's get moving then. The three of them continued to march toward the tower, Shikamaru deep in thought. The exams were something that was beginning to puzzle him. He wondered about its purpose, not really seeing why all this was necessary. As far as he could tell, there was much better ways to test Chunin hopefuls, much safer ones too. There wasn't much of a reason for all this combat and bloodshed. He was already sure that at least a fourth of the contestants were already dead or dying. Thinking about it a little more, he did find a reason. It was a talent show. As ridiculous as it sounded, that was basically what it was, a way for various villages to show who was top dog by pitting their rising stars against another village's ninja. Shikamaru thought it was too much work, but he could see the significance. By showing that you had the superior ninja, you not only secured more missions for your village but also deterred possible warfare. Thinking about it like that, Shikamaru saw that it was important, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Looking over at his teammate, his brow furrowed, slightly frustrated. Something had been bothering Ino since the exam started. She had been constantly looking off into the distance, thinking no doubt. It worried him. For one, Getting distracted in such a dangerous location was begging for something bad to happen to you. Secondly, she was his friend and he was worried about her. Despite how much he would call her troublesome or a total drag, the two had been friends since childhood, and he would be lying if he said he didn't care what happened to her. He looked to Choji, who was reaching into his pouch for another bag of chips. He hadn't seemed to notice the small change in Ino, though that was probably for the better. As much as he loved the big guy, Choji wasn't very subtle, and Ino didn't really take blunt assumptions very well. "Hey guys, look," Choji said, pointing forward. They could see the tower through a small gap in the trees, having finally made it after all that trouble. Briefly looking at Ino, he made sure to remember to talk to her after this and approached the tower. Dosu Kinyuta and his team continued to patrol around the tower, following Lord Orochimaru's new orders. Their original mission had been to kill as many teams as they could, all except Sasuke Uchiha's. They were very successful, burning every scroll they could find. New orders came in though, telling them to kill Sasuke Uchiha. Dosu Kinyuta was suspicious, not quite understanding the sudden change. He ignored his suspicions for now, his team working to track Sasuke down. They had been searching for almost an hour before they found him. He was resting in a small clearing alone. He looked silently over to his team, then nodded, giving the signal to reveal themselves. They jumped down from the treetops, appearing before their target. They had decided to rest once they got close to the tower, waiting for Naruto to catch up with them. Sasuke sat down, taking the moment to steady his breathing as he thought back to the man they met in the forest. His skin had been pale, having a sickly look to it. The rest of his body looked rather thin as well. Despite those features, the man had been something out of a nightmare. Thinking back to that moment, as he tried to burn the man alive, he couldn't help but be reminded of his current strength, still not good enough. Then, he thought about the man's words. He knew Itachi Uchiha. The thought made him shiver, wondering just what his brother had to have been doing to make an acquaintance like that. He looked back toward the direction they came from, waiting to see Naruto's form. He was worried. He knew Naruto was strong, but that man had been a different kind of beast, he could feel it. Choosing to have faith in the ever-grinning blonde, his head turned to the other direction, watching as their eavesdroppers appeared in front of them. He stood up, talking to Sakura, who was around the tree, outside of view. "Sakura, hide," he whispered, eyeing the three ninja. Sakura nodded slightly, hiding behind the tree they were sitting up against. He watched the three genin, unsure of what village they were from. The ninja in the center was wrapped in bandages, having only one visible eye. He spoke first. "Sasuke Uchiha, I presume? Not good. They were looking for him specifically. Were they Kekkei Genkai hunters? Depends on who's asking." The bandaged shinobi chuckled lightly. "Of course, where are my manners? My name is Dosu Kinyuta, and these are my associates, Zaku," he said, gesturing to the boy at his right, "and Kin. To be frank, we've been assigned to kill you." Sasuke narrowed his eyes, trying to work out a strategy in his mind to deal with the three ninja. He hoped Naruto was almost here. "On whose orders?" he said, stalling for time. Dosu began to chuckle, his voice growing harsher. "I have a feeling you've already met." Sasuke's eyes widened as the other boy, Zaku, rushed toward him. Shoving the thought to the side, he tensed and activated his Sharingan, watching as Zaku sent a straight punch. Sasuke used one arm to redirect the blow, using his other to thrust his elbow into Zaku's face. He heard a sickening snap, feeling something give. Zaku went down instantly, collapsing in a bloody heap. Sasuke looked down at him, shocked. It was like he had blown a hole into Zaku's face, turning it into a ragged mess. He stared down at his hands, lost in thought. Through all his spars with Naruto, he had never gotten even close to winning. His punches would either never land, or the blonde would simply let him hit him, not fazed by his attacks. All this time he thought he was so far behind, but maybe that wasn't true. Maybe Naruto was just too far ahead. His hands clenched into fists, looking back up at his opponents with a confident look on his face. Dosu seemed to scowl at him, his face hidden behind his bandages, and his partner Kin moved in front of him, multiple sanban between her fingers. "You're stronger than I thought, but that won't help you. No matter how strong you are, you're not faster than sound." Dosu raised his right arm, revealing a strange metal bracer attached to his forearm. "Sound? That didn't sound good." Sasuke knew that he wasn't that fast. Whatever attack Dosu launched would most likely hit him before he could even react, if his claim was true. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to worry about it. He watched as the kunai sprayed blood, Sakura having snuck behind Dosu and slitting his throat. Hearing the body fall, Kin turned around and Sasuke didn't hesitate. He ran up behind her, a kunai in hand as he stabbed it directly into her spine. He felt the kunai scrape against bone, eventually feeling a small snap as the blade severed her spine completely. She fell to the ground, dead. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other for a moment, before hearing someone impact the ground next to them. They turned toward the intruder, kunai up and ready. Hehehe. What did I miss? Daffy, Sasuke and Sakura had finally made it to the tower, both scrolls in hand. They approached the front door, looking at a message carved into the nearby wall. Sakura read it aloud. If you do not possess heaven, gain knowledge and be prepared. If you do not possess earth, run through the field and seek strength. If you open both heaven and earth scrolls, dangerous paths turn into safe ones. This is the secret of something. It shall lead you on your way. What do you think it means, guys? Daffy looked at the quote, then to Sasuke, who was holding both scrolls. Sasuke quickly came up with the same conclusion. It sounds like we're supposed to open the scrolls? Daffy laughed, slapping Sasuke on the back. Great idea, Sasuke. You do that while Sakura and I wait over here. Daffy grabbed Sakura and took cover behind a nearby giant log, peeking over the side and waiting for Sasuke to open the scrolls. Sasuke was looking toward him with a deadpan expression. He gave him a thumbs up. Ready when you are. Sasuke sighed, unwrapping the heaven scroll and opening it. As soon as he looked at the contents, he dropped it, jumping back. The scroll fell onto the ground, revealing a sealing formula. There was a puff of smoke, and Daffy's haki could sense someone standing on the scroll. That feels familiar, reminds me of those snakes. Perhaps they weren't hiding from my haki but were teleported by that man using scrolls, just like Irika here. I'll need to do some research, it seems. Irika stood on the scroll, looking around in confusion. Then he spotted Sasuke and smiled. Ah, there you are, Sasuke. I was wondering who summoned me. Where's Naruto and Sakura? Taking that as their cue, the two leapt over the log, joining Sasuke in front of Irika. Sakura greeted her former sensei. We're right here, Irika-sensei. But, what are you doing here? Irika smiled at them, chuckling slightly. Well, you see, the scrolls you have are designed with a special sealing technique that, when opened, summons the Chunin assigned to it. Looks like you guys managed to get stuck with me. You, do have the other scroll, right? Sasuke lifted it in his hand, shaking it lightly to confirm that they did indeed have it. Irika sighed in relief, visually relaxing. Oh good, well, it looks like Team 7 has officially passed the second part of the Chunin exams. Congratulations. Sasuke smirked, while Sakura was jumping in joy. Daffy merely grinned while he watched them, eager to see what was next. Hehehe, so what's next, Irika? Do we have to fight you for the next part of this test? Irika shook his head quickly while raising his hands. Oh no. Don't worry, the Hokage will be arriving on the 5th day to explain the third and final part of the exam. For now, you can rest inside the tower. There are several rooms available for everyone. Team 7 nodded in unison, walking through the front door of the tower as Irika poofed away. Entering the tower, they were met with a very large room. It looked to be some kind of arena with a large statue of the reverse ram hand sign. They weren't the only ones there. In fact, there was only one other team there, the two that Daffy and Sakura met just before the exams along with someone else. The kid had red hair, he was pale too, with a large gourd on his back. Daffy was intrigued. For one, this was the one that his haki had felt in the forest, meaning they had just arrived. They were the one with 2 auras on their body. There is also the fact that he was staring at him with a manic grin on his face. Daffy grinned back, his team heading toward a door on the right side of the room, most likely where the rooms Irika spoke of were located. They led to a flight of stairs that they quickly climbed, eventually meeting a hallway with several doors. Opening the first door they came across, they walked into the room to rest. There were 3 beds, most likely to accommodate each team of 3, and Sakura immediately took one, laying down with a loud groan. Thank God, we're finally out of that creepy forest. I can't believe they wanted us to spend 5 days there. Daffy chuckled at her words. Taking the bed next to her. Heh, I was having fun. Sakura turned her head toward him with a deadpan expression, never bothering to sit up. Of course you would have fun. Unfortunately, I'm not some kind of super being. Daffy began to laugh, while Sasuke simply lay in the other bed next to him. Heh. You're right, that is unfortunate. Sakura pouted at him, reaching above her to grab a pillow and throw it at him. Daffy just grinned at her, using his strings to lift him into the air and avoid the projectile. The pillow kept going, slamming into Sasuke, who was sitting on the side of the bed, back facing them while he leaned down to take off his sandals. The force of the pillow seemed to be just enough to knock the unsuspecting boy over, making him fall on his face. Daffy grinned, cutting his strings and landed on the bed, bouncing a bit from the height. Sakura looked horrified. Sasuke, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sasuke had gotten up, glaring at them and stopping Sakura's apology. Slowly, he grabbed the pillow on his own bed, and the war had begun. They had to spend the next 5 days waiting for the second part of the exam to begin. Most of the other Leaf Genin had made it to the tower on the first day. There were a couple people during the others but none that he could sense being of any real significance. Surprisingly, Kabuto and his team never showed up either. During those days, Team 7 had been very bored, usually just playing small games or talking with the other Leaf Genin. Right now, however, they were getting ready. The old man had arrived, and he was going to be announcing the next part of the exam. Daffy looked at Sakura for a moment, worried. He had arrived a bit earlier than he let on during their small skirmish, watching as Sakura snuck up on the bandaged Genin. That had been a close call. Sakura's stealth had improved but, somehow, that Genin was able to hear her, waiting for her to appear behind him. He must have had some enhanced senses to be able to detect her so easily. Unfortunately for him, before he could launch his surprise attack on Sakura, he just happened to get caught up in some strings, halting his movement. Still, he didn't tell Sakura that he had helped her, seeing how proud she was to take on an enemy ninja almost single-handedly. Daffy worried about the rest of these exams, knowing that he wouldn't be able to help her like that anymore. If he had to guess, they were going to be moving on to one-on-one combat, something that Daffy couldn't help her with, considering all the high-level ninja around. They would see something was up, especially the Hokage if no one else. The three finished getting ready, walking back down the stairs and joining everyone else in front of the Hokage in the arena. They all looked toward the old man, the god of shinobi who began his speech a moment later. Daffy tuned most of it out, looking at the others. Most of the people who made it through the forest was Leaf Ninja, all of the rookies actually. There were a few stragglers but the only ones Daffy was concerned about were the Sand Ninja. Then, Daffy heard his chance to thin the competition even further. Now, there are simply too many of you to move on to the final round. Therefore, we will be having a tournament-style preliminary round to thin you out. Kiba had spoken up next. Preliminary round? What for? Why does it matter that there are so many of us? The Hokage cleared his throat, going on to explain it to the dog-like boy. The final round of the Chunin exam is to be held in front of several nobles of high prestige. The exam acts as a way for villages to show off their strength and appeal to potential clients. Because of the difficult nature of arranging so many influential figures in one place, the exams must be a short event. Are there any who wish to drop out now? The preliminaries will begin immediately and will now be one-on-one confrontations. Because of this, you can leave without having to worry about failing the rest of your team. Daffy grinned at the opportunity. Looking at the various other ninja, he flexed his conqueror's haki, being careful to not target those of importance, primarily his fellow Leaf Ninja and that Sand Ninja. It worked. The small application was enough to send the other ninja over the edge, making them raise their hands to leave the exam. After it was all said and done, only the so-called Konoha 12 and the Sand Ninja remained. Looking at the remaining genin, the Hokage made a brief nod. Very well, everyone else can join the Jonin senseis up at the stands. We will be using the computer behind me to randomly select the matchups. Daffy and his team turned to the right, seeing Kakashi leaning against the rail while reading his book. They walked up the stairs, joining him and looking up at the screen, waiting for the first match to be called. Kakashi looked away from his book, giving them a small wave. Yo! Sakura and Sasuke just looked up toward him with bored faces, repeating the lazy gesture. Yo! Yo! Daffy grinned as Kakashi slumped forward, not amused. He was about to speak before a small ring sounded out, alerting them that the first match was about to be decided. Looking up, they all waited eagerly. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kankuro. Doflamingo grinned. Kankuro made Crow look up at the screen, smirking as he got the chance for some payback. That Naruto kid had made a fool of him during the first day of the exams, and he was ready to put the idiot blonde in his place. He had Crow, his puppet, disguised as himself, jump down into the arena, joining his opponent. Kankuro was currently wrapped up in bandages, swapping places with the puppet. Heh, and Temari called him an idiot. This was genius. A Jonin walked up to them, most likely their referee. He began to introduce himself, his voice sounding ragged and sickly. He was even coughing as he talked. I'm Heiei Gecko, a special Jonin who will be proctoring these matches. The match will end if one of the participants is either unable to battle or I announce the winner based on circumstance. Now, are there any questions? They both shook their head, eager to get started. Very well, then begin. Heiei jumped back as Kankuro's puppet sped toward the blonde, aiming a strong right at Naruto. Naruto quickly dodged, his hands in his pocket as he swept his legs at Crow's feet. He made Crow jump, lashing out with a kick aimed at his stomach. Naruto jumped, his form seemed to almost be pulled through the air as he quickly landed behind Crow, fist reeled back to send a punch at his real body. What? Acting quickly, he unraveled himself from the bandages, putting his arms up to block the attack. The blonde's fist dug into his forearms, launching him into his own puppet and sending him flying back. Kankuro quickly stopped his momentum, set up his chakra strings and dropped Crow's disguise, revealing the ominous creation with a creepy chattering. Heh. What's wrong, Kankuro? Are you scared of little old me? Don't worry, I don't bite. Kankuro ignored his words, sending his puppet to fly toward the blonde. The puppet raised each of its 4 arms, revealing hidden blades in each of its wrists. They slashed at the blonde, who was dodging each of them. Seeing that he was going nowhere, Crow opened his mouth, firing several poison sunban at Naruto. Naruto fell backward, ducking under the sunban, and Kankuro took advantage. Crow's arm detached from its socket, firing the wrist blade at the falling leaf ninja. Then, Naruto moved. Just before he hit the ground, his body seemed to be pulled to the side, dodging the attack and pulling him back to his feet. Damn, he a slippery one. I don't know how he did that, but let's see how well he does with poison smoke bombs. Kankuro had several types of poison inside Crow's body, including a poison smoke bomb designed for indoor use, dissolving harmlessly into the air after a few seconds if it hadn't entered someone's body yet. Kankuro got ready, preparing to send Crow back toward the blonde, when Naruto spoke. Heh, that's a neat toy, mind if I give it a try? Huh? Kankuro shook his head, ignoring the blonde as he sent Crow rushing back into the fight, or at least, he tried to. Kankuro's fingers strained, trying to get Crow to move, but he wouldn't, like there was something holding him in place. Suddenly, Crow spun around, facing him. Kankuro didn't know what was going on, watching as his own puppet sped toward him, listening to Naruto's laughs. Heh, what does this one do? A small purple orb was launched from his mouth, the smoke bomb that Kankuro had prepared from before. It erupted at his feet, billowing purple smoke rising around him. He made to get out of the way, holding his breath until Crow had reached him, latching onto him and holding him in place. Sorry, Kankuro, but it seems he likes me more than you. Heh. Kankuro strained against the reinforced wood, desperately trying to escape while he held his breath. He couldn't do it, the puppet was too tough and still wasn't responding to his commands. He looked around, trying to find a way out when he saw them. There were several white, near-invisible strings wrapped around Crow's body. That's how he was doing it, he somehow wrapped these strings around him, using them as chakra strings to control the puppet. But that didn't make sense, the leaf didn't have any puppet users, so how did the blonde get so good at controlling Crow's movements? The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly, he watched as the wire went slack, someone having cut through them as he was carried out of the smoke. Looking up, he saw his sensei, Baki, carrying him back to the stands. They got there quickly, Baki setting him down on his feet. Thanks, Baki-sensei, he said, disappointed that he had been defeated so easily. Baki simply glanced down at him, his vision soon returning to the screen. Don't mention it. Kankuro nodded, then remembered that he had to grab the Crow's arm that he detached in the fight. He looked over the railing, trying to find it. He found it quickly. It was waiting for him, simply floating there while connected to a thin white string. Kankuro looked up, watching as Naruto grinned at him. He clenched his teeth, ripping the appendage out of the air, and returned his focus to the screen, the next match already being announced. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Ino hopped down from the platform and into the arena below, a grin on her face. She felt a little bad that she had to beat up Sakura, but, at the end of the day, she was here to pass. Not even her former best friend would stop her. She had really lucked out, she couldn't imagine herself winning against anyone here besides Sakura, so maybe it was fate. Walking to the proctor, Hi-8's, right side, she waited as Sakura, too, jumped down and stood across her. Ino was a little surprised, she had a confident smile on her face, determination in her eyes. It was something that Ino hadn't seen in years. She thought back to the beginning of the first exam, the way she would just smile whenever she hugged Sasuke, trying to tease her. It was like she was just humoring her. Could it be? Could she and Sasuke have really? No, that wasn't it, there was something else going on here. Well, whatever it was, she was happy for the pink girl, but sad that she had to wipe that confident smile off her face. The two stood, tense as they waited for Hi-8 to call for the beginning of the fight. Strategies flew through her mind, thinking of the various techniques she could use against Sakura. Ultimately, she leaned toward basic taijutsu, Sakura's main weakness. A short strategy in mind, she watched as Hi-8 threw a hand downward, signaling the beginning of the fight. Begin. Ino charged in first, a fist heading toward the girl's chest. When the strike landed, she was going to follow up with a sharp kick to her face, hopefully knocking her out. She didn't get the chance. Sakura spun around the punch, stepping closer to her with an elbow now heading toward Ino's face. Surprised, she brought up her arms to block the attack, planning to swat it away and put the girl in a chokehold, once again taking advantage of the girl's lower physical strength. She was surprised at the strength behind the blow. Not putting up enough resistance, Sakura's elbow made her smack her forearm into her own face, dazing her for a moment. She blinked rapidly, trying to get the spots out of her eyes when she felt two hands grab the sides of her head. Opening her eyes fully, she was met with Sakura's knee driving toward her face. She put her hands against her knee, pushing and trying to stop the attack, but it was too late. The knee drove her hands into her face, sending her reeling backward, struggling to stay standing. She saw Sakura run toward her, a punch reeled back. Ino stepped back and sent a high kick toward the girl's face, only for the girl to keep going, phasing right through her. A clone? The real Sakura was directly behind her clone. Grabbing her still extended leg, she raised her arm, driving her elbow into Ino's knee. Ino's vision went white, screaming at the pain. It didn't feel broken, but it hurt nonetheless. Her vision cleared, now seeing Sakura's fist just before it impacted her face. It struck, driving her toward the ground. She felt her head impact the concrete floor and everything went black. She had lost. Choji watched in shock as Sakura's punch sent Ino into the ground. Never did he think the day would come when Sakura would fight like that. It was completely different than what she had shown in the academy. Usually, she always threw straight punches, no strategy in mind other than to hit her opponent. This Sakura was clearly different, a bit brutal as she picked Ino apart. He felt Asuma rush down and grab Ino, bringing her back up to the stands and leaning her against the wall, almost as fast as he could blink. Choji was worried about Ino, but now he was more concerned about himself. Would he have to fight too? Looking around, the number of people was uneven, meaning someone would get a free pass. His ear pounding, he looked up at the screen, watching the names pass by as the computer decided the next match, hope swelling in his heart. Sasuke Uchiha vs Choji Akimichi. That hope shriveled up and died, a wave of depression hitting him. Sasuke? He had to fight Sasuke? Yeah, he was done for, he might as well give up now. Sasuke was one of the best students in the academy, just under Naruto, who Choji saw as almost untouchable. There was no way he stood a chance against him. He considered giving up, surely there would be no harm in it. After all, he had proven himself these last few days, he had made it this far. He looked up, ready to give in, until he saw Asuma-sensei smiling down at him. You are a fine ninja, Choji Akimichi. The words echoed in his head, replacing the doubt and depression with unyielding determination. A fire in his eyes, he jumped down, raising his arms when he landed on the ground. Let's go! He ran to the proctor's side, huffing in anticipation as Sasuke calmly walked down the stairs, slowly walking to meet him. The two stood across from each other, polar opposites. Choji was filled with visual enthusiasm and determination, a fierce look on his face. Sasuke was cool and composed, his face impassive as he looked at his opponent. Looking at the two of them, Heiei nodded to himself, jumping back and beginning the fight. Begin. Sasuke rushed forward first, and Choji waited for him. Sasuke was fast, far faster than he was, so there was no point in making the first move. What he did know was that he was physically more powerful than the Uchiha, or if he wasn't, his clan's techniques would make him so. Sasuke jumped into the air into a flying high kick. Choji grabbed the leg and pulled Sasuke closer to him, a punch reared back to slam into the smaller ninja. As soon as he was close enough, he fired the punch, aiming at Sasuke's face. The smaller boy grabbed his wrist, puling himself upward and dodging Choji's attack. Now standing upward in the air, Sasuke reared back his leg, sending it forward to punch Choji's head. Expansion Jutsu. Choji's body suddenly expanded, launching Sasuke away from him as Choji grew. Choji looked down at Sasuke before tucking in his limbs and head, begging to roll rapidly. Human boulder. Choji's large frame began to rush at Sasuke, threatening to flatten him. Sasuke jumped over him, dodging the attack while throwing several kunai. His kunai bounced off Choji's body, the rotation of his body flinging them away. Choji crashed into the wall, then began to roll in reverse, heading back toward Sasuke. This wasn't good. His body was moving too slow to hit Sasuke, who was much faster than him. Sasuke moved to the side, once again dodging to the side. Choji was about to stop the technique when he felt a searing pain in his side. He stopped his rotation, turning back to normal as he felt at his side with his hand. There was blood. He tried to figure out what had happened as he looked at Sasuke, who was smirking. He saw a bloody kunai on the floor. It didn't take him long to figure it out. The human boulder technique protects its user using high-speed rotation, deflecting most attacks. The problem was that his body was spherical and spun on an axis. Therefore, there were two spots on his body that weren't protected by that rotation, his sides. And he figured it out so quickly? This was it, he only had one chance at this. He ran at Sasuke, who waited for his approach. Choji sent a punch toward him, and seeing Sasuke go to block it, he smirked. He had him. Partial expansion jutsu. His arm expanded, multiplying the strength of the attack as it struck Sasuke, sending him flying. Choji smirked. There was no way Sasuke could still be conscious after that. He had broken boulders with this technique and he never saw the attack coming. The smirk fell as he saw Sasuke. It was like time had slowed down, watching as Sasuke, still conscious and with not even a bruise, brought his hand up to his mouth, his thumb and pointer finger in the shape of an O. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He watched the torrent of flames rush toward him. It was too close, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. He closed his eyes, waiting for the pain to come. Due to the interference of Asuma Sarutobi, Sasuke Uchiha is the winner. What? He opened his eyes, he was in the stands now. Looking up, he saw Asuma looking down at him, a large smile on his face. You did great, Choji. Choji stared at him, shocked at the turn of events, before he smiled back. Thanks, sensei. Choji stood back up, standing next to Shikamaru who was leaning on the railing, smirking at him. Choji smiled back, giving him a small thumbs up. He looked at the screen, the next match having already been decided. Kiba Inuzuka vs Rock Lee. Kiba smirked as he jumped into the ring, thinking about that last move that Sasuke had made. Just before Choji's fist had hit him, the boy had jumped backward, somehow predicting the attack and absorbing its impact. He felt a little bad for the big guy, but he wasn't surprised. Choji just wasn't ready for the big leagues. He couldn't stand up to people like himself. Kiba watched as Lee approached, his hands behind his back and expression hidden by his sunglasses. He wasn't sure what to expect from this guy. He was guessing that he was a close combat fighter, which was just perfect. The Inuzuka clan specialized in tracking techniques and close combat, their natural claws and instincts giving them a distinct advantage over most ninja. He stood in front of Lee, Akamaru at his side, growling. The three of them waited for Heiei to begin the match and Kiba couldn't help but grin, eager to end that confidence Lee seemed to exude. Begin. Stay back, Akamaru. He's mine. Twisting his body, Kiba jumped into the air, his rotation increasing to incredible levels as he announced one of the trademark attacks of the Inuzuka clan. Tunneling Fang. Kiba curved in midair, becoming an unstoppable drill of claws and fangs. He sensed Lee through his sense of smell and made to pulverize the kid. Just before his attack landed, he felt something smash into him. His rotation stopped, the force of the impact sent him flying. Using his claws to grip the ground, Kiba stopped himself, quickly looking up to see what had happened. Lee stood in the same place, a fist outstretched in a backhand motion. Did he just? No. There was no way that he stopped his technique like that. No one could simply punch through one of his fangs, even Kurenai simply avoided them. He refused to believe it. Rushing at the boy, he decided to try pure taijutsu and examine Lee's fighting style. He reached him, swiping one of his claws with ferocity, intending to flay his skin. His claws lost the strength behind them, merely dragging lightly across Lee's cheek when a fist had planted itself into his stomach. He couldn't breathe, his vision beginning to blur as his lungs cried out for air. His will was the only thing keeping him conscious. He saw through blurred vision as Akamaru rescinded his orders, moving to attack Lee. Lee had lashed out with a kick, sending Akamaru flying toward the Hokage's feet. He didn't get up. Kiba saw red. He drew his hand back, drawing on the last of his strength to drive his claws into Lee's eyes. Lee stopped the attack instantly, his hand grasping Kiba's wrist and halting his attack. He felt a pull, then, Kiba was in the air, Lee using his arm to lift him off the ground and over him. Kiba felt himself speeding up, now quickly heading back toward the ground. He tried to brace himself for the impact, but the action was too quick, he hadn't even caught his breath yet. As soon as his back thundered down onto the ground, he knew he had lost. The proctor apparently knew it too. The winner is Rock Lee. Kiba lay there for a moment, catching his breath as multiple medic nin had appeared, healing his wounds. He looked up, and noticed that the Hokage was there, carrying Akamaru. Is he okay? He asked, scared for his best friend. The Hokage looked confused for a moment before smiling. To Kiba's relief, he nodded. Yes, he's fine. You probably thought that Lee had kicked Akamaru, you must not have recovered from Lee's blow yet. Kiba looked confused before the Hokage went on. Lee merely put his foot on Akamaru, pushing him away. The dog ended up hitting his head on the lip of the concrete where I was sitting, hitting his head and knocking himself out. He'll be just fine. The Hokage placed the puppy onto Kiba's stomach after the medic nin put him on a stretcher. He looked a bit confused at the need and looked at one of them. The Hokage put his worried aside. They just want to take you to the hospital and check for any internal damage. Lee had hit you quite hard, you know. Kiba nodded, exhausted. He brought Akamaru closer to his chest, cradling the young puppy and submitting to his wounds, falling asleep. Tenten watched as his teammate walked back up the stands, satisfaction on her face. Watching Lee beat up the arrogant boy was the most fun she had all day. She wanted to hurry up and get her match too, damn it. She didn't train for the past couple weeks to sit on the sidelines. She looked up toward the screen, her hands clapped together as she prayed at the great god of weaponry. 10-10 versus Temari. Hell yeah. She jumped down, a smile on her face as she walked up to her opponent. This bitch was going down. She waited in front of Temari, the girl was smirking at her as well, her arms crossed as she tilted her hips. Begin. 10-10 immediately jumped backward and into the air. She pulled a scroll out of her pouch, unraveling it as multiple weapons began to poof out from the markings on the scroll. She grabbed them as they appeared, hurling them toward the sand ninja at a frightening pace. Soon enough, a wave of steel had formed, threatening to blanket and skewer the other girl. 10-10 watched on, curious to see what happened. Temari smirked, reaching behind her she pulled a contraption from her back, swinging it in front of her, it unfolded, revealing an enormous fan. A heavy wind came from nowhere, throwing her weapons aside and blocking 10-10's attack. She pulled out a kunai, deflecting the various weapons that had blown back toward her as she fell back toward the ground. She landed, thinking about her next move. She could use her trump card, her twin rising dragons. It was her best technique and she didn't know what else to do. She reached for the proper scrolls, before she remembered something. You're too quick to resort back to long-range combat. You should focus more on being able to use your weapons in close range. The moment a competent enemy gets too close or you meet someone with superior long-range capabilities, you're finished. She stopped, grabbing a katana that was lying on the ground. Her grip tightening on the handle, she rushed Temari. The sand ninja looked slightly shocked at the change in tactics but was smirking nonetheless. She pulled her fan back, swinging it again and sending another gust of wind. 10-10 unspooled some of her ninja wire, quickly tying it to one of the weapons embedded in the ground, using it to pull herself through the powerful gust and closer to her target. Temari's smirk fell, seeing that she hadn't been blown away like she expected. 10-10 pulled the weapon she had tied herself to out of the ground, a small scythe, and launched it at Temari before she could ready another attack. She jumped to the side, avoiding the scythe and giving 10-10 the time she needed to reach the dark blonde girl. She swung her sword, Temari pulling up her fan and blocking it. 10-10 put her foot on the fan and ran up over it, getting behind the girl. She raised her katana and slashed downward. Temari jumped back while moving her fan behind her, opening it fully. The sword dug into Temari's leg, drawing blood but it was a minor wound. Temari swung her fan. Wind style, wind scythe. Another gust of wind, but this was different. The force of it lifted her into the air, suspending her there as she felt multiple invisible razors digging into her skin. The pain made her scream out. She felt herself blacking out, when the wind stopped. She began to fall. She looked down, having to look behind her as her back was to the ground. Temari was there, her fan up straight and braced to the ground as she fell, intended to impale her on it. She threw a kunai at the girl, watching as Temari dodged and moved her fan. 10-10 hit the ground, unable to get up. She had lost a lot of blood to that previous technique, weakening her. She tried to stand up but was unable. She lost. The winner is Temari. She saw the medics come in to get her, she couldn't help but look at her team, watching them as they watched her being carried away. She felt shame at the defeat. Shame at wasting Lee's time. Niji watched as 10-10 was carried it, glaring at the sand ninja that tried to cripple the girl. He was anxious for his match, now needing to vent his anger at the blonde girl. Lucky for him, he didn't have to wait for very long. As 10-10 was carried out of the arena, the screen had begun to cycle through names, eventually stopping and revealing the next match. Niji Hyuga vs Shino Aburame. Niji and Shino jumped down into the arena, standing in front of the proctor. Niji analyzed his opponent. To beat Shino, he would have to get in close and finish it quickly. Shino's bugs were dangerous, able to quickly siphon someone's chakra, their life force, at an astonishing rate. The moment they swarmed him, Niji was finished. Begin. Niji activated his Byakugan, watching as a swarm of bugs came from Shino's sleeves. The swarm raced toward him, making Niji run to the side, avoiding the bugs. He slowly ran in a circle, cycling back toward Shino, palms raised. Niji's hands struck aiming for Shino's chakra points. Shino ducked to the ground with a small spin, his leg lashing out and dragging across the ground trying to trip him. Niji flipped over Shino, striking at various chakra points along his back before he landed, continuing to run from the bugs that were still chasing him. Shino got up, pulling several kunai and throwing them in front of Niji as he ran. Niji's hand batted the kunai away, grabbing the last one out the air as he circled around again. Niji sprinted toward him, then got down, sliding across the ground and toward Shino's feet. Shino jumped over him, Niji taking advantage of the opening to slice at his Achilles tendons, inhibited his movements. Niji continued to slide, eventually standing up as he continued to run from the bugs. He watched as the swarm split into two, one continuing to chase him as the other formed a shell around Shino, protecting him. Niji knew what he had to do. He could no longer get in close with those bugs surrounding Shino. He would have to attack from afar. Niji circled around again, running toward Shino for the final time. When he was a couple meters away, he executed his technique. First gate of opening, open. 8 trigrams, air palm. His palm rushed forward, a compressed ball of air emerging from his hand. It smashed through Shino's bugs, hitting him directly. His feet injured, he wasn't able to keep his balance and fell backward. His bugs stopped, before returning to their wielder. Shino didn't get back up. The winner is Niji Hyuga. Niji sighed, taking a breath as he walked back up toward Guy and Lee, passing by the medics that went to grab Shino. As he approached, Guy-sensei was bawling, tears dripping down his face. "Oh, Niji, I'm so proud of you." Guy leaned down, forcibly grabbing Niji and soaking him in tears and snot. "Gah! Get off of me, Guy. I'm serious, this isn't funny." Niji was pushing against him, trying to free himself when he saw the rare serious expression on his face. He was looking toward the screen, a small frown on his face. Following his gaze, Niji looked toward the screen. Hinata Hyuga vs. Gaara. Hinata stared up at the screen, shaken. She had to fight that monster? No, absolutely not, there was no way she was fighting against them. She didn't care how much Kurenai was depending on her, now the last of her team to potentially make it to the exams. She didn't care how hard she had worked to get here, to stand here next to her peers and prove herself. She didn't care about proving her father right, proving that she was just a weak coward. Hinata brought up her hands, staring at them for a moment. They were coarse, rough with callus and small scratches running up and down them, a testament to her hard work. The hands balled into fists, confident. She looked up at her sensei. "I'm ready, Kurenai-sensei." She jumped down, entering the ring and joining the sand ninja that was already waiting for her. She waited for the proctor to begin, her palms up and ready for the fight. "Begin." She rushed forward, palm lashing out as she targeted the boy's chakra point. A wall of sand met her attack, blocking it instantly. Sand. He's using it to defend himself. I need to get around it. She circled around her opponent, sending palm after palm, moving as fast as she could. The entire time the boy just stood there, not even bothering to look at her, to even acknowledge her hard work. Her next attack dug into the sand, but she knew it wasn't due to its strength. The sand began to coil around her arm, wrapping around it. She jumped back, releasing chakra through her arm and out her chakra points to force the sand off her hands. She stopped, legs shaking a bit at the close call, memories of that moment in the forest coming to mind. I can't let the sand catch me. The moment it does, I'm dead. Then, sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, spilling onto the ground before rushing toward her in a large wave. Her legs tensed, jumping into the air as the wave of sand crashed below her. It wasn't over. The sand grew into tendrils, rising to grab her. She used her palms as a booster, chakra exploding out to shove her out of the way of the dangerous sand. She dodged them all, landing on the ground panting. I can't do it, dodging all his sand took most of my chakra. The sand continued to come, this time coming from the air and trying to smash into her. She dodged from side to side, looking for any opening she could find. She found none, the attack was relentless, and she had nothing to break through his defenses. The exhaustion caught up to her, her feet had tripped together, making her fall onto the ground. She watched as the final tendril came down, threatening to crush her. She closed her eyes. Air palm. There was an explosion. Hinata, shocked, looked up. Niji was there, standing over her with a palm raised into the air. Are you all right, Lady Hinata? Hinata blinked, still reeling from seeing Niji protect her. Did he say, Lady Hinata? Why yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Niji did not turn to face her, eyeing Gaara. Due to interference from Niji Hyuga, the winner is Gaara. Gaara was staring at them for a moment, then, he spoke. His voice was deep, it sounded almost unused and rough, as if he hadn't slept the night before. Why did you protect her? Niji simply stared at him before relaxing his guard. He helped her up, never taking his eyes off of Gaara. That is none of your concern. Sand swirled around him as it re-entered his gourd. Gaara turned toward the Hokage, waiting. Hinata suddenly realized that this was the last fight, the preliminaries being over. She limped her way over to Kurenai, who met her halfway. Sorry, Kurenai-sense. Kurenai merely smiled, shaking her head at Hinata's apology. There's nothing to be sorry for, Hinata. You did great. Now let's go visit Shino and Kiba in the hospital. I'm sure they're eager to hear how you did. Hinata smiled and nodded, Kurenai putting her arm around her as leaves began to swirl around them. Daffy walked down to the arena to join everyone else after Hinata's fight. Gaara had an interesting fighting style, a reminiscent one. He was like a grumpier version of Crocodile, a more creative version too. He didn't know what the redhead had against him, but he was more than willing to teach the brat his place. Joining the rest of the finalists, the Hokage began his next boring speech. Excellent work, all of you. You have proven that you are the best your village has to offer, and in 1 month's time you will show it to the world. Sasuke spoke up next, interrupting the old man. Why wait 1 month? The Hokage nodded sagely at the boy, not bothered by the interruption. For 2 reasons. 1, as I said before, it takes quite some time to gather so many influential people in one place like this. The 1 month is used to prepare for the event. Second, the preliminary round may have revealed your trump cards or most of your techniques. The 1 month is used for you to learn new techniques to use against your opponents, whom Hayate will now announce. The sickly Jonin stepped forward, a clipboard in hand as he coughed, clearing his throat. All right, these are the matches for the final round of the exam. First, Niji Hyuga will fight Sasuke Uchiha. Second, Rock Lee will fight Temari. Third, Sakura Haruno will fight Shikamaru Nara. Lastly, Naruto Uzumaki will fight Gaara. The old man nodded. With that, we will meet at the stadium in 1 month's time. Daffy was walking through the village, heading to where Kakashi had told him to. Kakashi decided to take Sasuke out of the village to train, having asked another Jonin, Kurenai, to train Sakura. As for his own training, Kakashi simply told him to head to a certain location and then left. The preliminaries had been yesterday, Daffy being excited at the prospect of fighting Gaara. He kept thinking about ways to get past his sand, and the thought of the fight only made him more anxious. He hadn't visited the Fox yet either, wanting to meet his new teacher. He walked over the small bridge and closer to the hot springs. He was a bit late, probably a bad habit transferring from Kakashi. Stepping on the other side of the bridge, he turned toward the man his haki had alerted him to. He was leaning against the walls of the hot springs, his arms crossed, and his eyes closed. He opened them, no doubt sensing his presence. The man grinned, walking up to him and beginning his introduction. Well, took you long enough, you shouldn't keep your teachers waiting, you know. Now, allow me to introduce myself. The man began a strange dance, hopping around from one leg to the other, giving a dramatic speech. I am the man who has no enemies in the north, south, east or west, not even the heavens. I am one of the legendary Sannin, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. I am the great, the powerful, the gallant. Jiraiya? Doflamingo grinned.